After a while, all the matches were finally carried out. League of Champions staff started tallying the points. The results were announced soon. From the warrior section, Jack and Doman came to be the champions without surprise. Jack placed first with 28 points due to winning all 14 matches, while Doman was in second place with 26 points, losing only one match against Jack. Warpath came third at 23 points, surpassing Killmonger by only 1 point. Stonecleave came next at 20 points. The man scored 15 points, placing him at 8th place. Goliath placed the last at 0 points since he didn't participate in any other match after his defeat in the first match. The results of the other sections were also announced. The Knight section surprisingly had both champions from Everlasting Heavenly Legends, Genie and Giant Steve, with 27 and 25 points respectively. Grimclaw came third at 24 points. At Rogue section, Kill Order placed first at 27 points as well. Red Death came second at 26 points. In their match, Red Death fought to a standstill with Kill Order. But when Kill Order went up against Below, he scored a win. Mostly because he had finished early during Red Death and Below's fight and had watched the two's fight. He studied Below's fighting style and took advantage of the aged monk's over-reliance on martial arts to steal a win. In the Archers section, David from Dogs of War had scored the top scores. Surprisingly, with perfect scores of 28 points. He was the only one to get a perfect score aside from Jack. Yellow Death followed closely at 26 points. Fierce Flame, unfortunately, couldn't beat those two. For Mage's section, the winning and losing were more varied, probably due to the complexities of casting spells. Sometimes the top combatants lost against less favored participants simply because of a fluke. Selena placed first at 25 points, with Trinity Dawn at 24 points. Priest's section saw a similar variety as Mage's section. The Priest's matches were done by having each participant aid a team of 4 mannequin warriors with equal power. Winners were decided by seeing how many of the mannequins in each team survived by the end of the match. Princess Purple came first at 25 points. Jason Wu came second at 23 points. Many were surprised by Jason's placing second because of how low-level he was. Many spectators were even wondering at first why this guy bothered to participate at all. After seeing him placing second, these spectators couldn't help but think if the guy might have placed first if his level was equal to Princess Purple. Only 10 were to be selected to join the World Tournament. While the first and second champions of all 6 sections combined supplied 12 participants. Only one from the Priest section was selected, so that left another one to be removed. Royal Advisor Mason and Gruff decided by removing the one who scored the lowest amongst the remaining 11, which was Trinity Dawn. In the end, the 10 World Tournament participants were as follows: Jack, Doman, Genie, Giant Steve, Red Death, Yellow Death, Princess Purple, Selena, David, and Kill Order. Both Prince Remus and Prince Alonso won 4 slots to represent them in the World Tournament, while Prince Therabus only had David and Kill Order. Garland was fuming as he stormed off to bring this disastrous news to the first prince. The participants who failed to obtain the World Tournament were given complimentary gifts in the form of coins and equipment based on their rankings. The 10 who had won were ushered into another room by Gruff and Mason. Inside this room, Mason first congratulated them before giving a lengthy encouraging speech about fighting for the glory and honor of the kingdom. The 10 were noticeably eager for the speech to end. After the speech, Mason told them that they should gather 2 weeks from now at the palace entrance. The kingdom representatives would then take them to the World Tournament venue. But for today, they needed to decide the composition of who would fight for the individual matches and who would join the team match. Both Mason and Gruff thought that they should leave the arrangement to these Outworlders since Outworlders were different from natives. Their understandings of Outworlders were limited. Mason reminded them to decide before leaving this room because he needed to give this information to the Council of Virtus, who oversaw the World Tournament. The 10 looked at each other. Mason and Gruff decided to leave them and let them discuss among themselves. The 2 told the 10 that they would return in half an hour. They hope a decision would have been settled by then. When everyone continued to be silent, Genie decided to start talking. Everyone, I understand that we didn't often see eye to eye, but at this moment we are all in one boat. so I hope we can all cooperate. Why are you talking as if you are the leader? Who put you in charge? Princess Purple asked. Her tone was as haughty as anyone could possibly be. Healer's place is already fixed to be in the team, so Healer has no voice in this. Everyone can just ignore the healer, Jack said. Princess Purple stomped her feet. You heinous man! Are you looking for a fight? She scolded. Heinous? You are part of a guild who called themselves wicked. If anyone is heinous, it should be your guild, Jack retorted. Princess Purple's face turned red. Magic staff and companion token appeared in her hands. Selena hurriedly put a hand on her, halting her. But Selena also glared at Jack crossly. She did not appreciate her guild being mocked. Storm, stop it, Jeannie reprimanded. Faye, apologize to the lady, Doman said. Eh? Jack turned to his grandfather with a wronged expression. Doman maintained his steely face. Fine. I apologize, Jack said to Princess Purple, to which she simply turned away with a pout. Once everyone calmed down, Jeannie said again, I know it is hard for us to work together, but we have no choice in this matter unless you are planning to renounce your right to participate in the World Tournament. Now, if you all can swallow your pride, let us settle this arrangement so we can all get back to our own business. When she saw no one was giving her a snappy remark, she continued, Now, let us exclude the ones that are certain already. Princess Purple is certain to be on the team. We only have one mage, so Selena will join the individual battle. Jack was just about to point out that he could be a mage as well, but Jeannie didn't give him the chance to speak. As for the night role, it is Steve and me here, and we already have a talk. I will compete in the individual match while Steve will be in the team match. His Sentinel class is more suitable in a team fight. For the warrior section, Jack will be in the team match while Doman handles the individual match. So that only leaves the rogue and archer sections. Which two among the four of you want to join the team match? Jeannie was looking at the four. Red Death, Kill Order, Yellow Death, and David. The four answered almost at the same time. Individual. I won't join a team. I fight alone. Fighting in a team will just be a hindrance. The room turned silent. Jeannie sighed. Well, two of you have to join the team, she said. Not me. Let her join the team. Whatever. I fight alone. It's a bad idea for me in a team. Jeannie was speechless at the four. Screw this. Let's just throw a dice and decide for them, Jack uttered. You stay out of this, Jeannie berated. Jack didn't heed the rebuke. He continued talking. Well, then how about following the suggestion I gave to the princes? Let the first rankers deal with the individual matches, while the runner-ups join the team match. They have me in the team, so it doesn't matter if the team gets the second-best candidates. Red Death and Yellow Death glared at Jack since they both took second place in this selection tournament. Jeannie pondered for a bit before saying, If the four of you can't decide, then we will just follow this suggestion. Kill Order and David promptly said, I agree. That's a good arrangement. Red Death and Yellow Death were now glaring at those two. Okay, now that we have the arrangement finalized, let us discuss the team. We should organize routine training for the 5 in the team. It is imperative for you 5 to make sure that you can fight properly as a team. What for? They have me on the team. It doesn't matter if they can't cooperate, Jack said. You stay out of this. Jeannie scolded again. No, Red Death uttered. If everything is decided, then I will take my leave, she said, and then just strolled out of the room. I don't have time for that shit, Yellow Death said. He also walked out. Humph. Princess Purple strutted off. Selena walked after her. Jack and Giant Steve looked at each other. The two of them were the remaining participants that were in the team match. I don't have a good expectation for our team match, David said to Kill Order. Doesn't matter to me, Kill Order replied. Jeannie could only shake her head. When Mason returned, he was rather alarmed to see only so few were left. Jeannie told him that they had come to a decision and the others had matters to deal with, so they left first. She then informed the royal advisor of their individual and team composition for the World Tournament. Mason wrote the information down. Before they left, Mason reminded them again to gather in front of the royal palace in the morning 2 weeks from now. When Jack left the room with the others, he just remembered that he had planned to talk to Red Death and thanked her for the save. But again, the girl had left before he had the chance. Jack could only put it on hold for later. "Do you have any plan for these 2 weeks?" Jeannie asked Jack when they were outside. It was night already outside. "Well, a euro." Jack was originally planning to ask Flame to take him to the native who could craft pet equipment, but Flame informed him that she had a personal quest she needed to take care of first. "Do you need help with something?" "Yes. Actually, it's for the guild. We have just completed building a special structure yesterday," Jeannie answered. "A special structure? How special? Is it something that is constructed from a blueprint like the ice towers?" Jack asked. He hadn't paid attention to the structures on the guild page. Several new structures had gone up. He didn't know which one Jeannie was referring to. "Better if I show it to you," Jeannie said and took out his guild return scroll. "Let's go back to the Heavenly Citadel." Jack complied. Everyone used their scrolls and they appeared inside Heavenly Citadel's teleportation chamber. The others went to the lodging quarter to rest, while Jeannie took Jack up to the rooftop where the hero altar was located. "What are we doing here?" Jack asked. "Do you see anything particular from here?" Jeannie asked. Jack looked around. He thought the structures still looked the same as yesterday. He couldn't find any structure that he thought was absent the day before. Penuel was giggling beside him. "Do you know which structure she was talking about?" Jack asked Penuel. "Of course. I have already talked about the structure with her and John before we have this headquarters. It is only available for level 3 guild," Penuel answered. "Oh? Then that meant it is a standard structure. Why do you say that it is a special structure?" Jack asked Jeannie. "Because it required a specific terrain to build. Not every guild headquarters can build it. They might build a similar one, but it will probably be a different type based on the terrain around their headquarters," Jeannie answered. Terrain. After being provided with this particular clue, Jack started to observe further, not just the structures nearby. After a while, his eyes landed on something in a distance. "Is Theta Euro, are you talking about that?" Jack said as he pointed. "Bingo!" Penuel exclaimed. "Yes, that is called Sky Garden Peak. You can check it on your guild page," Jeannie said. The place she mentioned was the series of mountains on the east side of their headquarters. The mountains were considered as part of their territory. Those mountains were where their mines were built. Thanks to the mountains, the mineral that they mined from there were especially rich. On the highest peak of these mountains, there was now a beautiful landscape that was not there before. There were lightings on this peak, allowing it to be visible at night. Jack's dragon eye allowed him to look rather far. This peak now looked like a man-made garden. There was even a large pond with a waterfall. "That is very beautiful. How do we go there?" Jack asked. "We don't," Jeannie answered. "Then what it's for?" Jack asked. "Didn't she already ask you to check your guild page?" Penuel said. "Can't you two just tell me?" Jack grumbled as he opened his guild page. He searched for the Sky Garden Peak. Sky Garden Peak can house 1 draconic guild guardian. "Guild guardian?" Jack asked after reading the description. "Yes. A guild can have a guardian. You can see it as a guild's pet," Penuel answered. "While Beastmaster can tame a medium-sized pet, a guild guardian can be a large-sized pet. The first requirement for a guild to get this guardian is to build a related structure corresponding to the 12 monster types. Different monster types require different terrains. I figure a draconic guardian needs a mountain terrain then?" Jack said. "Not just any mountain. They need to be of sufficient height for a draconic monster. Luckily, this headquarters had such a tall mountain," Penuel said. "Not just the mountain, our headquarters have a lot of the special terrain required for different types of guardians. For example, that lake can house a structure for an aquatic-type guardian. The forest there can have a structure for beast-type guardian," Jeannie added. "That means we can have lots of guardians?" Jack asked. "Unfortunately, a level 3 guild can only build 1 guardian-related structure. Same as your hero altar can only hold 1 hero at current guild level," Penuel explained. "As your guild levels up, You will be allowed to build an additional structure to house a second guardian. Amazing, Jack said. So you choose Draconic because it is the strongest monster type? Unfortunately, also the hardest to tame. That's why we need your help, Genie said. I've gathered all our top experts for tomorrow morning. We can depart to hunt and tame our guardian. How is the taming process? Jack asked. A bit more complicated than Archer's pet taming. We have to reduce our target's health point to below 30%. Once it did, we use spells or tools to restrain it. While it is restrained, we throw this to where it is standing. Genie was holding a small cube. Jack used Inspect on it. It was called Giant Capturing Cage. Genie continued her explanation. Once thrown, it will form a giant cage. Our target will then be trapped inside this cage. When it is trapped, we will use this to attempt the taming process. This time, Genie took out a magic scroll. Jack checked it and found that it contained Tame Draconic Guardian spell inside. This is a special scroll that is only available for our scroll-making workshop to produce after that Sky Garden Peak was constructed. I have ordered our scroll makers to focus on producing it since yesterday. We should have 6 of these scrolls by tomorrow morning. Once the taming process is successful, the monster will be automatically transported to the Sky Garden Peak. It will then live there as our guild guardian, coming to our aids when needed. We only have 6 of that scroll? If it is similar to Archer's taming process, there should be a chance of failure when attempting the taming, right? Shouldn't we make more? Jack asked. We don't have enough materials. Aside from the requirement of having that special structure, this scroll's production also needs rare materials. We're not sure how much longer we need to wait if we collect more materials. The success chance will increase if the scroll is used by a beast master who has maxed out his tame pet and master tamer skills. Penuel added. That's where you come in, Genie said. I see. Okay. Don't forget my luck stat. I'm sure it will jack the success rate up, Jack said. But still, taming a large monster is no easy feat, Penuel said. Aside from the hassle of reducing its health point to 30%. Every time you use the taming scroll, there is a chance for the beast to become agitated. When it did, it will break the cage and its health point will return to full. Meaning you people has to fight it again to bring it down to 30% before attempting another taming. Does it mean we need more of that giant capturing cage as well? Jack asked. We did. Unfortunately, we have even less of this cage. Only 4, Genie said. The production of this cage needed special materials and even longer time. Also, only Kersey, who is a basic master blacksmith, can produce such a cage at the moment. In other words, we only have very limited chances, Jack said. Well, no worry. With my luck stat, I believe everything will turn out just fine. Your optimism is reassuring. Thanks, Genie said. I was only joking, Euro, but sure, you're welcome, Jack said. How many will join us in this hunt? I don't think too many people is a good idea. It will be difficult to stalk our prey if our number is too many. I have sent out orders for 100 of our top members to gather for this. Okay. I will be there tomorrow morning, Jack said. By the way, do you already have a target location? The Jagera region. That is the place where it is most easy to find a draconic monster at your current level, Penuel said. But we will head from another side than the one you go previously. Any specific draconic monster in mind? The place I have in mind is home to the flame drakes. Flame drake? Why didn't we just try a young dragon? Won't it be cool to have a true dragon as our guild guardian? Jack said. Do you think a true dragon will be willing to become a measly guild's guardian? You have to be at least a country for that. Dragon is gargantuan in size. They are not considered large-sized, so your taming scroll won't work on them. I see Euro, Jack said, feeling downcast. He was truly hoping that they could have a dragon as a guardian. There is also the flame wyvern next to the territory of flame drakes. You can try to tame them if you prefer, but trying to capture a flying monster will be a lot harder. With our limited resources, I think we should just go for the drake, Genie said. Jack didn't object. He thought the decision was logical. If they went for the wyvern, they wouldn't be able to do anything if the wyvern decided to flee before its health point reached 30%. Rest early. We will gather at the courtyard tomorrow, Genie said to Jack. The next morning, 100 players gathered at the headquarters courtyard. Most of the core members were there except for non-battle personnel and John. John said he was not joining. The expedition did not need strategies. They were simply going to whack a beast until it almost died and then relied on luck for success. There was no need for him. Jack asked if it was because there was no EXP and no loot since they were not killing their target. John replied there was that as well. Common members were wondering about the purpose of the congregation. Another thing that piqued everybody's attention was these 100 all had elite classes. Even though more and more players succeeded in their elite class trials, elite class players were still not the majority. Also, all these 200 were at levels 44 and 45 except for Jack. The curious members asked their friends. Some even directly asked those 100 who gathered, but they received no answer. Genie had told everyone to keep their mission and destination a secret. There was no telling how many amongst the common members were spies to the other guilds. They didn't want this hunting expedition to suffer complications due to interference from another guild. Genie checked her bag to make sure that all the required tools were already inside. She then checked the gathered members to make sure that everyone was present. After that, she led them to the teleportation chamber. Following Penuel's instruction, they teleported to one of the cities in the Sangrod Empire. The last time Jack went to that region, he departed from a city in Themisphere. The area they were going to this time was on the other side of the Jagera region, which was closer if they traveled from Sangrod. Their large group attracted some attention. But since they didn't wander around, they were already gone when those people tried to look for them again. Everyone in this team had at least an uncommon steed, so their traveling speed was fast. Of course, Pandora still had to slow down to match her speed with the others. It was frustrating for him to slow down like that, so after half a day traveling, Jack told Genie that he would just wait for everyone at their destination. He rode off in speed, arriving in the region within 2 days. The others took 1 week to arrive. Jack complained to Penuel why last time he didn't come to this place since it took him less time to arrive. Penuel explained that the draconic monsters on the other side were less dangerous for his level at the time. Also, at that time, they had not yet linked with the Sangrod city that was closest to this place. While waiting, Jack hunted the draconic monsters at the periphery. The flame drake was located further into the region. At the outer mountains, Jack farmed flame drakelings for both EXP and draconic essences. These drakelings were special elite monsters around level 40 to 45, similar to the ones he had fought on the other side of the regions but hit harder. As their name implied, they were young drakes with red scales. They could breathe fire from their mouth. Their strength and defense were high, their speed not so much. Jack, who was already stronger than the last time he came to Jagera region, had little problem farming them. None of his class leveled up, it took a whole lot more EXP to level up with his current high levels, and he didn't get any EXP pills from this farming to boost the increase. However, his Thuras increased another level to 40. Jack always summoned Thuras now, allowing it to rake in the EXP. He gained another 200 draconic essences during this farming period. When Genie and the others arrived, they found this mountain to be surprisingly peaceful. Jack had already slain all the flame drakelings in the vicinity, thus the quiet. It took draconic monsters a long time to respawn. The flame drake is at the deeper part of this region, Penuel informed as she pointed in a direction. All right, let's head over, Genie said. The mountains that both the flame drakelings and flame drakes inhabited were rather low. They also had more flatlands, making them more hills than mountains. They only had a few more hours of daylight, so Genie divided the group into 2 teams. One was to search the outer area for a safe place to camp at night. The other team, who was mainly formed of elite classes from Rogue and Archer, went deeper to scout their target. Life Runner was included in the second team, who went to scout their prey. His hide skill was especially useful for approaching the flame drake. Otherwise, they would be in trouble if these flame drakes had a higher detection range compared to normal monsters. The scout team spread out to look for prospective targets. If they found one, they called for Life Runner, who would turn invisible using his hide skill. He would then approach the target and use Inspect. Life Runner was now a level 44 assassin. He originally planned to be a technocraft, as he was not so eager of close combat, but Jack persuaded him otherwise. Jack said that his hide skill was perfect if combined with Assassin's high burst damage. His hide skill allowed him to get near someone undetected for as close as 3 meters, which was very close, before using his assassin skills. He would most likely be the king of ambush in this way. That was, of course, under the condition that he was not ambushing someone like Jack who had God's Eye monocle or mana sensibility. Jack himself formed a third team, against Genie's wish, who went and continued EXP farming. His team was formed mostly of the man and his underlings. The first team found a cave that looked safe. The cave went rather deep. After venturing deep enough and finding no monsters, they decided to make their camp at the mouth of the cave. Of course, they still posted sentries at the deeper part of the cave and outside. In case a monster approached, the main camp won't get caught unaware. The sentries were rotated amongst the players. At night, all 3 teams reconvened inside the cave to rest and discuss their target for tomorrow. From the few hours of scouting, the team had seen 3 flame drakes. The 3 had varying levels. Level 48, 51, and 54. All of the 3 were rare elite grades. The level 54 one was slightly special, as its name had an extra word of grim. Penuel informed them to forget about the grim flame drake. A monster with this prefix was far tougher than the normal one. She reminded them about the grim sand drake which, despite losing to Duke Alfredo, still gave the Duke a run for his money. The scouts informed that the 3 they had found were all situated afar from each other. There were also no other critters around them, so they could fight freely without the worry of attracting other monsters. After some discussion, they decided to go for the level 48 flame drake. It was not just because its level was the lowest. They should have no problem bringing down level 51 flame drake's health point to 30% if Jack called Arlcard. The problem lay with the limitation of their capture tools. They only had 6 tame Draconic Guardian scrolls and 4 giant capturing cages. The success probability of taming a Guardian went up with the user's level of Tame Pet and Master Tamer skills, but it would also go down the further the target's level with the user. Jack was the one to use the scrolls. His level was only 43. He would have a lower chance of taming a level 51 monster compared to a level 48 one. There were other Beastmasters with higher levels in the group, but their Tame Pet and Master Tamer skills didn't go past level 10, so Jack was still their best chance. It would be bad if they squandered all their chances because they were greedy. Getting a level 48 Guardian at this stage was great already. Penuel informed them there were ways to improve the Guardian levels, so the priority at this time was simply to catch one. The level was not a problem. In the night, while everyone was resting, Jack did his routine of mana sense training before sleep. Since his improvement, his area of perception had increased. When he fully focused his sense, he could send his consciousness to roam further than he normally could, similar to an out-of-body experience. He sent his consciousness outside the cave. He could see the sentries keeping guard. Sometimes a flame drakeling came near. The sentries then band together and defeat it. Watching his guildmates fight the drakeling, he could see Doman's training bore some results. Their movements were more refined, their attacks accurate. When the drakeling fell, Jack's consciousness returned to the cave. He then decided to wander deeper into the cave. He reached the place where the sentries inside the cave were keeping guard. He tried going further in. He was trying to see how far his mana sense could reach. He felt like he was moving in a thicker air the further he was from his body. Until at one point he couldn't move forward an inch even when he focused all his effort. Guess this is my limit, Jack thought. When he was about to return to his body and rest, he sensed something. He aimed his attention at where he felt the sensation and saw 2 glowing red eyes staring right at him. Not possible, Jack thought. He was not here. He was incorporeal. This was only his consciousness. No way anyone or anything could perceive his presence. He turned his attention back. One sentry was standing not far away. Jack turned back to the eyes again. Whatever possessed the eyes were watching the sentry. All of a sudden, the eyes receded into the darkness. What was that? A monster? So how strong was it? Jack kept his attention at the deeper part of the cave where the eyes appeared. Nothing happened. If it was a strong monster, it would have attacked the sentry. From the way those eyes watched, it was clear that it was aware of the sentry. If it didn't attack, that meant it shouldn't be a dangerous monster. Anyway, Jack continued to pay attention a little while longer. When there was still no appearance of the monster, he decided to just leave it alone. His consciousness returned to his body and he took his rest. The next morning, everyone gathered. Genie made a tally to make sure that no one was missing. They left soon after. They went to the area where the scouts found the level 49 flame drakes. Yet, after looking around for some time, they couldn't find that drake. Higher-grade monsters had distinct habits. You can't expect them to just stay in one place all the time, Penuel said. They did see this kind of behavior on high-grade monsters before. They simply thought that if only one night, the beast wouldn't have wandered far. Seeing no sign of the level 49 flame drake, Genie had no choice but to send the scouts again while they waited. Reports started trickling in, but the flame drakes they found were all above level 50. Penuel mentioned that level 50 monsters had a higher spike growth compared to the one below. So, the success probability in taming also dropped significantly between level 49 and 50 monsters. Genie asked them to continue searching for one that was below level 50. It took some time because they needed to call Life Runner to inspect every time they found a flame drake. It took so long that Jack decided to go farm the flame drakelings again. He told Genie to call him once she located a suitable target. The man wanted to follow, but Genie forbid it. Jack could move fast using Pandora, so he was an exception. The others had to be on standby once they found their prey. It was late afternoon already when a scout reported the location of a level 49 flame drake. Genie sent a message to Jack of the location as the main group headed there. Jack did the same. The flame drake was just walking around aimlessly when everyone gathered. They were observing it from afar. It looks similar to that grim sand drake from before, only this one has red scales and smaller, Bowler remarked. We will still need to be careful. This one is not a grim, but it is also not in a weakened status like when we fought the grim sand drake, Jack said and then turned to Penuel. I assume these drakes have breathability. Yes, that is their standard skill. This one should have fire element breathe, Penuel answered. Okay, everyone, gather around these elementalists, Genie said. 5 elementalists separated themselves. Bitter Rain was one of them. These elementalists had bought and learned fire-resist spells. Everyone crowded around them before they cast the spell, increasing their fire resistance. The breath attack covered a long distance and large area. It would be difficult to dodge. Having a high corresponding resistance could boost their survival. Everyone here except Jack and Doman wore Amulet of Rebirth, but they would prefer to save its usage if possible. Its cost got higher each time they lost one. After making their preparation, Jack took out his companion token. Leave the direct fight to Arlcard and me, you people prioritize safety. Be prepared with the restraining tools once its health point falls to 30%. Jack told the others. Everyone nodded. He activated the token and Arlcard appeared. Jack inspected his vampire companion and saw his EXP bar was at 85% to level 50 already. This vampire was not slacking around. Arlcard first looked to the sun. The day was late but not yet evening. Jack saw the vampire's slightly uncomfortable expression when staring at the sun, but he didn't say anything about it. Instead, he simply asked, "The target?" "That flame drake over there." Jack pointed to the distance. "But please take notice to not kill it. We need it alive. We want to capture it. Please stop attacking when its health point drops below 30%. Arlcard frowned. "So troublesome. I would prefer you don't call me for such a vexing battle," the vampire uttered. "Can you not say such things in front of everyone?" Jack thought dejectedly. Arlcard then dashed forward. Jack was not to be left behind, he also ran forward. Doman was next. The man was about to follow, but Genie held him back. "Damn! They didn't even ask for the battle plan," Bowler said. They all watched the three running courageously towards the flame drake. But after closer observation, they realized that Arlcard was not running. His two legs were still. He was floating slightly above the ground, gliding. When everyone was fascinated by the vampire's movement, Genie snapped them back to attention. Everyone, spread out. Encircle the beast. Those that can do ranged attacks send as many attacks as possible. Melee with the highest strength, take these. Genie took out 10 runic ropes. It was longer and larger than normal. This was crafted by the combined work of their blacksmiths and alchemists to help in restraining the beast. He gave them to selected players. The man was one of them. Remember to prioritize safety. Let's go, she commanded. Everyone then moved out, just as Arlcard had his first clash with the flame drake. His rapier shone with black light. Every thrust generated piercing dark energy. Yet, the flame drake scale was thick. Though the dark energies still damaged the drake, its effectiveness was halved. The drake was enraged. It roared as it lifted its foot and stomped at Arlcard, who deftly glided away before the stomp hit. When the drake's attention was drawn by Arlcard, Jack shot his range spells while he approached. He and Doman stole some slashes from a flanking position. They didn't dare to strike from the rear because the drake's tail kept on swinging around. The others circled the drake as planned. Ranged classes started sending their attacks. Melees with more confidence came with a hit-and-run tactic. The man and his team were of course among these death-defying players. The flame drake was enraged with all these ants. It made a small jump, but when its feet landed, a tremor erupted. Everyone tried to keep their balance, except Arlcard, whose feet didn't touch the ground. A good number of players ended up falling. While they were unbalanced, the drake's mouth flared. Breathe, attack a euro. Jack, whose attention stayed with the drake, hurriedly warned his teammates. Sentinels and paladins who were still on their feet immediately activated their defensive skills. Genie had arranged so that these defense classes were situated strategically so every member had at least one sentinel and one paladin nearby. Sentinels used their protection field. Paladin used Heaven's Shield, their level 40 skill. It created an image of a giant shield in front of them, similar to Armage's magic wall. It covered less area but was sturdier. Every nearby member hurriedly scurried to the protection of these two classes. A large stream of fire poured out from the flame drake's mouth. This flame breath struck the imaginary giant shield. The shield's image was visibly melting as it was cooked by the intense heat of the flame breath. The drake didn't just breathe its flame in one direction. Since its attackers were spread out all around it, it started to spin as flame continued to pour forth. The excess fire that slipped through the side of Heaven's Shield hit the players who couldn't squeeze close enough to the paladin, but Sentinel's protection field reduced the damage they received. The healer-based class quickly healed those that had suffered damages. Jack couldn't let it continue spewing its breath like that. He had taken refuge right below the flame drake. Since the drake was aiming at targets in the distance, the area right under him became its blind spot. Jack made his super jump right below the drake's head. He struck upward with Flame Strike, right at the drake's bottom jaw. The attack caused little damage because the drake itself had high fire resistance, but the skill's knockback effect caused the drake's bottom jaw to snap upward, forcefully closing its mouth. The flame that was still pouring forth cooked the inside of its mouth instead. Its head jerked upward as its mouth opened again. The high-pressure air inside caused by the entrapped heat burst out with an explosion. The drake roared due to the pain. It also suffered damage from its own flame breath. It looked down furiously at the ant responsible for the pain. Jack was about to cast Magic Wall when Genie materialized above the drake's head using her jump attack. She stabbed downward at the drake's skull. The distraction allowed Jack to move away to a safe distance. When the drake wanted to turn its attention at Genie, who had backstabbed its head, Jack returned the favor by casting Magic Bind on the drake's neck. The restraint lasted only a second, but it allowed Genie to jump away. Arlcard, in the meantime, never stopped attacking. His high-speed gliding allowed him to move away from the drake's breath while he continued attacking. He didn't care less if the drake killed the others. With Arlcard's consistent assaults and the group's careful approach, they managed to wear the flame drake's health point down to 30% without a casualty. Now, Genie gave the signal. The ones who hold the runic ropes, which mostly consisted of berserkers who typically possessed the highest strength stat, started spinning the ropes as if cowboys spinning their lassos. They threw the ropes in concert. When these ropes touched the flame drake's body, the runes on its surface glimmered. The ropes came to life and coiled around the drake's body by itself. The berserkers planted their feet on the ground. Others came and held their bodies to add their weights. The drake struggled under the restraint, but the players holding the rope were still getting dragged. This showed how much stronger the drake was. Jack cast myriad ensnaring chains to help. Only then did they stop the drake's movement. Arlcard, in the meantime, didn't stop stabbing the flame drake. "Stop! Arlcard, stop!" Jack shouted at him when he saw the drake's health point continued to deplete. With the expression as if had remembered something, Arlcard stopped. Genie threw the small cube to the ground where the drake was. The cube broke apart into components. The components enlarged exponentially and formed a giant cage with metal bars. The drake was situated inside this cage. "Okay, release," Genie uttered. The berserkers deactivated the runic ropes. The runes on its surface stopped glowing. The ropes detached from the drake's body and returned to their holders. The flame drake was banging the cage furiously. There was an health point bar above the cage. Every time the drake banged or bit on the cage, the health point bar decreased. "Hurry, proceed with the taming," Genie called to Jack. She had given him all the 6 taming scrolls. Jack immediately went up to the giant cage. When he was close, the drake opened its maw and breathed its fire. Jack was taken aback. He instinctively used roll and dodged to the side. But after his roll ended, he saw no flame come to where he was. The drake was still spewing flame, but the flame was halted within the cage. None of its fire escaped the cage, although the cage's health point bar decreased even faster. "The monster's attacks won't hit anyone outside the cage. There is no need to worry," Penuel assured him. Jack ran again to the cage. He needed to have direct contact with the cage for the taming scroll to activate. Arlcard was standing right next to the cage. When Jack arrived, the vampire said to him, "Can I leave now, brother? Do you have lots of urgent matters?" Jack thought inside. Outside, he said, "Please stay. There is a chance this beast will break free if the taming process fails." Arlcard sighed. "All right, one more time. After this, I really have to leave," he said. "Ugh." Jack started to wonder if it was truly a boon to get this vampire as his companion. Jack activated the Tame Draconic Guardian scroll in his hands. The scroll disintegrated, replaced by burning runes that encapsulated the entire cage. The drake seemed to be enraged by these runes. It increased the pace of its attacks. The cage shook from all the batterings, its health point continued to reduce. Suddenly, Jack saw a wheel appear above him. The wheel was mostly yellow with a small portion that was blue and a very tiny portion that was red. A white needle was rotating swiftly around this wheel. "What the euro?" Jack was baffled by the sight. "You need to hit the blue or red area when the needle was inside them," Penuel explained. "If you manage to hit the red area, the taming process will be successful. If you hit the blue area, you have to do it 5 times for the taming to be successful. If you hit the yellow area, the wheel will break and the taming fails." "What the fuck? A minigame?" Jack uttered in consternation. "Hurry! If the cage's health point is depleted, the taming process will also fail and the drake will break out of the cage with full health," Penuel said. "Bloody heck! Why didn't you explain about this minigame before we attempt this taming process then?" Jack cursed in his mind. "How do I hit it?" Jack asked. "With your mind," Penuel answered. "Of course," Jack grumbled. He looked at the rotating needle. It was so fast. Ideally, hitting the red area would be best since he only needed to hit it once. But the area was so tiny. Any faster or slower, he would hit the yellow area instead. The blue area was not that big as well but was more accommodating compared to the red. Jack decided to play it safe. He focused his mind. When the needle was almost over the blue area, he sent his thought. The needle vibrated with a ping sound. The needle continued spinning. The wheel was still intact. Jack breathed a relieved sigh. Now only needed for more times. Not enough time, go for the red one, Penuel uttered. What? Jack then noticed the cage's health point as well. It was almost depleted. Fuck, he cursed. They had wasted quite a lot of precious time learning this taming process. Use your runestone of probability. You will be able to widen the area on the wheel. Lady again. Why didn't you explain all this before we start? Jack lamented. The runestone appeared beside him. He injected his willpower inside. The runestone flared brightly. He saw the red and blue area widen a tiny bit. Fuck. It barely helps. Jack cursed. But he had a cheat skill for this minigame. Jack smiled and activated Dragon's Eye. His smile froze when he saw everything else become slow motion. Yet the spinning will continue to spin at the same rate. Fuck. This skill didn't affect the taming wheel. He cursed again. The cage health point bar was almost empty. No time to dally anymore. Jack focused all his attention on the needle. When it almost hit the aggravatingly tiny red area, Jack hit the needle. The needle vibrated, but the ping sound was different. The wheel broke. The needle had gone past the red zone and hit the yellow area. The fiery runes dissolved. The cage's health point drained soon after. The cage broke apart. The flame drake came out roaring. His health point had fully recovered. We fail. Everyone, go back to position. Genie hurriedly gave the command. Jack was also backstepping to put some distances. Where is Arlcard? He asked. Don't tell me that companion has truly bolted without permission? Move aside. Jack heard Arlcard's words. He turned to the voice behind him and saw the vampire was being enveloped by multiple runes. Rune technique, Jack thought when he recognized the move. Apparently, Arlcard had been gathering the energy when Jack was still doing the taming attempt. Damn! He has so little confidence in me succeeding the taming process. Jack grumbled and jumped to the side. Arlcard turned into a sword shadow and rushed past Jack. The shadow stabbed into the drake's giant body. Jack saw a repeated scene of what had happened to Obelard. Countless smaller sword shadows pierced out from the drake's body before turning back and stabbing in again. The drake roared in pain as it stomped around haphazardly. The others were captivated by the sight. Some were snapped back into action after they saw Jack shooting range spells and attacks. Soon, everyone resumed their offense, further increasing the pace by which the drake's health point went down. The flame drake's health point hit the 30% mark much sooner than previously. Everyone repeated the process. The man led the others as they threw the restraining runic ropes. Jack's myriad ensnaring chains had not gone off cooldown, but Arlcard helped by using his shadow lock spell. Genie threw the second cube. The flame drake was again caught inside the cage. Jack didn't dawdle this time. He hurriedly went to the side of the cage. I'm off, Arlcard said and vanished. Fuck. The fellow didn't even ask for permission this time. Jack cursed inside, but he didn't let it distract him. He touched the cage and activated the Tame Draconic Guardian scroll. The fiery runes again wrapped around the cage. The taming wheel appeared. Jack summoned his runestone of probability to increase the area of the blue and red zones by a little. Any increase helped. His 100 synchronous thoughts allowed him to focus one thought on forcing his willpower for his runestone while another thought on the spinning needle on the wheel. He decided to take the prudent way. He was gunning for hitting the blue zone 5 times. Everyone watched on with hopeful eyes. They couldn't see the taming wheel, but they could see from Jack's expression that he was concentrating hard on something. Unfortunately, his concentration wavered on the 4th hit. The noise of the drake banging on the cage was not helping. The needle missed by a tiny margin and hit the yellow area. The wheel broke. Fuck! Jack cursed. He couldn't remember anymore how many times he had cursed since the first taming attempt started. Everyone watched with disappointment as the fiery runes dissolved. Jack took out the 3rd taming scroll. He looked at the cage's health point. It was less than half already. If he tried to do the taming again, he won't have enough time to hit the blue zone 5 times. He had to gamble with the red zone. He didn't waste much time thinking. He didn't have the luxury of time. He activated the 3rd scroll, repeating the taming process. The flame drake was getting even more agitated seeing the fiery runes appear again. It spewed its flame breath all around the cage in rage. Jack ignored the drake's tantrum and had all his concentration focused on the spinning needle. Jack let it spin a few times to grasp the rhythm. The cage's health point continued to go down. Penuel was staring at the cage's health point bar with worry, but she didn't dare to utter a sound, worried that it might distract Jack. When the cage health point bar was almost depleted, Jack hit the needle. The taming wheel broke. The attempt failed again. The cage broke. The flame drake was again freed with full health point. Everyone started attacking again, but with less vigor now. There was also no Arl card anymore. The drake's health point went down at a snail pace. Jack was just about to feed his amulet 100 mana cores when Genie shouted her order. Retreat! Retreat! That's it for today. Let's try again tomorrow. No one objected. Although their game bodies were not tired, their minds were. Each of the drake's attacks was deadly. One wrong move would cause casualties. Being on edge all the time caused them to feel fatigued. Experiencing failure twice added the exhaustion. Seeing the situation, Jack also didn't try to motivate them to continue. He stored his mana cores back. Jack offered himself to hold the flame drake while the others retreated. Doman and the man wanted to help, but Jack told them to retreat. They were not fast type. They would have a problem escaping the drake if it insisted on chasing them. Jack instead summoned their ass. He had been planning to summon it as well to help him wear the drake down the third time, but since Genie had called for a retreat, he used it to help him hold the drake instead. Wait, does any rogue or archer-based class here have a tracking skill? Penuel called on those that were retreating. When no one answered, she said, Never mind then. The others continued retreating. Jack continued sparring with the drake while he checked everyone's progress on his radar. He also activated gold scale armor to help him survive. When he saw everyone had gone out from his radar's radius, he had Thuras use its imperious pressure. The drake was bogged down by the increased gravity, could still resist the pressure and moved slowly. Jack then clung onto Thuras and had it use tyrannical charge in the direction away from the drake. The speeding skill brought him far away from the drake. The drake was furious of these ants coming to hurt it and then just ran away. It made a final attempt by throwing its flame breath. Jack had seen it coming. He cast magic wall at his back to stop the incoming flame. He then summoned Pandora and ran away. With Pandora's speed, Jack caught up with the others in a short time. The others were also galloping using their steeds. They were heading to the cave in the Flame Drakeling's area where they had spent their previous night. When Jack came to her side, Genie asked Penuel, What's a tracking skill? It's a skill that can be learned by any class that comes from either rogue or archer, Penuel informed. There are 2 tracking skills, one of which you should be able to easily buy from a respected rogue or archer's factions. It is called Track Monster. This is an advanced skill. It allows you to mark a monster. After marking, you will be able to know its position for the next 24 hours. You can only mark one monster though. If you mark another one, the previous one will disappear. I see. If we have that skill, we won't need to waste too much time looking for Flame Drake below level 50. We can just mark that Flame Drake we fought just now and go for it again tomorrow, Genie said. Yes, Penuel said. Unfortunately, we don't have it. I will ask our rogue and archer-based core members to look for this skill and purchase it in their factions when we return. They probably didn't buy it yet because they saved their points for battle-related skills. You mentioned 2 tracking skills. What's the other one? Jack asked Penuel. The other one is an elite skill. This one is more difficult to procure. It's called Track Person. As its name implied, the skill functions the same as Track Monster, but instead of a monster, you can mark a native or an outworlder. Hence, knowing their positions for the next 24 hours. The factions that offer this skill should be Assassin's Guild and Hunter's Lodge. Other than these 2, I doubt the other factions provided it. Even then, the points and ranks required are not low. Hearing it, Jack thought about joining the Hunter's Lodge but decided against it soon. He didn't want to spend time collecting points just for some tracking skills. By the way, that spinning wheel that appeared when I attempted the taming. The attempt will be successful as long as I hit the pin inside the red or blue zone, right? So how do my max level tame pet and master tamer skill contribute to increasing the success rate? Jack asked Penuel. What's spinning wheel? Genie asked. Only Jack saw the wheel when the taming process started. So Jack explained it to Genie. After Jack was done with his explaining, Penuel answered his question. Your tame pet skill increased the width of the blue zone, while your master tamer skill increased the area of the red zone. If those two skills are low level, those zones will be even smaller. Heavens! They are already so small to me, they will be even smaller for others? Those that not yet max level those two skills can forget about taming a guardian pet. Jack exclaimed. It is small because you people choose a draconic rare elite much higher than your level. If you choose a lower grade monster with a level around yours, the red and blue zone will not be that small. If its level is lower than you, those zones will become even bigger, so you will have an easier time taming it. Jack turned to Genie. Should we go to other places to find lower level and lower grade monsters? These drakes are already the lowest level and lower grade large-sized draconic monsters I know of. Others have higher levels. Unless you are lucky enough to find their young offspring, you can only try those drakes, Penuel said. The flame drakelings in the outer areas are not those flame drake's offsprings? Jack asked. No, they are different monsters, Penuel answered. Then we should try searching for their offspring then. Draconic monsters had a very low fertility rate, so it will be very rare for you to find their offspring. Not to mention, their offspring will stay inside the nest till they mature. There will also be more than one mature drake inside the nest. Draconic is a solitary monster, but on rare occasions when they have offspring, some will gather to protect that offspring. Do you think you can capture and tame their offspring while facing more than one drake? €50, let's just try the adult flame drake again tomorrow. When they arrived at the cave, night had arrived. Genie organized the patrol sentries while asking everyone else to rest. Jack was not tired yet, so he rode Pandora out to farm EXP and draconic essences for a few more hours. He came back again when it was close to midnight. He did his regular mana sense training, sending his consciousness to monitor the surroundings. He was curious about what he saw yesterday, so he sent his perception to the depth of the cave, to where the sentries were keeping watch. He looked into the depth of the cave. Nothing. Perhaps it was just an illusion yesterday? A reflection of light? After watching for a while and seeing nothing, Jack was about to conclude his mana sense training when those two glowing red eyes appeared again. Not illusion? Jack watched those two tiny glows. The eyes seemed to be observing the sentries again. Jack couldn't push his consciousness further because his body was too far. So he decided to wake up and walked over to where the sentries were. The sentries were surprised to find him approached. They saluted him and asked if he needed anything. Jack told them to continue as they were. He simply wanted to look at the deeper part of the cave. The sentries expected Jack to go deeper after hearing his words. They would go with him if so. But instead, Jack sat cross-legged next to them. Despite being confused, they didn't disturb him. Jack looked at the depth where he had sensed the eyes. It was very far. His dragon eye allowed him to look far, but these sentries had no such ability. They couldn't see the glowing eyes that were watching them, which meant those red eyes had superior visibility range similar to his dragon eye. Jack's dragon eye didn't see anything in the depth. His radar also did not detect anything. He got into the meditative state and sent his consciousness away. Deeper this time. The cave had opened up to a huge cavern after going deeper. The scouts who first searched this cave had also come upon this large cavern. The cavern looked empty. They didn't proceed further as there were too many places to check. They did not need to waste time in scouring this entire cavern. They only need this place to spend the night. So Genie simply placed sentries to make sure nothing came from this cavern. The cavern was indeed huge. Jack's consciousness couldn't sense the whole place. He needed to have his physical body moved deeper into the cave if he wanted to check further. But he had a feeling whatever thing that possessed those two eyes had already long gone. So Jack decided to end his mana sense training and rest. The next morning, they left at the first sign of sunlight. The scouts spread out again to look for a flame drake below level 50. Jack again went to farm the flame drakelings while waiting for news. This time, the scouts didn't waste too much time. It was not yet noon when the scouts reported their findings. They found not one, but two suitable flame drakes. One was level 49 while the other level 48. They decided to head to level 48-1. The lower the level, the higher their taming success probability. One thing though, the level 54 Grim Flame Drake was not far away from where this level 48 was. But it was also not close enough for them to worry. They just need to make sure that the fight didn't get dragged in the direction of that Grim Flame Drake. After Jack arrived at the coordinates given by Genie, everyone started to get into position. Jack again summoned Arlcard. When the vampire appeared and saw the Flame Drake, he said to Jack, "You failed yesterday?" "Yes. Same arrangement. Please don't kill the Drake. Just bring its health point down to 30%, Jack said. "There is no EXP if it is not killed. You are wasting my time with such a fight," Arlcard said. Though the vampire complained, he still glided towards the Flame Drake. Jack followed with Doman. The others spread out to encircle the beast. They pretty much repeated yesterday's process. Once the Flame Drake's health point dropped to 30%, the man and the other berserkers threw the restraining ropes. Mage-based classes helped by using their magic binds. Once the Flame Drake was caged, Jack immediately activated the Tame Draconic Guardian Scroll. The taming will came out. When Jack was concentrating his attention on the spinning pin, something distracted him. He saw on his radar a dark and large red dot coming at high speed. "Oh shit! Is Theta Euro? I think it is. Watch out! The Grim Flame Drake is coming!" Peniel shouted to Genie. "What? How? We didn't come into his area of perception," Genie said. They had instead steered the currently caged Flame Drake away from the Grim Flame Drake. Monster with a Grim prefix is unpredictable. Remember how that Grim Sand Drake insisted on following us after being beaten back by the Duke? We can't expect this type of monster to behave normally. The fact is it is coming, Jack said. He then turned to Arlcard. "Can you please help to hold it down?" "All right." Arlcard could sense this new one on the way here was not like the Drake they had been fighting. He glided over in the direction of the incoming Grim Flame Drake, which was coming into view already. It was coming at a high speed. The others spread and determined to assist Arlcard in holding it down while Jack worked on taming the caged Drake. Jack focused himself on the taming wheel. He couldn't afford to be distracted. He had chosen the safe method of hitting the blue area. He took his time, not allowing himself to be hasty. If this taming failed, they were down to just one cage and 2 taming scrolls. He let the needle spin. Only when he was sure then he hit the needle. The cage's health point bar kept on dropping, but there should still be enough time. He heard the others had started clashing with the Grim Flame Drake. He didn't let the sound distract him. He was fully focused. The needle hit. Success. It's the 4th hit now. 1 more to go. Jack didn't allow himself to slack when he was so close to victory. His eyes were following the needle closely, catching the rhythm when it passed the blue zone. He felt the tempo now. There should be no miss. When he was about to hit, a voice called out, "Watch out!" He was too focused. He couldn't let himself be distracted. But his mana sense blared intensively, so strong he couldn't ignore it. He instinctively activated gold scale armor, used flash step before rolling away. Even then, he felt a strong impact that caused his body to get lifted into the air before being tossed away. He fell rolling on the ground. When he stopped, he saw his health point was less than half already. If he didn't activate gold scale armor, he was probably a goner already. He watched the Flame Drake inside the cage broke out. The taming attempt had failed again. "What happened?" Jack asked. Bowler had come and cast heal on him. "The Grim Flame Drake," Bowler uttered. "We are holding it down, but it suddenly cast a spell. A large number of fireballs were hurled around at random. We couldn't block all the fireballs. Those fireballs also did not fly straight. They seemed to be able to track enemies, similar to our energy bolts, and a good portion of them headed your way." "That's Flame Wrath spell," Peniel said. "That Drake can cast a spell?" Jack asked with consternation. "I tell you already, Grim Monster is unpredictable. With its draconic lineage, it allows it to learn 1 or 2 spells. Anyway, its target seemed to be freeing that trapped drake, and it had succeeded. Retreat! Retreat! They heard Genie's command. Fighting 2 drakes, with one being a high-level Grim Flame Drake, was a tall order. Jack thought again to summon the Ice Demon Fiend to continue the taming attempt but cancel his intention. Even with Arlcard, the Grim Flame Drake would still cause some casualties. It was better to not push it. "I will hold them, you all flee first," Jack uttered. Jack summoned their ass and clashed with the normal Flame Drake while Arlcard kept the Grim Flame Drake busy. The Grim Flame Drake might be powerful, but Arlcard could still fight it to a stalemate. When the others were far away, Jack used Myriad Ensnaring Chains and Thuras Imperios Pressure to lock down the Flame Drake. He then unsummoned Thuras and summoned Pandora. He went over to Arlcard, who had used his Shadow Lock to hinder the Grim Flame Drake. Arlcard jumped to Jack's back and they rode away at blinding speed. When they regrouped, Genie said, "That was so unfortunate just now. We lost 6 people going up against that Grim Flame Drake. Let's try the level 49 one. It is far from here, we shouldn't be attracting the Grim Flame Drake there." "Yes, it probably heard our battle from afar and came to check," Peniel said. "We only have 1 last cage and 2 taming scrolls. We can't afford to fail again," Jack uttered. "Do you mean you can't afford to fail again?" Swellgoing remarked. Jack gave him a hard stare. He forgot again that this guy was still with them. He was a level 44 summoner now. He wondered if summoner class was the preferred choice of annoying people. "Anyway, this will be our last chance. We will be packing home whether we succeed or not," Genie said. "We will," Jack announced. "Not if you make a blunder again," Swellgoing said. "Genie, can we just take it that we lost 7 people from the assault just now?" Jack asked as he took out his Stormbreaker. Swellgoing ran to hide behind Genie. Luckily, the level 49 Flame Drake was still lingering around the place where the scout last saw it. Everyone made their preparation. Arlcard was still beside Jack. Despite his grumbling about wasted time, he did not just leave like yesterday. "Okay, everyone, let's move a euro." "Hold!" Jack cut Genie's words. Genie looked at Jack, who seemed to be focusing on something in the air. "Fuck!" Jack cursed. "What's wrong?" Genie asked. "That Grim Flame Drake. It is coming again." "What? Why it comes here? We are so far from where it was." "I don't know, but my radar shows a large and dark red dot coming this way. I'm pretty sure it is the same Grim Flame Drake from just now. It has probably taken offense. This Grim-type monster is unpredictable." Yes, we heard you." Jack cut Peniel's words, which earned him a glare from the fairy. "This Grim monster is probably those that Wilted mentioned with better coatings than the normal monsters, so they behave more realistically. Not as realistic as the natives, but still realistic enough. If this Grim Flame Drake is like that Grim Sand Drake, it will continue to gun for us. We cannot attempt a taming with it hot on our tails." After reviewing the situation, Genie made the decision. "Retreat. We can't waste our last cage on such a risky attempt." Everyone summoned their steed and left the area. Jack stayed at the back with Arlcard in case the Grim Flame Drake picked up in speed. He saw on his radar the Grim Flame Drake turned and followed them. It was clear now they were its target. "Shit, this taming mission is doomed," Jack thought. When they entered the Flame Drakeling area, Jack saw the dark red dot stop. It didn't continue its pursuit. "Hold!" Jack called out. Genie issued the order to stop their march. She then came to Jack. "What is it?" she asked. "It stops pursuing us," Jack said. "Meaning we didn't offend it enough," Peniel said. "It probably only takes offense if we come into its territory. That's why it doesn't continue chasing us here." Genie gave the matter some thought. She then said, "Let us stay away for today then. We will try going in again tomorrow. See if it is still chasing us after a day passes." Everyone ended up going EXP farming on the Flame Drakelings for the remaining of the day. They separated into several smaller teams. Arlcard left since his service was no longer required. Bowler, the man, and a few of his roughnecks followed Jack. Jack didn't mind people tagging along. With more people, the pace by which he collected the draconic essences would increase. Because no one in his party had a draconic bloodline, so the essence of the draconic monsters they killed would go to him. His EXP gain would decrease, but he thought that was okay. They farmed until late at night. Jack's team was the last one to return to the cave. Most were resting already. Jack looked at the time. It was almost that time, he thought. He walked towards where the sentry was guarding the depth of the cave. He was curious about that mysterious watcher. The sentries were different from yesterday. Genie rotated the sentries not only hourly, but also daily. They had enough people for that, so some had the luxury for a full night's rest. These sentries also saluted Jack when he arrived. Jack told them not to mind him. He then sat next to where they were standing. These sentries were also confused by Jack's action, but they didn't question him. Jack closed his eyes and allowed his senses to go free. He focused his attention on where the glowing red eyes appeared. 2 days those eyes appeared around this time of the night. He hoped tonight was no different. Otherwise, this curiosity would eat at him. After waiting for some time, the 2 red orbs finally appeared. Jack immediately had his senses glided over to that place. When he arrived, he finally had a good look at the mysterious watcher. It gave him quite a surprise. Theseuro, he observed the creature in detail, making sure he didn't recognize it wrong. The creature was watching the sentries intently, not aware that someone else was watching it the entire time. After some time, it moved away. Jack followed after him. It went to the huge cavern before disappearing into one of the hidden caves at the far side of the cavern. Jack couldn't follow after him too far unless he had his body going over there. Jack opened his eyes. He turned to Penuel, who was lazying around. She was always bored when Jack was doing his training. "Penuel, I think I just saw a dragon," Jack said. "What?" She flew over when Jack called. "Are you saying you have a dream and you saw a dragon?" Jack rolled his eyes. "No, I'm serious. I used my mana sense and saw a dragon watching us not far away, from over there," Jack said as he pointed his finger to the depth of the cave. "Then something must be wrong with your mana sense. If a dragon came so close, we would have felt its aura already. Do you forget already the feeling when you are near Cindrillis? Not to mention, a dragon won't do such a trivial thing like watching us. It would have come over and chomped us to smithereens for appearing near its territory. I think it is because it is still a youngling. It is very small for a dragon. It is barely the size of a grown horse. A grown horse. Even a baby dragon is bigger than that size," Penuel ridiculed. "Are you calling me a liar? I know what I saw." Jack felt offended. Penuel saw Jack's serious expression. She said, "Described what you saw to me." "What for?" "It's the classic depiction of a dragon. It had a long neck, a horned head with a long maw, for large limbs from a large body, a long thick tail, and a pair of large bat-like wings. It is generally similar to Cindrillis except much smaller, and its body was covered by dark red scales instead of gold ones." Penuel thought about Jack's words. She asked, "Are you sure its size is only the size of an adult horse? I might not look at it directly with my eyes, but with the degree of my mana sense now, I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong when gauging its size." "Then it is not a dragon. It is a dragonet," Penuel said. "A dragonet?" "Yes, it is basically a smaller imitation of a dragon." "So a young dragon?" "No, it's not a dragon. It's a dragonet," Penuel yelled. The sentries were looking over. What were they quarreling about? Their expressions said, "It's a different species." Penuel continued, "A dragonet is not a true dragon, but they are the closest to one. The one you see should be a very young dragonet. The adult had a size almost as big as an adult drake. Yet, they are more powerful than a drake." "I thought you said draconic younglings always stayed inside their nest? What is this one roaming around here?" "Several possibilities, but I think most likely is that its nest is nearby and this young dragonet is an adventurer sort that likes to wander around when its parents are not watching." "Oh? There can be such a naughty baby monster?" Jack remarked amusingly. "You said its scales are dark red?" Jack nodded. Penuel then said, Then it is probably a young lava dragonet. Fire dragonet didn't live underground. Their scales are also of a brighter red. Jack thought for a bit and said, then we should capture that dragonet instead. You mentioned a dragonet is more powerful than a drake, right? Also, taming a young monster is easier, isn't it? We only have one chance left. I say we use this last chance on that young dragonet. You do remember I say its nest might be close, right? A draconic offspring had a mental link with its parents. If the parents sense their young one in danger, they will come with full force. You need to be ready for that. Let's discuss this with Genie, Jack said. He walked back to their camp. Unfortunately, Genie was already asleep. Jack then postponed sharing his finding to tomorrow morning. The next morning, Jack looked for Genie once he woke up. She had been awake even earlier. She was organizing today's plan with the others. Bowler, Doman, and the man were also there with her. Jack came over and informed them about the dragonet. Penuel joined in the explanation, telling them about the danger of enraging a group of dragonets. There is surely more than one adult dragonet inside a nest with a youngling. I think it is too risky, Bowler said after hearing it. Chicken, the man mocked. Screw you, Bowler retorted. Not everyone enjoys extreme situations like you lunatic. Jack reminded that a lava dragonet is stronger than the flame drake they were currently targeting. It would be in their best interest to get the best guardian pet for their guild. Not to mention they only had one cage left. Between gambling it on a young dragonet against an adult flame drake, the young one provided a better success chance. Going for the flame drake also had the risk of having the grim flame drake targeting them. It might still watch out for them after yesterday's event. From what she heard, Genie surmised Jack was more inclined toward trying the dragonet. Genie asked Penuel if they captured a young dragonet, how long would it need to mature before the dragonet could be called to assist in their wars? Penuel answered that it depended on the food and the home they provided. The Sky Garden Peak could be considered a top-notch environment for the pet, so that point was covered. For the food, they could have their guild cooks craft them. The food had different grades. The highest grade required better ingredients and better skilled cooks. This highest grade food would provide the pet with the fastest development speed. With Dylan's vast supply connections, they should have no problem getting the ingredients. For the cook's part, Jack could call Ellie or Bill to help if needed. Their cooking skill was at advanced expert already. Penuel said if they could provide the highest grade food, this young dragonet would require around 1 month to mature, 2 months at most. 2 months is a short time. We are preparing this for the future country war, ain't we? Then we should be aiming for the best possible, Jack said. A dragonet is the closest to a true dragon. Since a true dragon is not available, then I said we should go for this dragonet. Fortunately, we find a young one here. I seconded that. This is obviously a heaven sent, the man uttered. I also think that we shouldn't go for the second best just because it is safer, Doman chimed in. Isn't old people usually told their youngs to put safety as the priority? Bowler said to Doman. Do you see me as a usual old person? Doman asked back. Bowler decided to not answer. Since the young lava dragonet only came at night, they have free time till then. Genie suggested they explore deeper into the cave, so that they knew the terrain better before tonight's capture mission, but Penuel advised against it. The huge cavern hall where Jack last saw the young dragonet might be close enough to the dragonet's nest already. If they went there and allowed their presence to be found out by the adult dragonets, then they could kiss this capture attempt goodbye. Those dragonets would become alert and pay attention to them. The fact that none of them had yet to come means that this young dragonet did not inform its parents of its finding. Everyone separated into small teams like yesterday and farmed the flame drakelings. Genie reminded everyone to come back before sunset. They needed to rest and be fully ready for the capture mission. Everyone followed the order. Even Jack stopped his grinding once the sun was close to the horizon. He went back to the cave with everybody. Inside the cave, while everyone else was resting, the leaders had one last meeting to discuss their plan. Penuel estimated the young dragonet should have a lower level than the flame drake, so they should have no problem reducing its health point to 30% swiftly even without Arlcard. Genie said then the problem lay in the probability of the adult dragonets coming to the rescue. Penuel corrected her that it was not a probability, but a certainty that the adult dragonets would come once they sensed the young one was in danger. The question was how many would come. Ideally would be 2, but on rare occasions it could be as many as 4. Everyone gulped. If they had to fight 4 monsters that were as strong as, or might be even stronger than the flame Drakisiero, Genie divided them into 2 teams. One would attempt the taming, while the others held the adult dragonets at bay until the taming was completed. The key was to complete the taming process as fast as possible. Once they were done, they just needed to flee from those adult dragonets. Genie gave the last giant capturing cage to Jack. Jack would of course be the center of the capture team, together with the man and his berserkers who held the runic ropes. Genie and a large portion of the remaining players would be in charge of holding the adult dragonets. Jack would summon Arlcard and had him join Genie's team. They decided they would hold the adult dragonets at the entrance of the huge cavern hall. It allowed them more space to maneuver. If the dragonets entered the narrow cave and used some sort of large and long-ranged skill like the Grim Flame Drake's Flame Wrath, the attack might reach Jack's location and caused him to fail the taming attempt again. After going over the plan and making sure everyone was on board, everyone ate stat-increasing food that the guild cooks had prepared before leaving Heavenly Citadel. After that, all they could do is wait until the young dragonet appeared. They made sure to wait further away from where the sentries used to stand guard, so that they were out of sight and not scared the young dragonet when it came. Except for Jack and Life Runner, who took positions at a different waiting place from the others. When it was almost midnight, Jack was meditating as he waited. He was not meditating at first, but he found that his mind tended to wander pointlessly about useless stuff when he was idle. Like what if the young dragonet decided to not come tonight? What if it had lost interest in the players here so it now went to play somewhere else? So, he got into a meditative state and trained his mana sense while waiting. He sent his sense to the depth of the cavern hall. He should be able to feel the young dragonet approaching in this way. He also took a better look at the cavern hall while he was at it. The terrain was irregular with many hills, valleys, protruded rocks, and natural pillars. It should give many cover spots for his guildmates when they went up against the adult dragonets, providing that they knew how to utilize the terrains. While he was observing the place, he sensed some movements. He immediately went over to check. The movement was small, but it could not avoid Jack's detection. It was indeed the young dragonet. It was moving in a very low position, sort of like crawling, with its large bat-like wing covering its body and making it as if flat with the ground. Jack was amused. This young dragonet was daring enough to leave its parents' protection and adventured outside, but was also mindful enough to be careful. Jack liked this youngling. He had to tame it. The young dragonet moved even slower after entering the cave. Jack could see its dragon eyes continued to monitor the distance, making sure the sentries weren't positioned closer than the night before. Genie had instructed the sentries within the cave to stay guard as normal, to not raise the young dragonet's suspicion. The young dragonet finally arrived at the spot where it used to peek. It stayed there as it watched with its red eyes. Jack sent the message that he would be making his move soon. After sending the message, Jack's body dissolved out of the shadow behind the unaware young dragonet. He had been using his Shadow of Cloak's ability to hide within the shadow. With him positioned at the dragonet's back, he cut off its path of escape. Jack had used Inspect when the young dragonet crawled past him. Lava Dragonet, Rare Elite Monster, Draconic, Level 40, Health Point, 365, 000, Status. Youngling, the dragonet heard crackling sounds from behind. It turned around in consternation. 20 lightning balls landed on its body successively. Each detonated with violent lightning energy that shook the cave. The dragonet roared from the pain. Genie led the others and rushed out from their hidings. At the same time, they heard a tremendous roar from the depth of the cave. Those with sensitive mana sense felt incredible raw power in that roar. That didn't bode well, Jack said. He cast myriad ensnaring chains to bind the young dragonet. When it was incapacitated, Life Runner came out from his hide skill and landed another ambush on the dragonet using unblockable stab. It scored critical damage. Jack had used enhanced whetstone on his weapon. He also activated Over Limit, Life-Burning Art, and Adrenaline Rush before he sent the Lightning God Barrage to the unsuspecting Dragonet. Added with Ambush bonus, those 2 ambushes with Life Runners had netted almost 150,000 damage, effectively cutting their attempt short. Under normal circumstances, the addition of the ambush bonus would have scored them damages of over 200,000. This showed how tough the Dragonet's defense was despite still a youngling. Genie and the others rushed past Jack and the bound Dragonet. They headed into the depth of the cave. Jack called out Arlcard and asked him to follow Genie's group. Jack didn't dare to be negligent after hearing the roar just now. He fed 100 mana cores to his amulet. A level 43 Ice Demon Fiend appeared. Jack gave it the command to follow and help Genie as well. Jack, the man, and a few others stayed behind to deal with the young Dragonet. The young Dragonet was still bound by myriad ensnaring chains, but it could attack. It opened its mouth and a thick stream of dark red beam poured out. Jack had started casting Magic Wall when he felt the intense mana build up inside the young Dragonet. The magic wall formed as the dark red beam poured out. The beam slammed the rectangular light wall. Jack could still feel the heat through his magic wall. Some droplets recoiled from the impact and dropped on the ground. These droplets liquefied the ground it touched, producing deep recesses with smoke and hissing sound. "That is lava breath. It is hotter than a flame breath," Penuel informed. "If you are hit by it, not only does it have the probability to cause burn, but it will also cause your equipment's durability to go down at a faster rate." Hearing it, Jack sent this information to Genie. His mana wall could resist this lava beam no problem, but the adult lava Dragonet was sure to have a more fearsome lava breath. Jack hoped they can hold the monsters long enough until he completed the taming process. With that urgency, he dove towards the young Dragonet once its lava breath was over. Jack cast Magic Weapon before transforming into the Black Werewolf, then activated Gold Scale Armor. He fought the young Dragonet in a frenzy, trying to bring its remaining health point down to 30% as fast as possible. The man and the others chipped in as best as they could. With Jack taking the full attention of the young Dragonet with his reckless assault, the others sneaked in attacks from the side. Genie and the others came out to the huge cavern. They looked at the place. It was a complex terrain. Ranged players spread out and take the high grounds. Sentinels and paladins guard this entrance. "Do not let any monster pass through." Genie issued the command. "Everyone else, run interference. Use the rocks for covers when in danger. Summoners summon every available summons. Use them for sacrifice if needed. Elementalists, cast Fire Resist on everyone." After receiving the fire resistance boost, everyone took their positions following Genie's command. They heard several roars. The opponents were close already. Suddenly, one ear-splitting roar was heard. It not only shook the cavern, but it shook them to their cores. Some fell on their butts, but no one laughed at those who did. They were too concerned about the source of the roar to worry about anything else. While they looked on with trepidation, 2 large Dragonets burst through one of the caves around this cavern. The 2 Dragonets were rushing in with rage. They came out of the hole at the same time, which was smaller when the 2 of them were advancing together. The rocks around the cave mouth ended up getting torn apart by their forceful entry. Chunks of rocks flew everywhere. They caught sight of the intruders around them. They knew then that these small creatures were the reason the young Dragonet under their care was in pain. Euro level 55 rare Elydia Euro, one of the players with high-level inspect skill uttered. The others who had sufficient inspect level immediately did a scan. Dragonet, rare elite monster, Draconic, level 55, health point, 590,000. The Dragonet itself was slightly smaller than the Flame Drake they faced a day ago. But they didn't doubt these draconic monsters in front of them were more dangerous foes. Not just because of their higher levels, but they could sense it as well. The aura these 2 exuded gave off more pressure than those flame drakes. As they worried about the 2, another Dragonet appeared. One that was somewhat larger than the 2. "The Euro 3 Dragonets a Euro," someone uttered. But those with sufficient mana sense knew this new one was different. They felt a shiver in their souls. The pressure this one gave off is suffocating. When the players inspected this new beast, All of them were lost for words. Dragonite, mythical monster, draconic, level 55, health point, 1,050,000. While they were stunned by the revelation, a shadow zoomed past them and headed straight towards the mythical dragonite. The shadow was as if a black sword that cut through everything. The mythical dragonite huffed. A fiery rune shield appeared in front of it as the black sword slammed onto it. Both the rune shield and the black sword shattered as an energy shockwave radiated out. A figure landed on the ground not far from the impact. It was the vampire Arlcard, holding his crimson rapier. Seeing the display, Genie immediately shouted out encouragement. "Do not get discouraged. All we have to do is buy time until the taming is completed. All of us wear Amulet of Rebirth, we will only lose one level. Give all your best. For the glory of everlasting heavenly Legend Sayuro." The man's roughnecks immediately shouted their battle cries following Genie's rally. The others gained courage from their voices. They also yelled at the top of their lungs, tried to chase away the fear in their hearts. The three dragonites, hearing the cries, considered these intruders as issuing a challenge. The three replied with deafening roars of their own before their throats started to shine. Those with good enough mana sense could immediately identify that a powerful attack was incoming. Based on Jack's previous information to them, they knew what attack it was. "Lava breath. Everyone takes cover," Genie shouted. 3 thick lava beams blasted out from the dragonite's mouths. Each fired in different directions. Those that had defensive skills and spells activated them. Archmage cast Magic Wall. Sentinel used Shield Stance and Protection Field. Paladins used Heaven's Shield. While those without defensive skill immediately ran behind a large enough rock for cover. When the lava beam hit Archmage's magic wall, it only lasted 1 second before it completely melted, and the beam engulfed the Archmage behind it. Only a few Archmages who had cast their magic walls at the same place, making them layered, managed to survive. Even Paladin's Heaven's Shields were melted away. Sentinel lost a huge chunk of health point despite blocking the beam. As for the mythical dragonite's lava breath, it simply obliterated everything that it touched. The lava breath finally stopped. The 3 dragonites looked on with satisfaction at the devastations they had caused. When the mythical dragonite wanted to move on to go towards the young dragonite's rescue, a shadow zipped past him, felt a sting on its neck. He looked down and saw that vampire again, the one that had dared to challenge it. It stomped down, but the vampire had turned into a shadow and moved to a different position. It turned to stomp and bite, but the vampire was fast. He kept on turning into shadows and moved away before the attacks hit. Frustrated, it started to cast a spell, but a stinging cold beam suddenly hit its head. It felt like the air around its head solidified into ice. The players who had survived the 3 dragonites' lava beam were stunned, as they watched a rare elite native and a rare elite monster facing the mythical dragonite. The rare elite monster was Jack's Ice Demon Fiend, who had used its icy beam that shot out from the large mouth on its belly. When the icy beam was over, they saw the mythical dragonite's head was covered with ice. Yet, the damage it suffered from that blast was negligent. It shook its head and the ice shattered. It looked at the Ice Demon Fiend with rage. "Everyone attack! Attack!" Genie shouted. "Keep their attention to us. Do not let them leave this cavern." Everyone returned to action after Genie's reminder. Spells, arrows, and bullets started flying. Melee players went over courageously against the 2 rare elite dragonites. They left the mythical one for Arlcard and the Ice Demon Fiend. Yet, each of their attacks scored less than 300 damage, even after using their most powerful skills and spells. The defense of these lava dragonites was way higher compared to the flame drakes. While each of these dragonite strikes could take out any ranger or magician-based classes in a single swipe. Even fighter-based classes had a large chunk of their health points depleted in a single attack. Healer-based classes were hard at work keeping those melee players alive. Doman tried attracting the attention of one of the rare elite dragonites, but even he found it hard just to survive. He felt extreme danger from the dragonite's every move. All he could do are evasion maneuvers without the chance to land any attack. Technocrafts who had technogolems, sent their golems to assist Arlcard and Ice Demon Fiend. They would surely lose those golems, but those golems were not like pets. Technocrafts wouldn't lose their techno-golems permanently if the golems were destroyed. They, however, needed to have them repaired in specialized shops before they could summon these golems to fight again. Genie had promised that the guild would pay for the reparation cost. For archer-based classes pets, they were helping their masters against the two rare elites. They might lose these pets, but Genie had also promised that Guild Force would help them in taming another one if they lost these pets. Priests who had reached level 45 cast Words of Prayer to the front line. This spell healed all allies in an area, gave them continuous health point recovery effects, and increased attributes, damage, and defense for 1 minute. Druids cast Wall of Vines, their level 35 spell, to hinder the dragonet's movements. But it was as if these vines were non-existent. The vines were broken the moment they entangled the dragonets. Druids also cast Healing Spirit, their level 30 spell, and Healing Wind, their level 40 spells to help the melees in the front line. The Healing Spirit summoned a wisp that followed a target ally and apply continuous healing, while the Healing Wind also apply continuous healing upon an area. Some druids, who had passed their trials on the first try, cast their exclusive spells, Summon Treants. At the first level, it called out one tall living tree to battle. Those that had upgraded the spell to level 10 summoned 2 Treants. Simply said, everyone was going all out. But it was still not enough. The pain roar of the young dragonet echoed throughout the cavern, causing the dragonets to fight with more frenzy. One of the rare elite dragonets made an ear-splitting roar. It was not a normal roar but a skill that rattled everyone who heard the roar. The other rare elite used the chance to charge and managed to break through towards the cave where the players came from. Trinity and the other elementalists cast their elemental walls upon the mouth of the cave. Elementalists received different elemental spells when they leveled up. Fireball at level 30, Ice Field at level 35, Chain Lightning at level 40. Reaching level 45, they received an elemental wall spell, in which they chose which elements they preferred for the spell. But after deciding that element would be permanent. So a level 45 elementalist would either have fire, ice, or lightning walls. Yet, these walls couldn't hinder the dragonet much. It barged through and obliterated all the elemental walls in front of it. A group of warlocks cast Hell Whip from the dragonet's back. The whips grabbed at different parts of the dragonet's body, holding it down. Those that had reached level 45 also activated Demonic Possession, Warlock's level 45 spell, which increased all attributes and boosted all attacks by an extra 30% and also dealt chaos damage. Yet the extra strength boost was still not enough to hold down the dragonet. It yanked and all the warlocks were thrown aside. Everyone watched helplessly as this dragonet rushed into the cave. At the place where Jack and the others were fighting the young dragonet, the young beast's health point was finally down to below 30%. Finally! Jack uttered as his beast form came to an end. After his Stormbreaker's over-limit state expired, the damage he caused to the dragonet plummeted. This beast's defense was truly astounding. The man and the others threw the runic ropes to restrain the young dragonet. Jack helped again with his myriad ensnaring chains, which was off cooldown. Jack then took out the giant capturing cage tool and threw it at where the young dragonet was immobilized. The cage quickly took form and trapped the beast. When Jack was about to use the tamed Draconic Guardian Scroll, he received a message from Genie. One adult dragonet is heading your way. We can't hold it. How are you going with the taming process? I'm just about to use the taming scroll, Jack answered. Hurry, Genie replied. As if to add to the urgency, everyone there was startled by a roar that came from the direction of the cavern. Shit, is that what I think it is? The man asked. Yes, one of the adults is coming this way, Jack answered while activating the taming scroll. Fiery runes covered the cage. The young lava dragonet was visibly uneased by the appearance of the runes. It banged and clawed at the cage viciously. We will buy you time as much as possible. Men. With me, the man uttered. The roughnecks that were here marched together with him towards the depth of the cave without fear. Jack gave them one last glance before returning his attention to the taming wheel that had appeared. The blue and red area this time was larger compared to yesterday. Jack also felt that the needle was spinning at a slightly slower rate than yesterday. Probably because this time, the monster he attempted to tame was lower level than him. He looked at the red area. Even though it was wider now, it was still a risk to attempt hitting the red zone. He decided to go for the blue zone. He hit it once, twice, thrice. Even though the blue area was wide enough, Jack still took care to not be careless. He made sure to grasp and maintain the rhythm. He hit it the fourth time. Success. One more time. Jack didn't let his concentration slip. This last hit will be the most crucial. He couldn't afford a blunder. He watched the needle intensely. When it was almost upon the blue zone, he let the needle hit. Rah-rah euro. An ear-splitting roar reverberated through the cave. Jack felt rattled just as he sent the instruction to hit. The interruption caused his timing to deviate by 1/10 of a second. The needle hit the yellow zone just a hair away from the edge of the blue zone. The wheel broke. Jack looked back. He heard the sound of incoming footsteps already. He looked at his radar. The adult dragonet was close. There were also clashing sounds and screams from the man's team. Jack turned back to the cage. Its health point was just a quarter left. This was the last cage. There was no more chance after this. Jack took out the last taming scroll and used it. Penuel, I will count on you, Jack uttered. Penuel understood Jack's meaning. She got ready behind the cage. Her eyes monitored the depth of the cave where the adult dragonet was coming from. Jack continued letting his back face that depth. He couldn't get distracted at this time. He felt the ground trembled. The heavy footsteps were getting louder, but he focused himself, ignoring everything else. He only had one chance by targeting the red zone. There was no more time for the blue zone. This was like the repeat of his first day attempt. Jack took a deep breath. He then held that breath. This is it, he thought. At that time, the adult dragonet had appeared behind Jack. Jack was completely ignoring it. From behind the cage, Penuel saw the dragonet's throat shining. A split second later, a huge stream of lava burst through its mouth. Penuel immediately cast invulnerability. She then took cover behind the cage. She saw the overspill of that lava breath devastating everything on her left, right, and above. The cage itself received damage from the lava. Its already low health point went down exponentially fast. She couldn't continue watching the cage's health point as the heat of that lava breath bothered her so much that she retreated to the ground, trying to be as far away from the breath as possible. She forced herself to not retreat into her hidden dimension. Her invulnerability spell would stop working if she did. When the lava breath receded, she opened her eyes that had been closing. The cage in front of her had disappeared, which was not weird. The cage was doomed already the moment the lava breath came. However, another thing was also missing. The young dragonet. Only Jack stood in front of her. Do we succeed? Jack asked. He was also not sure. He thought that he had hit the red zone correctly, but then his entire vision was flooded by lava. By the time he could see anything, there was only Penuel on the ground in front of him. Yes. Success. Penuel shouted excitedly. If the young dragonet is gone, that means it has been transported to the Sky Garden Peak. Yeah. Jack joined her shouting. Then another roar joined theirs. They looked back and realized the adult dragonet was still there. Shit, run, Jack uttered and used shooting dash. The adult dragonet was furious. Couldn't sense the young one anymore. It was as if the young one had completely vanished. It lunged forward with its 4 legs. Its 2 wings tried to open in a reflex attempt to increase speed by flying. The act instead caused its wings to bump and scrape the narrow cave wall, causing the dragonet to stumble. Jack used charge after the shooting dash, putting even more distance. He sent a message to Genie. Taming successful. Hurry up and run. Genie, who received the news, immediately sent her order for everyone to spread out and run. There was already an adult dragonet inside the cave they came from, so they couldn't escape from there. Genie asked everyone to spread out. There were multiple caves within this cavern. They didn't know where these caves took them, but it's better than being here with the dragonets. Once they were out of combat, they could use the guild return scroll. Everyone spread out. They used their expendable summons to try distracting the two dragonets while they escaped. Some, who are part of Men of Solidarity's gang, even offer themselves for sacrifice while the rest attempt their escape. Jack's ice demon fiend executed its ultimate skill. The ice spears rain. The countless ice spears rained down on the dragonets. The dragonets didn't suffer much damage, but it delayed them enough to allow the others time. Alucard removed himself from the confrontation by jumping away once he received Jack's mental signal. He was not without wounds. His health point was already down to half. A companion didn't need to break off combat to be unsummoned, but the owner of the companion token had to issue the recall command via the token. Jack had done so after sending Alucard the signal. Alucard's body vanished mid-flight, leaving only the ice demon fiend who intentionally rammed itself onto the mythical dragonet's body to buy time for the rests. It didn't matter if this ice demon fiend was killed. Jack could still summon another one next time. The two dragonets saw these intruders dispersed. They had also sensed the disappearance of the young dragonet. They were also furious. They wanted to destroy every single one of these ants. But these ants just ran in all directions. They couldn't chase every single one. Some even entered a cave too small for the dragonets' bodies. Frustrated, the two dragonets unleashed their lava breath again, obliterating as many as they could. Near the mouth of the cave, Jack ran as fast as possible. He was almost out of the cave. The dragonet was still hot on his heel. Jack was fast, but the dragonet, despite not a fast monster, had enough dexterity to keep up due to its high level. When Jack was about to reach the exit, he felt danger from behind. He looked back and saw the dragonet's throat shining. Shit! Its lava breath is off cooldown. Jack cast magic wall, barrier, and then put his magic shield to his back as he jumped towards the exit. The lava breath came. Unlike the young dragonet's lava breath, the lava breath this time completely melted Jack's magic wall in a short time. The lava breath then hit his magic shield. It was melted and Jack was smashed by the breath. His barrier was immediately depleted. Luckily, Jack was already at the exit. Jack was pushed to the side by the force of the breath, so he didn't receive continuous damage. He fell to the ground and roll away. He saw the lava beam shoot out from the cave's mouth into the distance. His health point was only 40% left. When the adult dragonet chased out from the cave, it looked around trying to locate Jack. There he was. The dragonet saw Jack, who was running away in the distance. It uttered a furious roar as if saying, "Don't think you can escape from me." It unfurled its two large wings. The bat-like wings started flapping and its body was lifted off the ground. When it was high enough, it suddenly shot forward with high speed. Within seconds, it had arrived above Jack. Jack looked up. His eyes met with the dragonet's red eyes. The dragonet then swooped down with open claws. One of those claws smashed onto Jack. The strong impact cracked the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. The dragonet lifted its claw, expecting to see the remains of the human that had dared steal their youngster. Yet there was nothing there. It huffed and cleared the dust. It then looked upon the ground. No body. The dragonet turned around, looking everywhere. No human was seen. Was the intruder so weak that he died from just that one stomp? After searching for a while, it finally concluded that the human had died and the body disintegrated upon dying. The dragonet then flew back and entered the cave. There were still more intruders inside. It wanted to crush more to alleviate the rage due to losing the young dragonet. After the dragonet disappeared into the cave, a figure came out of the shadow. There was a crack beside the cave entrance, and since it was nighttime, shadows were abundant. Jack had slipped into there and relied on his cloak of shadows ability to hide. The one that ran away and was trampled by the dragonet was Jack's copy using body double. When he saw the dragonet swoop down and stomp his copy, he cancelled the skill, causing the copy to disappear, making it seem as if the dragonet had killed him. He opened his party page to check on everyone else. More than half the party had gone already, meaning they had died and sent back to revive point. They were automatically removed from the party since they were too far away. So many casualties? He thought. He saw that Genie and his grandfather were still alive though. He sent a message to Genie. "How are you people doing? We scatter." I'm with Doman and Bowler here. Some are still getting hunted by the dragonets. But there are only 2 dragonets. Many of us managed to slip into smaller caves to hide. Some have escaped using the guild return scroll once they are out of combat status, Jeannie replied. Oh, so we don't lose more than half, Jack thought in relief. Are the 3 of you still in combat status? Jack asked Jeannie. No, we're out already. So, why are you not yet using your return scroll? I have to make sure everyone is safe before I leave. This La de Euro. Jack admired the girl's responsible attitude. But at this moment, it would just bring her harm. Jeannie, use the scroll. There is nothing you can do anyway. The longer you stay, the more chance of those dragonets finding you. The 3rd dragonet is heading back there already. Soon there will be 3 of them looking for you. Do not make me go in there to save you. Jack didn't receive a reply for a while. He was about to send another message when Jeannie sent a reply. All right, we will return now. I'll let the others know. You should return as well. I'll return later. Don't worry. I'm already safe outside. Okay. Stay safe. Jack then saw her message in the party chat. She informed everyone to not linger once they were out of combat. She would leave first. She asked everyone to report to her after returning, whether they have died or successfully escaped. She would hand out contribution rewards as well as organize help for those that had lost something. She then dissolved the party. Jack looked into the cave. He could just pray for those that were still inside. They all wore Amulet of Rebirth anyway. Even if they died, they only lost 1 level, so there was nothing to worry about. Jack looked out into the open. There were still 3 days until the World Tournament. Took some time to come to this Jagera region, so might as well use the chance to collect more Draconic Essences. For the next 2 days, Jack spent it farming Draconic Essences. At first, he planned to bully the Flame Drakelings like he did the days before. But when he summoned Arlcard to increase the farming speed, Arlcard expressed disdain for fighting these Drakelings. He said that they should at least farm the Flame Drakes if Jack wanted to call him. The Flame Drakelings provided too few EXP points. Jack was speechless. This native vampire's desire to level up did not lose to Outworlders. Since Arlcard insisted so, Jack complied with his demand. They went to the Flame Drake's territory. Jack was worried at first whether the Grim Flame Drake was still hunting them. When they clashed with the first Flame Drake they encountered, Jack constantly watched his radar. Fortunately, the Grim Flame Drake didn't show itself. Arlcard's speed at reducing the Flame Drake's health point was even faster than when they were doing it to tame the Drake a few days ago. Maybe the vampire was unmotivated at the time. This time he was going all out. Jack also summoned Thuras to allow it to share the EXP points as well, all the while continuing feeding it high-grade pet food to boost its EXP even further. Jack tried his best to avoid the Grim Flame Drake. Before he initiated a fight, he went around checking the neighboring Flame Drakes first. If he spot the unusually large and dark red dot, he would move further away before engaging. In terms of EXP points, he had more gains if he spent his time inside the guild's training cave and Ice Throne dungeon, mainly due to the bonus of EXP pills. So none of his classes achieve level up this time. But his Thuras did. It was now a level 41 beast. Arlcard also finally reached level 50. Jack saw a satisfied glint in the vampire's eyes even when his face showed no expression. In terms of Draconic Essences, farming these Flame Drakes provided Jack with more essences compared to when he farmed the Drakelings, even when he killed much fewer Drakes in a day compared to Drakelings. One Flame Drake gave him between 10 to 20 essences, while the Drakeling only provided 1 to 2 essences. By the end of the 2nd day, combined with his farming during the days they had attempted Guardian taming, his Gold Dragon bloodline had reached level 3. His attribute, health point, stamina, and mana point were now increased by 14%. On the night before the day they were scheduled to depart for the World Tournament, Jack used the Guild Return Scroll. He went directly to the Guild Hall. When he entered, he was surprised to find Jeannie, Viral Cora, Salty Trade, Sweet Talk, Trinity Dawn, and Bowler standing around the Guild hologram platform. John was nowhere to be seen. What were so many girls hanging around the platform for? And why was Bowler in the midst of that group of girls? Jack came over and understood when he saw the holographic image on the platform. It was a zoom-in view of the young dragonet they had captured. Since they couldn't go to that Sky Garden peak, Jack surmised they could only interact with this pet via this platform. The dragonet was currently chomping on its food. Several bars were indicated at the corner of the platform. The bars were marked with descriptions: growth, hunger, happiness, health, and training. "What the heck?" Jack uttered after seeing the bars. Growing a young guild's guardian pet is more complex compared to growing individual pet. You won't have to go through this if you tame an adult guardian. But getting a young guardian and training it to adulthood has its advantages. Its stats will be higher than a normal adult. There is also a chance that this guardian's grade might increase to mythical, Penuel said to Jack before she flew over to where the girls were. "I remember you said the same thing about Thuras and Arlcard as well, but they are still rare elite in the end," Jack grumbled within. "You are taking care of it quite well," Penuel commented after checking the bars. All the bars except for growth were more than half filled. Viral said to Penuel. "This dragonet is a female. We are even allowed to give her a name." Jack looked again. There was indeed a name above the bars. "What the fuck? Penny? This is supposed to be a fearsome monster. Why give it such a cute name?" Not it," the girls shouted in concert. Jack was rather taken aback by their passion. "Hee hee, you better show respect to Penny," Bowler laughed. "She is their baby now. Yeah, we give her a name similar to Penuel." "You have a sister now," Viral said to Penuel. "Uhayuro, no thanks," Penuel replied. "Come on, let's feed her again," Salty Trade said when Penny on the image finished her current food. "Feed her? Lady, if my eyes aren't wrong, that hunger bar is filled up already," Jack said. "You stay out of this. What do you know about taking care of the young?" Salty retorted. Jack looked at Bowler with a wronged expression, to which Bowler simply shrugged. "Well, I understand about the growth and hunger bar, but what do we do about the happiness, health, and training?" Jack asked the girls. "Happiness is increased by continuing to give her our attention. There is a function to pet it," Viral said as she pointed to a button with a hand icon. "We can also activate some of the Sky Garden Peaks facility, such as the whirlpool on the lake, the waterfall, giving her ball toys to play with. Anything. As long as we keep interacting with her regularly, she will be happy. I say you all got that covered. If she can get annoyed from being constantly handled, now that will be a problem," Jack commented, which earned him side eyes from the girls. "What about the health bar? Can she get sick?" "We haven't gotten into such a condition," Viral replied. "Hopefully never," she added. "She will have a chance to get ill if you feed it low-quality food," Penuel explained. "Nothing to worry about then. We are giving her the best grade food our cooks can make," Jeannie said. "Those food required rare ingredients, but we don't mind using them for this sweetie. She can also get ill if you force her to eat too much," Penuel said. "Ha ha ha," Jack laughed, which earned him intense glares from the girls. "Environment also affects, but I see that this Sky Garden Peak should have no problem. You got a good base mountain when you constructed this structure. There is even a cave which is a lava dragonet's natural resting nest. You just need to make sure she takes enough rest. Don't work her too hard, and the health bar should be fine." "Work her too hard? I guess that's where the training bar is for," Jack asked. "Yes, we can get him to do some exercises to increase that training bar," Viral said. "It's sorts of like a mini-game. There are several exercises available. Here, I show you one of them. This really reminds me of those ancient pocket digital pets," Jack remarked. Viral worked on the interface. Soon, the screen changed. It zoomed out and marked a circular track. Penny started running along this track. There were some obstacles on the track. When Penny was about to run into one of these obstacles, Viral pressed a button and Penny jumped over the obstacle. "She can fly, right?" Jack wanted to comment but decided to just keep quiet. Once Penny arrived at the end of the track, the minigame ended. Scores were tallied. A report then appeared informing them that they had acquired a good assessment. The training bar increased some more to the maximum now. You can know that you work her too hard if you continue asking her to exercise even after the training bar is full, Penuel said. Ohayuro was the five girls' reply. I bet you have been playing with her non-stop. It is a miracle that she is still healthy, Jack criticized, which earned him another round of glares. Still, if you can continue keeping the training bar full but not having her overwork, she will have the maximum stats possible once she matured. Keep up the good work, Penuel encouraged, which prompted the girls to do high fives with each other. I can understand now why John is not here. But why are you here? Jack asked Bowler. What do you mean why? It is fun taking care of Penny, Bowler replied. Ohayuro, well, okay then. I will leave you gals to it. Jeannie, don't stay up too late. Remember that tomorrow we have to leave for the World Tournament, Jack said. Got it. I have also sent messages to remind Doman and Giant Steve, Jeannie replied. We will gather outside this guild hall first thing tomorrow morning. Jack nodded before leaving. He visited the warehouse again to get the ore stock. There were not too many yet, but it was enough for him to level up his equipment by 2 levels. All his equipment was currently level 51. He could equip to the maximum of level 53 due to his Blade Dancer class, which was level 43. He went into the time chamber to save time on the upgrading since it was rather late already. He wanted a full rest for tomorrow. Inside the time chamber, he used the transformation box to fuse a sufficient amount of copper and silver ores, before using his rare blacksmith tool to upgrade his equipment. Even when it was only 2 levels for each equipment, it still cost him a large number of ores. By the end of his work, his magic staff and all his armors were at level 53. He didn't upgrade his Stormbreaker. It felt like a huge waste to sacrifice one super rare sword just for a 2-level increase. He went to rest after coming out of the time chamber. The next morning, the 4 who were qualified to the World Tournament gathered outside the guild hall. There were others as well who came to send them off. John was among them. He went and peeked into the guild hall first when he came. When he saw the girls were still crowding around the guild platform, he didn't go in. He came to Jack instead and wished him luck on the World Tournament. It must be depressing to have your toy taken over by others, doesn't it? Jack said to him. It does, he replied. Well, we will be going now. You take good care of the guild. Of course. Don't you trust me? Jack's eyes narrowed to a slit. You know, the last time after you said that phrase, I ended up hunting you to your father's guild. You are not going to try anything funny again now, are you? Haha. You are funny. I'm not low enough to use the same ploy twice. Nor do I think our enemy stupid enough to fall for the same trickery. Whatever. Just don't do anything that gives everyone a heart attack, Jack said. Where is the fun then? John replied. That being said, maybe I should clear this up before you people left, lest you think I'm doing something behind your back. Jeannie, who was still talking to Trinity, turned to John after hearing it. I'm meeting my father again later today, John announced. What the hell? Are you trying something again? Bowler, the man, and the others who were here to wish Jack and the others luck were instantly agitated hearing John's words. I have expected strong reactions. You people truly don't disappoint, John said. Why are you meeting him? Jack asked. He asked for a meeting. He had been asking for quite some time now, to be honest. I simply ignored him, but I guess I can't keep on doing that. He is still my father, after all. What does he want? Jeannie asked. He didn't say. I have some guesses, but most likely he will be trying to negotiate for us to release St. Edge's guild hostage token. Will you? Jack asked. Oh? You let me decide? I thought you would have yelled that the guild hostage token is guild's property. Under no circumstances that I have the right to let it go. You are right. You have no right, Bowler exclaimed. Jack, on the other hand, said, the way I see it, that guild hostage token is all your effort, so I don't see the reason to object to what you decide to do with it. Jack turned to Jeannie after his words. Jeannie nodded. I have no problem with that. Do what you want with St. Edge's guild hostage token. But mark my words, we will not let you off if you do anything that harms the guild. Jason and Michelle will follow you to the meeting. You people are too cautious of me, John complained, shaking his head. Well, Can you blame us? Jack said. I suppose I can't. But you have my words. I am absolutely loyal to this guild. Heck, I practically own 1/3 of this guild, so why do I want to betray it? Anyway, I won't be throwing the guild hostage token away. The bonus resources they provided are too good to pass up. I don't believe my father has anything that can persuade me to give up that token. I'm just meeting him to give him face. Well, whatever it is. I don't think family members should fight one another. You should try to reconcile with your father if possible, Jack said. HMA difficult. The dude is too stubborn, John mumbled. Then he is the same as you, Jack said. Jack then turned to Jeannie. What about you? Have you talked to your mother? Maybe we will see her in the World Tournament. She could probably be representing the Orbor dynasty. If she does, we will beat her without mercy, Jeannie declared. Jack scratched his head. His two partners' familial relationship seemed to be much more complicated than he thought. He only had one remaining relative, his grandfather, and their relationship had always been simple. Although they sometimes bickered, they respected and cared for one another. So, he didn't understand his two friends' struggles enough to offer any advice. Hence, he decided to be mum about the subject. The four of them used the teleportation chamber to teleport to their Earth. Jack asked them to go ahead first to the palace. There was still some time left. He wanted to pick up 2 weeks' worth of coins from both Ellie's restaurant and Amy's bakery. Jack collected 136 gold coins from the two establishments. Feeling royal after receiving the coins, he hailed a carriage to take him to the palace. When he arrived, he saw the other 9 candidates had gathered in front of the palace wall gate. All of them had increased to level 46 already, which made him the lowest level in the group. You took a carriage and let your gramps walk on foot? Doman said when Jack approached. Uhayuro, I thought you needed the exercise. Jack replied. How dare you make us wait? Do you think you are the main character? Princess Purple uttered with displeasure. Duh, isn't it obvious? Jack replied without any humility. Is everyone here? Follow me then. A kingdom official who was there said. He ushered them through the wall gate. When they came into the palace courtyard, they saw many people had gathered there. They were the 3 princes, royal advisor Mason, and several other kingdom officials. Jack saw Duchess Isabel, Commander Quintus, and Gruff amongst them. On the 2 sides of the courtyard, the Imperial army stood in formation. Mason came forward when the 10 Outworlders approached. The kingdom official that ushered the players arranged them so that the 10 stood in a line facing the royal advisor. Mason then launched a series of speeches. Jack had expected this kind of ceremony before they left. He thought it was a waste of time, but one they had to go through regardless in this official event. Mason thanked them for representing Themisphere and stressed the importance of this tournament. That the tournament was not simply just about glory and honor. If a country's participant won, the country would also receive a benefit. He explained that the Council of Virtus, who oversaw the tournament, was one of the most respected institutions in the world. They were a faction under the divine protection from the god of courage. Their warriors were the best in the land. Countries with winning participants would receive favors from the council in the form of blessings and training provided to the top officers of their army. The slots will be based on the number of champions from the country. Mason didn't forget to mention that the Council of Virtus would also bestow prizes directly upon the participants who won. He informed them that he was not privy to the prizes, but the council wouldn't grant simple rewards. Aside from that, those who were part of Themisphere Kingdom among the 10 would be granted merit points for every win. Those who were not would be granted the opportunity to join the Kingdom faction. If one chose not to join, one would be rewarded with coins instead. Mason also stressed the importance to watch their attitudes when they arrived at Damino Square Garden, where the tournament took place. This sacred place rested atop the summit of Mount Audacious didn't usually accept visitors. This tournament was a special event where selected visitors were allowed entry for a limited time. The place was within the territory of Hydron Dominion, yet they were not under its control. The Council of Virtus was an independent faction that held its own rules. If anyone dared to show disrespect in this place, they could be captured or even executed on spot. No country would dare to challenge their authority within that place unless they wanted to face the wrath of God of Courage. Too bad that God is no more, Jack thought within. Mason informed that the second and third princes with their retinues would be following the participants to Domino Square Garden. The 10 participants should stay with the prince's entourage and not wander around to avoid unnecessary incidents. Finally, Mason ended the speech by again thanking the 10 participants. He asked them to now follow the second and third prince's entourage, who would now travel to Domino Square Garden using the palace's teleportation chamber. Commander Quintus approached Jack when Jack came to the third prince's side. His hand was holding a book. "Is Theta Euro?" Jack asked. "As promised," the commander said, handing him the book. Jack accepted it with glee and inspected the book. Technique book, 100 Shadow Strikes, unique consumable, grant the skill, 100 Shadow Strikes, restriction. Any elite class branched from warrior class, unique grade, Jack exclaimed in his mind. He had known the skill Commander Quintus exhibited was not simple, but after seeing the grade now, he could be sure. The kingdom official that ushered the 10 came and asked the Outworlder representatives to follow him again. The second and third princes also started moving, they followed after them. Commander Quintus said he was not joining the group to Domino Square Garden, so Jack thanked the commander for the technique book before following the official. The second prince was accompanied by the cloaked man that Jack had seen before in the throne room. Prince Alonso was accompanied by Duchess Isabel. The first prince didn't join, but Garland came with the entourage. Gruff also followed after them. "Why do you think the first prince not joining?" Giant Steve asked in a low voice. "I can think of 2 reasons. One, because this is an event mainly for Outworlders. Second, he has the fewest participants representing him. He probably just feel ashamed to be behind his 2 younger brothers." Jack answered with a not-so-low voice, which prompted Garland to turn and glare at him. They were taken to an open garden in which at its center was a teleportation device similar to the one in the city's zone portal. One of the guards there operated the device. It then come to life. A large silvery portal appeared before them. The second prince with his cloaked confidant entered first, followed by Prince Alonso and Duchess Isabel. Garland entered next with Gruff. The kingdom officials then gave the sign for Jack and the others to enter. "Let's go then," Kill Order said as he strutted forward. "I'm interested to see what this sacred garden looks like." Yellow Death uttered and followed. The rests went in one after another. When they came out, they were greeted with scenic views. Before them was a large expanse of gardens decorated with trimmed plants and trees. They could feel that they were currently in a very high elevation. The temperature was cold and the air thin. They could see the mountain tops some distance away. The white clouds were also especially close. They saw many natives tending to the garden. They came from every race. Humans, dwarfs, elves, orcs, ethereals, even vampires who wore hooded cloaks to protect them from excessive sunlight. Then there was the last race to which Jack finally laid eyes on, the Draconians. They basically looked like lizard men, except their maws were slightly shorter, making them more human-like. They were still covered with scales, though. They also possessed a tail, not as long as the lizard man. While lizard man had a slight hunchbacked posture, these Draconians had straight frames. They were also generally larger than the other 6 main races. These natives simply ignored the newcomers that had appeared here, as if they were of no importance. Another interesting thing was that around the place were statues of giant heads. Seeing them reminded Jack of the stone head statues on Easter Island in their real world. Jack turned back and saw a series of buildings with Roman architecture. Large columns surrounded the buildings, larger than the columns from their real-world counterpart. At the highest terrain was an extremely large building. An extremely tall statue depicting a tough-looking man in armor stood towering within that large building. The building seemed to be built around that giant statue. Jack figured that large building should be the base of the Council of Virtus. A Draconian in a priest's garment came to them and greeted, "Welcome. I assumed you must be the representatives from the Themisphere Kingdom." "We are," Prince Remus replied. "I am Prince Remus of Themisphere Kingdom. We come to join the Outworlder World Tournament. Those 10 are the participants." Prince Remus had intentionally ignored the existence of Prince Alonso, which drew displeasure from the third prince. But Prince Alonso didn't show any expression. He simply saluted the draconian priest and introduced himself. "I am Alonso, the third prince of Themisphere. We will be troubling you to guide us in this place." Prince Remus made a silent snort. Either the draconian priest was oblivious of the two subtle rivalries, or he chose to ignore it. He said, "The tournament will start tomorrow, but we will have an introduction ceremony late this afternoon, followed by a feast to welcome your visit here. You can mingle with the other contestants during this feast. Please follow me. I will take you to your resting quarter. You can stay there until the ceremony started." The draconian priest then led them away. Jack used Inspect on the draconian priest during the walk. The priest was a level 60 special elite. There were also several natives in armor standing guard around the place. Jack scanned them and found them to be level 60 to level 70 rare elite. They were not kidding when they said this place was home to the strongest warriors. Even the guards were almost as strong as Garland here. The draconian priest stopped after arriving at one of the many buildings around this place. "You can rest here. You are free to walk around the public gardens, except for the ones behind our Temple of Courage," the priest said while indicating the largest building with the giant statue. Jack assumed that the statue would be an imitation of the god of courage. "And do not enter any other buildings without permission. We also expect you to behave yourselves and do not create a disturbance. Any violation will be dealt with strictly." The draconian priest left them afterward. Prince Remus went into the building first, probably to take over the best room before Prince Alonso. Everyone entered the building. The building was divided into two sections, with a beautiful garden at the center. Prince Remus and other natives took one of the sections while the players took the other section. Each section had several bedrooms. Each of the bedrooms had 2 beds, allowing 2 people to stay together. Jack and Doman took the same room. Almost everyone rested inside the building, except for Jack, Giant Steve, Gruff, and David. These 4 decided to go out for a walk. This was not the first time Gruff came here, so he knew the place better. The old warrior offered to be the tour guide. Jack and Giant Steve agreed. David said he preferred to explore by himself. Gruff reminded him to return before noon. They then walked around the place, enjoying the beauty and tranquility of the landscape. Jack could see a lot of care was given to every plant and tree in this place. It was truly a magnificent garden. Gruff also took them to one of the traversable edges of the place, where they could see the scenery below. When they were there, they realized how high they were. They were truly on top of a steep mountain. Jack wondered how they built this place up here. Gruff took them to a bridge made of wood and rope that went across a ravine. When Jack looked down from the bridge, he couldn't see the land. There was a white cloud covering the view down there. Giant Steve refused to walk over the bridge, afraid that the fragile-looking bridge couldn't bear his heavy frame. Gruff assured him that the bridge was sturdy, but Steve was adamant about not crossing. He ended up taking the long roundabout way to reach the other side. When they came to the giant face statues, Jack marveled at the details. He knocked on the surface. It was very hard. There was no visible mark on the surface. Jack asked Gruff how long had these statues been built. Gruff replied they were as old as this place itself. Hearing that, Jack understood the material used to construct these statues must be special, considering that he couldn't see any defect despite them being ancients. They also saw David during their walk. The guy just walked around and looked at things. Steve pointed out that he must be a guy that enjoyed traveling and visiting scenic places. Jack reminded Steve that the guy came from a mercenary guild. Bowler had also informed that David was an ex-soldier. Jack said it was more likely that David was scouting this place out, trying to understand the terrain just in case. Jack chatted with the natives hanging around the garden. Steve did the same, but the natives' reaction was generally more friendly to Jack. Steve wondered why it was so. Jack chuckled and told him it was most likely due to his diplomacy and influence skills being higher. Although both of Jack's skills were only at Advanced Apprentice, they were still higher than most other players. Most others still had the skill at Basic or Intermediate Apprentice, especially their influence skill. Most players didn't bother communicating with natives. While they were walking, a group of people with loud noises walked the same street from the opposite direction. Move aside. Move aside. Our goddess wants to pass. One of the people at the front uttered. Jack had known this group to be players from his radar. Additionally, only players will be this obnoxious. The street might not be large, but it was still wide enough for their two groups to walk on each side. What's the need for asking others to move aside? When Jack made no attempt to move, the guy who had made the demand threw a hostile glare. Jack noticed that this group was all of the elven race. 5 men were crowding around one woman. Jack assumed they must have been the players representing Orbor dynasty. The other 4 men, when seeing their authority being challenged, came forward and put on antagonistic postures. Don't make trouble, you might cause us to get disqualified, the woman said. Goddess, these people are being unreasonable. They don't want to move aside even when you are in their presence, one of the men said. What the fuck? Who is being unreasonable? Jack thought. These people were asking for a beating. There is enough room to walk here, step aside, the woman said. The men moved unwillingly as the woman came into view. Jack could see now why they called her a goddess. She was indeed stunning. She had long black hair framing the most beautiful face Jack had ever seen. Her figure would no doubt cause lewd men to start whistling. She was wearing a tight-fitting medium armor. Jack thought that her suit was too tight for her, especially around the chest area. The girl might be a supermodel in the real life. The woman gave Jack a glance, whose eyes just happened to fall upon her chest area. Jack didn't mean to be improper. He was simply observing the woman, and when she glanced, it was just unfortunate that Jack's eyes happened to be there. His eyes didn't even stay there for half a second. Lecher, the woman scolded. What the euro? Hey, lady, give me a break. You might be used to getting stared at, but don't just assume everyone who looks at you has improper thoughts. Jack scolded back. How dare you talk that way to our goddess? Insolent. Apologize immediately. The men were immediately outraged after Jack's words. They berated while making a gesture as if about to attack Jack. Stay back. Do you want to get thrown off this mountain? Gruff exclaimed. He asserted his presence between the groups. If you people want to tussle, do it in the tournament. The elven men were about to retort, but when they found out that Gruff was a native and that they couldn't inspect his level, they shut their mouths. They might be love-struck fools, but they were not common fools. Otherwise, they won't get selected to join the tournament. Are you in the team battle or individual? The woman asked. Team, Jack answered. Humph. Then we will meet in the tournament. I will teach you a lesson then, Lecher, the woman said. Jack was irked. Call me Lecher one more time, and I will really touch you improperly during the tournament. The woman's followers were about to scold Jack back for his words, but Gruff was glaring at them, which made them shrink back. What's your name? I can't use inspect on you. I will remember it to make sure you get the lesson you deserved, the woman asked. Heh, I would love to see how you give me a lesson. My name is Stormy Euro Willow, Jack uttered. Giant Steve and Gruff turned to him at the same time. Storm Willow? Jack was actually about to say his name, but he changed midway because he had used inspect on the woman. Unequaled Grace, Inquisitor, level 46, health point, 3090. Humph, Storm Willow. We will meet in the tournament then, Grace uttered. She then walked away. Her followers hurriedly followed after her. They didn't forget to throw Jack a killing glare when they walked by. Storm Willow? What the heck kind of name is that? Why did you lie? Giant Steve asked. Jack didn't answer. He was still staring at Grace's back, who was at a distance already. She couldn't be that Grace, right, Euro? Jack thought. While Jack was still deep in thought, he heard someone tapping his shoulder and called his real name. Jack. Jack finally took his eyes away and looked back. Padoin was standing behind him. I've been waiting for you ever since I saw your name in the tournament registry, Padoin said. I went to the house they assigned to the Themisphere Kingdom, but they said you are out for a walk. I have been searching around for you. George. Jack was still having trouble believing his eyes. Yeah, it's me, Peidoin came over. Your friend? Giant Steve asked. Uhayuro yeah. Hey, how do you get here? You are a human player. You can't be representing the human team, right? Because that's our team, Jack uttered. Hee, I know you will be surprised. Come, let's sit and talk, Peidoin said. In that case, I will leave first. See you, Storm Willow, Giant Steve said. Haha, bye Storm Willow, Gruff said. Ugh, these guys were using the name to make fun of him now. Jack was morose, he didn't know why he changed his name. Even if the girl just now was the Grace he knew, she would still not recognize his current name. He had changed his name out of reflex. Don't get in trouble, Gruff said again. Remember the bet. I won't forgive you if you get disqualified because of stupid acts. Damn. So that's what you were worried about when you stepped in to deter those elven men? Jack asked. Of course. I have to protect my benefit, Gruff replied. Benefit my ass, go away, Jack uttered. After the two left, Peidoin gestured for Jack to follow him. Jack followed, but his gaze went again to the elven group in the distance. I tried to find you so that I can warn you, you know. But it seems that you two still meet before I give you the heads up, Peidoin said when he saw Jack's gaze. Are you saying Gyuro? Do you mean that is really Grace Gyuro? Our Grace, Jack asked. The one and only, Peidoin replied. Gyuro, I told you already, right? She is a pretty one. Why didn't she just scan her real look to use on her past game's avatar? That's weird. Normally, people would try to make their in-game avatar as best looking as possible. At least better looking than their real looks. Why does anyone make their in-game look less attractive than their real one instead? Theta well, come sit. I will tell you, Peidoin said. Peidoin brought them to an agora. Some natives were hanging out there. The two of them sat down on the floor covered by a soft carpet. What do you mean you tell me? Do you know about her? Jack asked Peidoin. I know because I have talked to her. Her group came here before yours. We recognized each other since we used the same alias in our past games. She and I had a long chat. She asked about you, you know? What did you tell her? I told her that I don't know where you are, as you have asked me to. By the way, I see you are familiar with this place. How do you happen to be here anyway? Jack asked. Which one do you want to ask first? About Grace or me? I can't answer two different questions at the same time, Peidoin said. Okay. Grace first then. As you must have guessed, she is one of the participants from the Orbor dynasty and will fight in the tournament for the Elven country. She continued being an independent expert until now. Wicked Witches has tried to recruit her a few times, but she always turned them down. Isn't my question about why she didn't use her real look for her past game's avatar? Jack said. About Theta I'm surprised you didn't recognize her when you saw her, Peidoin replied. Of course, I don't recognize her. I don't know her real look. You must be not up to date with the popular stuff. I also don't know her real look, but I still recognize her when she first appeared in this place. What do you mean by that? Jack was confused. She is Gigi Su, Peidoin said. Silence followed after. When Peidoin didn't elaborate, Jack gave him an expression saying, Was that name supposed to mean something? You are hopeless, Peidoin said. Gigi Su is one of the current most well-known idols. Well, a euro before we all got pulled into this world, that is. She had like millions of fans, man. Because she couldn't change her look in this world, she got recognized easily. She practically developed a cult in Orbor cities. She did not need to join a guild. She already has lackeys doing things for her. Those clowns that followed her just now are part of her fans. It took me an effort to chase those flies away just to have a conversation with her. Are you saying we have been playing games with a well-known idol in the past? Yeah. She said games are her only escape from her stressful life and she truly enjoys hanging out with us. She said the two of us are her real true friends who didn't just approach her for her looks and fame. Aha euro, that's why she didn't use her real look. So, will you be introducing yourself to her? A euro, maybe not. Let's see the situation first. Why? Are you still worried about what she said to you the last time? If I get that from a girl as beautiful as that, I will be over the moon already. Jack gave Peidoan a side eye and said, "Why does she need me for? As you said, she practically has millions swooning over her. I'm just a nobody gamer. She is totally out of my league." Well, I can't disagree with that. Status-wise, I'm more worthy of her, Peidoan said. Do you want to get punched? Haha. Okay, joke aside. Do you know that idols are not allowed to date? They aren't. Yeah. She had a stressful and competitive job and was not allowed to have a personal relationship. That's why her time in virtual games is so important to her, and we just happen to be there. After spending so much time with us, I say we are very much her emotional anchors even without us realizing it. We are practically the only ones who treat her for what she is and not for the idol she is, and she kind of enjoys that. She probably sees her time with us to be as close to dating as she can possibly get. But why she choose you over me is something I will never understand. Penuel, who had been listening, chimed in. Are you saying that stunning girl has affection on this buffoon? Now that's surprising. You be quiet, Jack chided. You can talk, Peidoan said with amazement. I thought you are just a simple familiar. I'm not, Penuel said with her head held high. Her name is Penuel. You can now forget about her. Let's get back to Grace. All her restrictions are gone now after the world turns. She is free to date whoever she likes. But her impression of you has buried deep inside her. I can notice it was rather obvious when I talked with her. You should let her know that you are lone wind. Not now a euro, Jack said. You are hopeless. Peidoan shook his head. By the way, why do you say that the world turns? Didn't we all get transferred to a different world? Ah, about that. I think you will be rather surprised about Theseuro. Jack then told Peidoan about what he had learned. About Wilted, about Apollyon and his device, about his scheming to change the world and succeeding in doing so. About how he was working on a goal towards divinity, and what it would bode for all the other people, players or natives, if that happened. Theta Euro is not good, Peidoan said, and then added, You have 3 classes? Yeah. Blade Dancer, Archmage, and Beastmaster. No wonder you have a familiar then. I did wonder why you can become a participant despite being so low level. Well, those other participants are in for a surprise when they go up against you. Yeah. I'm bound for getting the first place, Jack exclaimed. He then realized something and asked, Hey, how do you know my level? You can inspect me? I can't. I saw your level in the participants registry. You have the lowest level amongst the participant. Kind of very eye-catching due to that, if you ask me. Registry? Okay, back to my question about you. How do you seem to know this place so well? How do you even be here in the first place? I thought they don't allow outsiders who are not tournament guests to enter this place. They don't. I am here because I am part of their faction, Peidoan answered. You are in this faction? It was Penuel who responded. This is a faction as well? Jack asked. It is. Technically, it is a league faction, Penuel answered. But since this faction is under the god of courage, it is a bit special. You can call it a divine faction even. Not anyone can join it. Even more so for an outworlder. How do you manage that? I must say it was pure blind luck, Peidoan said. Last time after you invite me to join your guild, I resolved to continue being independent. After all, I will just be chasing after your shadow if I join your guild. So, after I get my elite class, I went out to explore the wilderness. Upon hearing, Jack used Inspect on Peidoan and found that he was a level 46 technocraft. Well, long story short, in my travel I happened upon a native. The guy seemed to be in wounds and needed help. So I offered one, which turned out to be a quest. I needed to fetch some herbs to help him cure his wounds. I did so. After that, he offered me to accompany him on his journey, which turned out to be another quest. Then I realized the quests were actually a chain quest. So I followed along since I had nothing better to do. We became close upon our travel. He had lots of things he carried in his saddlebag, but very messy. He allowed me to sort through the goods, made them neat. Impressed by my organizational skill, he offered me a job in his faction, which turned out to be this one. I'm now a junior treasurer of the Council of Virtus. Wow, I'm impressed, Penuel commented. I know you are always good at arranging things, Jack said. Your past experience of buying too many high-grade items, and so have to organize them and learn to use each on different situations is now paying off. You are saying as if that is my only good point euro. Too bad you don't join my guild. I would have loved it to have you as the treasurer of my guild's warehouse. Why would I want to be a treasurer of a lowly guild when I can be one in this divine faction? Peidoin mocked. Who do you call a lowly euro? Jack's words were cut when he noticed a familiar face. On a street not far from where they were sitting was a group of orcs walking by. Those must be the participants from Nation, Peidoin said. What's wrong? Do you recognize those orc players? One of them, Jack said. Remember what I told you just now about World Maker Guild? That Orcish battle monk is one of their heavenly enforcers, Wong. When Jack returned to the building where the human guests were assigned, he saw David had also returned. He looked for Jeannie, Doman, and Giant Steve before pulling them to a secluded corner and telling them about Wong. Actually, Jack also saw another familiar face in the orc entourage. Abasai Raretooth, the warlord who had clashed with the Themisphere army during the expedition to the Temple of Divine Squall. But his presence was not as alarming as Wong, who was most likely joining this tournament as a participant. The World Maker is joining this tournament? I thought you said they don't have time for this tournament, Giant Steve asked. It was only an assumption, Jack said. Probably there is something here that interests them. But I only see that Wong fellow. I had inspected his other orc teammates. None of them is from World Maker Guild. Wong? I know that fellow. I remember Chloe said that she studied under him after going abroad. Doman said. She did? Jack asked. Yeah. I haven't told you this? You have not. How strong is he? Jeannie asked. Not bad, Doman answered. I never see him in action. But he had defeated a person who is strong in my opinion, so I supposed he is really strong, Jack answered. He then turned to his grandfather. Can he be stronger than you? You must be asking for more training to dare ask that question. Do you think there is any martial artist that is stronger than your Gramps? Have you fought him before? Jeannie asked. No, Doman answered. Everyone rolled their eyes at him. I would have fought him if I joined the World Championship for the 11th time. He is the World Champion a year after I stopped participating, Doman said. Well, anyway, you won't have a chance to decide who is better. You are a weapon master, he is a battle monk. You two share different categories. But if he joins the team battle, it will be me who fight him, Jack said. Why do I need a chance to decide? I already know I am better than him, Doman said. Jack ignored his grandfather. He said, if that Wong is alone, he probably joins this competition for himself, not for the World Maker. What about the participants from Ligurididum? Is Master joining as well? Jeannie asked. George said there is no participant with that alias, Jack answered. George? Oh, he is my old friend. He goes by the alias Peidoin. He is a member of the faction in charge of this place, so he can check who the other country's participants are. I've asked him to check if there is any other participant that is from World Maker. He is currently checking. He will let me know later. The council here is a faction? Giant Steve asked. Jack then told them Peidoin's tale. Giant Steve expressed his desire to join as well. Penuel advised him not to put his hope up. Such a chance was very rare. Peidoin was extremely lucky to have gotten the opportunity and had done everything right to impress the native member of this faction. They rested after. No use to worry about something they couldn't control. They will just have to wait for info from Peidoin before discussing further. They all rested by meditating, training their mana sense. When it was late afternoon, the draconian priest came to pick them up. They were brought towards the largest building at the top, the one that was called the Temple of Courage. But they didn't go in. They went instead around the building to its back. There were more beautiful gardens there. They continued following the draconian priest until they came up to an outdoor stage that looked very much like the real world's Roman theater, except on a larger scale. Its fan-shaped stone seats came down to a large arena. Many people were sitting on these stone seats while several groups were standing in the arena. The draconian priest informed everyone other than the tournament participants to take a seat on these stone seats. Jack could see Prince Remus' displeasure for being asked to sit at such a common seat. The draconian priest didn't pay the prince any heed. Jack noticed two familiar faces from the seats occupied by other countries' native representatives. One was the vampire prince, Horatio, who sat not far away from the human ones. Another was from the orcs group, Warlord Abasai Raretooth, who he saw earlier. The orc noticed Jack and was glaring at him. Jack simply replied with a smile and a friendly wave, which earned him a sharper glare from the warlord. After everyone was seated, the draconian priest led the players down to the arena below. Everyone noticed that the group was divided by race. Each group consisted of 10 people. There were already 4 groups down there: the Orcish, Elven, Vampires, and Dwarves, while another group, the Ethereals, were walking down the stairs from the opposite side. Jack saw several familiar faces in the groups. Leave Me Alone in the Vampires group, Another Day and Handsome Joe were in the Elven group. Jack waved at them. All 3 either pretended not to see or were completely ignoring Jack. "Assholes," Jack grumbled. Waving without getting a reply made him look silly. Jeannie also saw someone she recognized in the Elven group. Her sister, Jennifer. Unlike Jack, Jeannie made no attempt to greet her. When the human and ethereal groups took their positions in the arena, they saw the Draconians group coming down. Now all the groups representing the 7 countries had arrived. Suddenly the area around them transformed. The Roman theater where the players were standing and where the natives were sitting remained, but all the others vanished. The beautiful gardens that surround them turned into a void. Before they could make sense of the sudden change, a loud voice boomed, "Thank you for having come, mighty Outworlders." A flash of light and a figure appeared before them. It was a towering draconian in full crimson heavy armor. He wore a centurion helmet that had a crest made of red plumes. His voice continued to boom, "I am the overseer of this tournament, Palace. You have all been selected to represent the glory and honor of the country you reside in. I expect you to show honor in this place. For the virtue we respected the most in this place other than bravery is honor. Any of you dare to show dishonor in this sacred ground, then you show dishonor to our God. You will be punished. Do I make myself clear?" Most gulped. Everyone nodded. "This goes for you spectators as well," Palace declared. He didn't look back to those sitting behind him, but it was clear who he meant. Jack again noticed Prince Remus' disapproving expression. Jack could feel an intense aura from Palace. He used Inspect on this armored draconian. Palace, Mythical Draconian, Divine Champion, Level 90, Health Point, 2,400,000. Jack gulped again after reading the description. Now he believed Gruff when he said this place was home to the strongest warriors. No wonder Palace treated the royalties behind him as nothing. "What's wrong?" Jeannie sent Jack a message. "You look pale. Whatever the reason, do not challenge the authority here," Jack replied. "I will now outline the rules of this tournament," Palace announced. "Each of you has been separated into 6 categories: knights, warriors, rogues, archers, mages, and team. Each of the participants in these categories will be matched with the others of the same category in an elimination match. There will be 6 matches to decide the winners among the 7 representatives. 6 participants will fight in 3 matches to decide the top 4, while 1 participant will enter the top 4 without going through a match. These 4 will then go through semi-final to decide the top 2 for a final match." One of the Elven players raised his hand, attempting to ask a question. "Do not disrupt me when I'm talking," Palace thundered out, which caused the hand in the air to spring back down promptly. Now, individual matches will last 20 minutes, while team matches will last 2 hours. Each participant will only fight 1 time a day, so the entire tournament will last for 6 days. Individual matches will be carried out in this arena, while team matches will be carried out in a separate dimension. The space inside team matches will be large and the terrain will change from one match to the next. These terrains might have peculiarities. You are free to utilize them. Winners will be decided when their opponents died. Do not worry about dying. Enchantment had been placed in both this arena and team battles dimension. You will not die for real, and you will not lose any item or level. In the case that no one falls after the time's up, the one with the lower health point will lose. There will be no draw. A clear winner will be decided. In the case of team matches, the number of team members surviving after 2 hours will also determine the winner. No tools are allowed in this tournament. Only your skills. Any tools you possess will be disabled once the match starts. Well, I have expected this. I guess Arlcard and Ice Demon Fiend is out then, Jack thought. Then he asked Penuel, my Lightning God Barrage is still valid, right? It is a skill, not a tool. It is. But if possible, don't exhibit that skill here, Penuel answered. Why? That skill is a divine skill, which is considered sacred to this god-worshipping faction. Most here should be reasonable, but there can also be irrational fanatics. If they deemed you unworthy of this divine skill, they might do something to you secretly. Now you! Pallas boomed and pointed to the elven group. The guy getting pointed at felt as if his heart had stopped. What is your question? Uhayuro Umayuro. Speak up. I don't have all day. Pallas thundered out. Howayuro, how do you decide Wayuro who amongst the 7 Theta Euro do not need to fight to enter the top 4? The elf man stuttered with difficulty. Lucky draw. Pallas replied. Luck is part of your ability. I will not be accepting complaints after the lucky ones are decided. Understand? Yes, a euro, yes, sir. The elf man uttered. Good. The order of matches as well the lucky draw to decide the lucky 7th participant will be informed before the matches tomorrow morning. Now our head priest will give a speech. Another flash of light. This time an elderly orc in a priest robe appeared. Jack used inspect on this new arrival. Callan, mythical orc, divine priest, level 85, health point, 2 million. Damn, this place is truly a nest of monsters. Jack thought. The other players couldn't inspect the 2 persons in front of them because these 2's levels were too high, but they could still feel the pressure. They knew these 2 were not someone they could mess with. Callan gave a warm smile to the players standing in formation before him, as warm a smile an orc could show. Everyone immediately had the impression that this orc looked more friendly compared to the militaristic palace. I thank you, Outworlders, for have come to our humble home. You are welcome here to join the World Tournament, something that we hope can be a new tradition for us going forward. We are truly looking forward to seeing each of your endeavors. Whether you win or not, your names will ring throughout the world. Your matches will be broadcasted to all the main cities, not to mention the rewards we will provide for you. Even those that lose their first match will still receive rewards. As long as you are here, you are already a winner. Of course, those who become the grand champions will receive the greatest rewards. Everyone was visibly excited to hear about rewards. That being said, I have to tell you though, as I'm sure our good palace here had mentioned, you have to behave yourself. Do not come into confrontations outside of the matches. Follow our rules, don't wander around where you shouldn't be. If you make trouble, you can forget about getting any reward. And I won't mind throwing you out of this mountain myself. Literally throwing you from the top of this mountain. Callan was still wearing that warm smile, but no one thought him to be any less scary than Pallas now. The head priest continued with his speech, mainly to give further motivation to the participants and explain the virtues and rules of this place. He even started rambling about the history of this place. How the god of courage saved a young draconian warrior who ended up dedicating his life to the god. Seeing his dedication, the god took him under his wing, teaching the warrior his virtues before the warrior went on to teach the others. They developed into some sort of religion. The warrior and his followers then built a monument in the form of a giant statue at the top of the tallest mountain in Hydrodon Dominion, Mount Audacious, which many had believed to be the home to the god of courage. In time, more and more followers came to this mountain and they ended up building this place and staying here. Jack was feeling bored from all the speech, but he didn't dare show any disrespect. He forced himself to put on his best behavior and stood still. Callan went on to explain in detail the tournament's broadcasting. How the matches would be broadcasted in all main cities. It was similar to how Themisphere had done during the selection tournament, except it was free and much grander. The matches would be played out in the form of 3D projection right on the sky above the main cities. Some establishments or even player guilds could pay a sum of coins to gain the privilege to have the matches projected inside the establishments or guild headquarters, so they could watch the matches from the comfort of indoor. After a lengthy talk, Callan finally ended his speech. Jack noticed lots of other players showed relieved expressions. Now let's us join together to offer a prayer to the god of courage. May he bless us all with bravery and honor Euro. Callan started praying while the others lowered their heads. After 10 minutes had passed, Jack asked Penuel in his mind, "Exactly how long this prayer lasts?" Shortest version is usually half an hour. If the priest felt inspired, it can be more than 1 hour. After a long and restless 1 hour, Callan finally ended his prayer. The sun had set and evening had arrived by then. Tomorrow we will begin the World Tournament. For tonight, we have prepared a feast to welcome you, our honored guests. Please be so kind as to follow the priests over there, Callan said as he gestured at several people with priest robes that stood by the side. Everyone started following the priests. Many walked rather stiffly due to standing for a long time. The native guests also followed. They were brought to another beautiful park with artificial lighting, trimmed plants, and tables filled with food and drinks. There was even a small stream passing through the park. Several wooden bridges crossed between two sides of this stream. When Jack walked by the stream, he saw fishes swimming inside the clear water. One side of the park was the edge of the mountain, where people could see the expansive sceneries below. A metal fence served as a safety rail on that side. Everyone admired the beautiful view. This outdoor atmosphere under the starry sky was truly enchanting. There were even some cute small critters running around the place. The young girl players immediately took a liking to these critters and tried to play with them. After some time, some people grabbed the food and drinks. Some started talking to each other. Everyone grouped up with their original races at first, but slowly everyone started mingling up, especially the players. It was easier for the players, since they were all originally the same race, coming from the same world. The natives were more reserved. When they talked with the other natives, it was mostly out of political agenda. Prince Alonso took this chance to talk with the other native royalties to build his influence. He was accompanied by Horatio. It seemed that the vampire prince made good on his promise. Horatio noticed Jack gazing at him. The vampire prince only nodded slightly, but otherwise pretended as if he didn't know Jack. Jack did the same. From what he saw, the native groups didn't bother to mingle with the players, even when they were from the same race. Warlord Abasai was there as well. He was again glaring at Jack when Jack was looking over at where the native royalties were hanging out. Jack again smiled and waved at him, which seemed to annoy the warlord greatly. The warlord seemed to be accompanying another orc who should be royalty if judged from his fancy clothes. As the players started mingling among themselves, Jack looked around and saw Wong. The orc just stood at one corner ignoring everyone else. Jack was curious about his purpose here. He was just about to go over to ask the person directly when he saw Red Death approach Wong. Even when Wong was wearing an orc face now, it seemed that Red Death still recognized his teacher. The two started talking. Jack canceled his attempt to go talk with Wong after seeing that. He didn't want to intrude on the teacher and students moment. He went to one of the tables with refreshments to get a drink while waiting. While he stood there and drank, he heard conversations. Nearby was a group of ethereal, draconian, orc, and dwarf players who sounded like all of them were women. Jack didn't mean to eavesdrop, but his beast master's hearing allowed him to hear their conversations clearly. Look at those human, elf, and vampire girls. How they strut around. Fucking lucky pricks. Yeah, fuck them. They don't know how lucky they are. If only they know our hardship. Yeah, look at me. This fucking deformed body. These stupid shorts, hands, and legs. I used to be a model, for goodness sake. Now I'm stuck with this ugly dwarf body. You want to talk about ugly? Look at my face. Try finding a pretty orc face. An orc face is still better than my draconian face. Shit. You can't even differentiate a draconian man from a draconian woman with this face full of scales. You people want to compare? How about you take a look at me? No mouth, no pupil, our faces are almost the same with one another. Heck, we can't even differentiate who is who amongst the ones we travel with. The differences are so subtle. We have to literally inspect every single time before we start a conversation, just to make sure we don't talk to the wrong person. Fucking annoying. Whoever is responsible for bringing us here, wait until I get my hands on the person. I'm with you, sister. Hearing their chit-chat, Jack secretly celebrated for getting a human body. He could sympathize with those girls. If this was just a game, it was probably still fine because it was only temporary. But to permanently transform into the other races, especially those 4 races with physical traits so different from humans, it is certainly difficult to accept. Jack could empathize with them, but there was nothing he could do. Even Wilted didn't mean for this to happen when she designed the game. If she knew her game would be changed into reality, Jack bet she would have just used the human race for all players. Jack took another drink and then walked away, lest he became depressed from continuing to listen to those poor girls. He was heading over to Jeannie and Giant Steve when he heard his name being called. He turned and saw P22 come over to him. "Do you find out anything?" Jack asked him. "Yes." P22 nodded. "You asked me to check if any other participant is registered under the World Maker Guild, right?" There are 2 other players aside from that Wong fellow over there." "2. Yes, one is named Ronald Dreary, a level 46 gunner from the Ethereal Representatives. Over there," P22 pointed. True to his class, the guy was wearing matching light armor that looked like a cowboy costume. "That is a set equipment," Penuel said. "Set equipment? I guess it provides bonuses when one equipped the complete set." Jack asked. "You are correct. As expected of World Maker, they really can get the best of equipment." "Who is the other one?" Jack asked P22. "You should know his alias. He is over there. A level 47 weapon master. His alias is Spring Crown." "Spring Crown?" "The one people called the #1 gamer in the world." Jack exclaimed with surprise. "I never saw his real appearance, but I think he is the genuine Spring Crown," P22 answered. "Why does he join World Maker?" Jack asked. P22 shrugged. "Power, maybe? Probably that master fellow you mentioned offered him a high position when he rules this world. Maybe this #1 gamer we know is someone with the ambition to stand above others. By lowering himself to another person? I am disappointed. I used to look up to him." "Yeah, I know. We watched a lot of his gameplays together." The 2 of them were silent as they watched the one that was called Spring Crown. He was of the vampire race. His face looked young, but if he was the real Spring Crown, Jack knew that the man was in his mid-30s. This supposed #1 gamer never let his real face photo be shown in news articles, but his other data were known to the public. All 3 of them are from different races, which means they can't fight in the team match. "Are they participating in individual matches?" Jack asked. "You are correct," P22 answered, which meant he won't be meeting them in combat, Jack thought. A weapon master, a battle monk, and a gunner. He looked around for the persons he knew who would clash with these 3. Kill Order and David would clash with them, but he didn't know them well enough. He was not ready to share the reality of this world with them yet. He couldn't find Leave Me Alone anywhere. Fucking loner. The guy might have left and gone someplace else to be alone. He then saw his grandfather who was talking to a dwarf, rather intimately at that. How did his grandfather know a dwarf player? He was about to go over when he noticed Another Day and Handsome Joe. These guys would clash with that World Maker's gunner and weapon master. Additionally, these 2 were Wilted's lackeys. They were sure to have a better idea of why the World Maker's people were here. Probably they were here for the same reason. So Jack went to them instead. P22 trailed along behind him. "Yo, Wilted's lackeys. How are the 2 of you doing?" Jack called out when he approached. "Who the fuck do you call lackeys?" Joe said, clear annoyance in his expression. "I'm just joking," Jack laughed. "Seriously, where is Wilted? Why is she not here?" "She has some other duties to attend," Another Day said. "I see. By the way, this is P22, Jack introduced. "Yo!" P22 imitated Jack's greetings. Another Day nodded, while Joe intentionally looked the other way. "I guess you 2 are here because those 3 World Makers people?" Jack asked. "So you found out about them?" Another Day asked. But no, we are here for another matter. But seeing them here, we can hazard a guess as to what they are planning at. Oh? Care to share? Jack asked. This is our business. Why do we want to share with you? Joe uttered. Dude, don't you remember I am also their enemy? Doesn't that make us the same side? Wasn't that why Wilted searched me out in the first place? To work together in the future? Now, tell me what you know so I can help, Jack said. Joe showed conflicted expressions. He knew Jack was right, he just didn't like the guy. Another Day, on the other hand, kept his half-covered, emotionless face. He said, They are after an item. What item? Jack asked. I heard you helped Wilted save Cindrillis from Master's Keep, Another Day said. I did. What about it? Jack was confused why Another Day asked this question instead of answering his. Cindrillis has not yet fully recovered, but since last month she has come to help the rightful ethereal king in suppressing the rebellious prince. At a right time, I must say. Joe joined Another Day's tale. The Liguridium royal force keeps on getting pushed back. They had lost around 70% of the land to the rebel force. If that guardian dragon didn't come to aid as she did, the royal force would be close to falling by now. Maybe that's the reason she returned. She knew she couldn't delay any further, even if she has not yet fully recovered, Another Day said. Even so, her return only caused the conflict to come to a gridlock. She couldn't turn the tide. That's a pity, Jack said. I take it that you mentioning this is indicating the presence of those three here has something to do with the situation in Liguridium? We can venture two guesses. First, they might after one of the items in this council's vault, the Draconic Suppression Crystal. What's that item for? Jack asked. It's a unique grade item that can weaken a draconic creature's power by a great deal, Penuel explained. It's a similar item Master used to weaken Cindrillis the first time, except one grade lower, Joe said. He must be planning to use it to weaken Cindrillis again. That item is one of the rewards for winning this tournament? Jack asked. No. Although there is such an item in the vault, it is not included among the rewards, Padoan informed. It is not. But if two first-place winners forfeit their rewards, they can choose one item from the vault, as long as it is not legendary grade, unique equipment, or unique tools, Joe said. There is such a rule? Jack asked. I'm not aware of it, Padoan said. Trust me. There is, Joe said. Well, their boss did design this game world. I guess we can take their words for it, Jack said. Wilted is not our boss, Joe uttered. So, you two come here to prevent them from getting what they want? Jack asked. No. We don't know at first they will be here. We are planning a similar approach but targeting a different item, Joe answered. What item? Draconic Revival Blood. It is to help Cindrillis fully recover. By the way, you two are pretty confident. You need two winners to allow you to choose an item from the vault, right? Even World Maker sends 3 participants. You two are positive to be able to become the champions of this tournament. We are not just 2. There are 4 of us. 4. The other 2 are over there. Joe pointed to a pair of ethereal man and woman standing not far away. Jack used inspect on them. The man went by the alias Black Hole, a level 46 elementalist. The woman was called Dark Radiant, a level 46 assassin. The gossip he had overheard was right. If he only see these ethereal's faces without seeing the feminine body of the woman, he wouldn't be able to differentiate the gender between the two. You 4 are one camp? Then why stand so far away from each other? Do you have a beef with them? Jack asked. We have the same goal, doesn't mean we are friends. Same as our relationship with you, Joe uttered. Tisk, with your attitude, I wouldn't blame them for not treating you as friends. Jack said, by the way, you mentioned you have 2 guesses about why those World Maker people are here. What is your second guess? Padoan asked. Master probably heard that we are joining this tournament, so he sent those 3 heavenly enforcers to hinder us, Joe said. The 2 other than Wong are also heavenly enforcers? Jack asked. He thought it made sense for Spring Crown. With his gaming skills, he had the right to carry that position, but that means the cowboy guy was also at the same level as the 2. What do they want to hinder you with? Padoan asked. Another secret feature of this tournament, Joe answered. If 3 first-place winners forfeited their rewards, they can request the Council of Virtus to send their elite forces to aid in a country's war effort for a half-year period. €1, this can turn the tide of war in Liguridium, Jack uttered. He had seen the might of the warriors in this place. They were all averagely more powerful than a normal country army. The ruler of Liguridium should have focused his effort to get the best Outworlders to win this feature. It's not that simple. First, the Outworlders in Liguridium were divided into 2 camps of either helping the royal army or the rebel force. The rebel force also provided quests with sufficient rewards for players. You know how we gamers are, we never truly care about the politics in a game, all we care about is who gives more rewards. Hence, not all the experts support the royal army. Another point is, not many have deep relationships with the royal ruler, which Outworlders will be willing to forfeit their rewards for the sake of Liguridium. In the end, the royal ruler doesn't truly pay attention to this tournament. The Liguridium representatives present here are only the lowly officers of the country, with the majority of participant selection organized by the League of Champions branch in Liguridium. In other words, the ethereal participants here do not necessarily be the cream of the crops amongst players. Most of the experts in that country are busy getting rewards by involving themselves in that country's civil war. Additionally, to get this elite force, one of the 3 winners has to be from the team match, Another Day added. So, they actually need 7 Outworlders to forfeit their rewards. That is a rather tall order. If one of the winners has to be a team, then you people sure won't win it. The 4 of you aren't enough to form a team, Jack said. Not to mention all you 4 are registered under individual matches, Patoin added. And also from 2 different races. Yes, but probably Master didn't know how many people Wilted send here. As I said, it's just a guess. Probably the one they after is only that draconic suppression crystal, Joe said. €1, I think Master knows Wilted send the 4 of you here, Jack said. Why do you say that? Joe asked. Looked at your classes. Out of the 3 of you, only Black Hole was free. The 2 of you and Dark Radiant have to face those 3 heavenly enforcers. How confident are you to win against them? The 2 of them were silent. This also means that Master is very confident with his people, Jack said. He is sure that his 3 enforcers will beat you 3. Even if your 4th member, Black Hole, wins the mage section, he won't be able to utilize the secret feature to get the draconic revival blood. Joe had an ugly expression hearing Jack's words. Another Day didn't show any expression. He said, I won't lose. I have friends who are in the individual matches as well. If they win, I will ask them to use their forfeiting right to get the item you want, Jack said. You will do that? Joe asked with surprise. Jack nodded. Although whether they can win or not is not a certainty. Too bad I'm not in the individual match. Otherwise, we are sure to bag one winner already. Joe, who was having a high opinion on Jack a second ago, suddenly felt himself wanting to curse this guy again. This guy was so self-assured that he said that winning against a heavenly enforcer is 100% certainty. Well, anyway, let us all try our best to win, Jack said. Joe and Another Day just nodded as a reply. Jack and Patoin left the 2. Have you talked to Grace? Patoin asked. €1, not yet, Jack answered. Why? Look at that. Do you think I have a chance to talk to her? Jack said as he pointed to a group of elven players. The 5 male players from earlier today still crowded around Grace. Well, I guess it is difficult €1 still. Why do I feel like you are intentionally avoiding her? Let her figure out her feeling first. As I said, she is free in this world. She probably won't find me special anymore after getting to know more men. You are weird. Any other men would have bitten down this chance, taking advantage of her and not letting go even if you beat them. But you are just squandering your chance away. I'm not talking to you anymore. I need to go talk with someone else. See you later, Jack said and left Patoin, who was still shaking his head. His grandfather was still talking with the dwarf. Jack was curious about his Gramps' new friend. However, there was someone he wanted to talk to first. He had tried finding an opportunity when this person was alone. This person was currently standing beside the metal railing by the side of the mountain, watching the expansive view beyond the mountain. I have been trying to find a chance to say thank you. It is really difficult to get a chance to talk to you, Jack said. Red Death turned to him. Her expression was cold as usual. Jack couldn't discern whether she was feeling irritated from his intrusion. Thank you for telling me about the window in your guild's warehouse, Jack said. I just want to beat you fair and square, Red Death said as she turned away. If you want to spar, I will entertain you any time you want. It was a few seconds before Red Death replied. Not yet. I'm not strong enough. We can spar without using any skills, Jack said. But I guess my attributes will still be unfair. You can use the arena at the League of Champions. You need to pay coins, but that arena allows you to set specific conditions. You can set so that everyone has the same attributes and also restrict any usage of skills, Penuel said. Jack turned to her. Right, he forgot this little lady was still clinging to him. You have one chatty pet, Red Death uttered. Lady, I don't like you, Penuel exclaimed. Penuel, do you mind leaving us alone for a while? Jack said. What? Penuel said, dissatisfied. She looked at Jack and Red Death in turns. Fine. I will go enjoy the views elsewhere, she said grudgingly and flew away. Jack looked at the fairy flying away before turning back to Red Death, who was still coldly watching the scenery beyond the mountain. Seriously, thank you for your help. Do your guild suspect you? Will you be getting into trouble for helping me? Jack asked. I will if you keep on chatting with me like this, Red Death said. Hee. Don't worry. They are all far away. There are only us here with those weird small critters in the bushes. You can sense them? Yeah, my grandfather taught me chi sensing. They called it mana sense here. I believe you can do it as well. A little. So, don't worry. There is no one hiding around here. Also, what's wrong with chatting with your enemy? If you feel uncomfortable, you can add me to your friend list. Then we can chat in secret. Who wants to chat with you in secret? Haha. By the way, what do you chat about with your teacher, Wong? None of your business. Do you know he is in a guild called World Maker? Yes. Never heard of this guild. I tried to persuade him to join Death Associates. He refused. Jack thought for a bit, before asking, I want to tell you the secret of this world. Do you want to hear? What secret? Red Death asked. About how this world came to be and why we came into this world. You know? Jack nodded. It has something to do with the guild your teacher is in. After a while, Red Death said, Tell me. Jack narrated his experience when engaging Master and World Maker, before telling her wilted story. Red Death stayed silent throughout his narration. Theta Euro is a lot to take in, Red Death said after Jack stopped. You said this master has even more classes than you? Yeah, and also more divine treasures. He is not somebody any of us can mess with by ourselves. I know our guilds have differences, but in the end, we are all gamers who value freedom. If that master gets what he wants, none of us will know any freedom in this world. Sooner or later, we have to work together to prevent that from happening. Red Death glanced at Jack but otherwise didn't say anything. Jack then mentioned what he had heard between Wong and Master's conversation, about Wong's desire to search for who he called his traitorous student. Master is still bitter about Martial Brother Euro, Red Death muttered to herself. What did your martial brother do to make your teacher so angry that he joined a delusional madman with God complex? Jack asked. It's none of Euro of my business. Okay, I get it. Jack cut Red Death's words. Still, are you going to let your teacher fall on the wrong path like that just because of a grudge? You do know he is wrong, right? I know how my teacher is. No one will be able to change his mind. Then I'm going to beat him to his senses, Jack uttered. I'll have to think about what you have told me and about how I should break this to my guildmates, Red Death said. Just don't simply tell everyone, Jack warned. This truth is not for the faint of heart. Some might choose to run over searching for Master and ask for his protection in return for their obedience. How do you know I'm not such a person? Red Death asked. Because you are not a coward, Jack replied. Goodbye. Red Death turned away and was about to leave, but Jack grabbed her arm. She turned back in surprise. "Wait, please take this," Jack said. In his hand was a small rectangular plate. "What's that?" Red Death asked. She used inspect on the plate. "Recall plate? What's it for?" "It's a protective charm. To show my gratitude for your help back then." "Don't be ridiculous. I don't believe in charm. Just do me a favor and keep it inside your bag at all times. Okay?" Red Death furrowed her brows. "It's just a piece of plate. Nothing valuable, so you don't need to feel indebted to me." Red Death stared at Jack for a long while. Jack was still holding her arm. "Fine. Let me go," she grunted irritably as she took the plate. The plate then disappeared into her bag. Jack released her arm. She walked away without saying anything. "Uhayuro truly hard to read her," Jack complained in his mind. Jack didn't notice within the bushes amongst the small critters. A small triangular-shaped thing was floating as it watched the two. If a gunner class saw this thing, they would know what it was. It was a drone, a mechanical gadget that was summoned using Gunner's level 45 skill. This drone could shoot bullets and thus could be used for offense, but it had another use. It could transfer images and sounds to its owner, serving as a surveillance instrument as well. At this time, Yellow Death was somewhere else watching the projection shown by his drone. Penuel joined him again when Jack returned to where everyone was still enjoying the feast. He saw Doman was still with the dwarf. When he got near, Jack realized he knew the dwarf. "Uncle Jet?" Jack asked. Although the person before him had a body extremely different from how Jack used to see him, the bearded face was still the same. "Jack boy, it's good to see you," the dwarf replied. He was Jet Hung, a level 46 Beastmaster. Jet gave Jack a hug. "This feels weird," Jack said. "I can lift you up easy, just like how you used to do to me." "Tell me about it. My excellent body is reduced to this short one." Grahayuro Doman told me about the person responsible. "When I get my hands on him, I'm going to wring him dry." "You will have to get into the queue, my short uncle." "Trying to be funny now? I can still kick your ass, you know? In our past world, yes. Here? I doubt that," Jack said with a grin. "Ho ho. A challenge? We will see then." "I heard from Doman that you will be fighting in the team match," Jet asked. "I am," Jack answered. "Then we will see each other in the team match. I'm looking forward to kicking your ass as I used to do. I'm looking forward to you trying to do that with those short hands and legs." "Smartass. A true martial artist knows how to adjust. Don't you look down on this short body. I might have lost my reach, but my smaller body also meant that it is more difficult for you to hit me. Also, I have developed a new move that adapts to this body." "Oh? I am looking forward to seeing it," Doman remarked. "So am I." "So, are you doing good in Palgrost?" Jack asked. "Yeah, very confused at first when the world turned. Learned all this game stuff on the fly, made lots of new young friends who taught me. I taught them martial arts in return." "Those the people in your team?" "Yeah, we are tight." "All 9 dwarf players are your friends?" "Nah. Only the ones in the team match. I'm not familiar with those fighting in the individual matches." "You are not in a guild?" "Those young people explained to me about guilds. But after hearing it, I'm not. The guilds are similar to our real-world governments and gangsters, right? All about territory and power play. Not interested. I just want to enjoy my old age." Jack laughed. "Yeah, that's the Uncle Jet I remembered. Anyway, if you need anything, you are always welcome to our guild. Doman told me about it. You are one of the big shots in the guild, I heard. Such a surprise. A brat like you, I will never imagine." "Yeah. I'm looking forward to kicking your butt too." The three chatted for a while. Jack asked Jet to add him to his friend list, which he did. Genie and Giant Steve joined in not long after. Jack told them about the 3 World Maker players who joined the tournament. Jack warned Doman about Spring Crown, who was in the same section as him, that the person was a very famous gamer and a decent martial artist. Jack explained Spring Crown's fighting style is similar to Jack's, in which he combined martial arts and game skills, and that the guy was very expert in using any class, skill, and weapon in past games. He was very good at studying his opponent's move and devising a counter-strategy. All in all, Jack told his grandfather to be careful and not to underestimate his opponent. Doman simply nodded an acknowledgement. The feast went on till very late, but some people left beforehand to rest early. Jack and his grandfather left together. When on his way, he saw a lone light green dot on his radar not far away, meaning a friend or guild member. He went over with Doman trailing. He could guess who this dot was. When Jack came near, he saw Leave Me Alone was doing martial art training. He was practicing by kicking and punching a large tree. The council's people here might consider you showing dishonor if they catch you assaulting their tree like that, Jack said to him. Mind your own business, Leave Me Alone said without looking. He continued punching and kicking the tree. You saw Wong, didn't you? That's why you are restless. You don't have the confidence to beat him yet, Jack asked. Mind your own business, Leave Me Alone said again with a stronger tone. Doman spoke up at this time. You have a nice form, but it's too monotone. Your punches and kicks showed your convoluted mind. An expert opponent can easily coax you into making a mistake. You have to conquer your mind before you can conquer your opponent. Why don't you mind your own euro? Leave Me Alone finally turned around upon Doman's words. He was still saying his words heatedly when he abruptly stopped. He stared at Doman intensely before uttering, You area euro, you are Master Doman? Oh? You know me? Doman asked. I watched a lot of your videos. You are my role model, Leave Me Alone said. I am? I am surprised I have a fan amongst the younger generation. My dad lost to you in the World Championship, but he didn't feel bitter. He also idolized you and called you the best martial artist he had known. We always watched the recordings of your fights, and my dad trained me in hope that someday I might be qualified enough to challenge you. Wow, euro, you suddenly turn into a chatterbox in front of my gramps, Jack said. Leave Me Alone turned to Jack with astonishment. Master Doman is your grandfather? He asked. He is, Jack answered. Who is your dad, son? Doman asked. His name is Jared Shaw. You probably don't remember him, Leave Me Alone replied. I'm sorry to say I don't. Where is he now? He had passed away a long time ago, Leave Me Alone said with sadness. I'm sorry to hear that. What's your name? My name is Heian Shaw. Doman nodded. Heian, do you wish to learn my martial arts? Jack turned to Doman with a surprise. You are reluctant to teach martial arts when I first asked you to. Now you offer it yourselves. Jack asked. I wasn't interested because the ones you asked me to teach are all second rates. Well, besides Jeannie, she is not bad. While for him, I know a talent when I see one. And aren't you saying we need to prevent those world makers people from becoming winners, right? This guy is in the same section as Wong, isn't he? Then it will serve our purpose if he becomes stronger. Well, it's not that I object. I just find it surprising, that's all, Jack said. So, what say you? Doman asked Leave Me Alone again. Leave Me Alone knelt and said, Heian greets Master. You two are so old-fashioned, Jack commented. Good now, Rise. Because of the time constraint, there won't be much I can do to help you in this tournament. We can only hope you don't meet Wong in your first match. That guy is a genuine grandmaster. I admit your chance is slim. But it's a good thing you are not a beginner as well. I can give you pointers to help you refine your moves and teach you one punching technique. Everything else will be up to you. Doman started giving Leave Me Alone instructions on the spot. The two became very absorbed in it. Jack was glad to see his grandfather's teaching passion flared up again for teaching someone aside from him. Seeing the two's passionate spirits, he felt motivated. He moved some distances away and practiced his own formless flowing sword style. After an hour of practice, he saw Doman and Leave Me Alone was still at it. Jack planned to leave first, but before leaving, Jack came to Leave Me Alone and told him to not use his divine fire skill if possible, for reasons that Penuel had told Jack before. However, after mentioning the divine skill, he became curious. He asked Leave Me Alone, I believe you used that fire god barrage when Wong captured you, didn't you? How did he survive your divine skill? He used the same protective bubble his boss used, Leave Me Alone answered. Damn! How many of those defensive tools do they have? Jack uttered. But his tournament didn't allow tool, so he can't use the same trick. But it's still better if you don't use that divine skill in front of these religious natives. Doesn't plan to, Leave Me Alone said. But Jack suddenly thought of something. On another thought, scratch that. Use the bloody thing. The natives might bear some grudge against you, but it's better than letting World Maker grab the thing they want. Leave Me Alone didn't reply. Hey, did you hear me? Jack called. I won't use that skill, Leave Me Alone said. What? Why? 'Cause that will mean I accept the fact that I can't win against him with my martial arts. What the Euro, there are bigger issues at stake here, Jack uttered. Faye, leave the man. If he doesn't want to, then let him be. There's nothing more important than a warrior's pride, Doman interjected. Euro, I think the fate of the world can be considered as more important than a bloody warrior's pride. Don't you think? Now both Leave Me Alone and Doman ignored Jack. Fuck! Jack cursed within. It's pointless to reason with these two martial arts maniacs. Since he couldn't think of a way to persuade them, he just warned the two before leaving to not stay up too late, as tomorrow will be the first match, to which he was sure the two would choose to deliberately ignore as well. The next morning, everyone gathered in the Roman theater behind the Temple of Courage. The royalties were already there and were again being asked to sit on the simple stone steps. There were also many other natives who Jack assumed were members of the Council of Virtus. Divine Priest Callan and Divine Champion Pallas were there in the arena below. All the players were again lined up on the huge arena before the two. Once all the players were present, Callan thanked everybody and said, "Let us start with a prayer." Everyone slumped. The prayer this time lasted even longer than yesterday. After a long and excruciating 1.5 hours, the prayer finally ended. Everyone, I hope you enjoy this tournament. Now, let this world tournament begins, Callan declared. Pallas came out next and uttered, I will now show you the arrangement of the matches. A projection appeared in the sky, showing an elimination tournament bracket. There are 6 of these brackets, each representing a section. Night section, Match 1, Genie Human versus Hardstick, Elf, Match 2, Rodney, Dwarf versus Darkrod, Ethereal, Match 3, Arthur Bagrat, Draconian versus Sharp Edge, Orc, Free, Drunk Teeth, Vampire. Warrior section, Match 1, Handsome Joe Elf versus Rolling Rock, Dwarf, Match 2, Sane, Draconian versus Spring Crown, Vampire, Match 3, Boastful, Ethereal versus Sure-Win, Orc, Free, Doman Fey Human. Rogue section, Match 1, Kill Order, Human versus Deep Puncture, Draconian, Match 2, Wong Orc versus Windleg, Elf, Match 3, Indigenous, Dwarf versus Dark Radiant, Ethereal, Free, Leave Me Alone, Vampire. Archer section, Match 1, Ronald Dreary, Ethereal versus Telebinge, Draconian, Match 2, Audrey, Dwarf versus Another Day, Elf, Match 3, Synapses, Vampire versus Thick Needle, Orc, Free, David Human. Mage section, Match 1, Soaring Boar, Dwarf versus Selena Human, Match 2, Searing Vampire versus Rootflower, Elf, Match 3, Silverfield Orc versus Flaremint, Draconian, Free, Black Hole, Ethereal. Team section, Match 1, Elf versus Human, Match 2, Ethereal versus Dwarf, Match 3, Draconian versus Orc, Free, Vampire. The free ones indicate that they had one free win. When others needed to win 3 times to become the champion, they only needed 2. These lucky individuals would compete against whoever won in the 3rd match. An elf man, named Windleg, lifted his hand. What? Pallas's voice thundered out. Windleg cringed hearing the divine champion's crude tone. Pallas, be gentle. You are scaring our participants. Callan admonished. Forgive me, your holiness, Pallas uttered with a bow. Now, say your opinion, child, Callan said gently to the elf man. His smile made everyone feel warm. May we know how those free ones are decided? We understand Sir Pallas mentioned lucky draws yesterday. We just thought the draws would be done in front of us, Windleg asked. We have done the draws beforehand to save time for all of us, Callan answered. What's the matter? Are you accusing us of not being fair? Are you insinuating this council of being dishonorable and playing favors to certain parties? Callan's voice was still gentle. His face was still smiling. Yet his eyes stared sharply at Windleg, which made the elf regret to have ever opened his mouth in the first place. No, no, I won't dare. Please forgive my question, your holiness. I'm sure you are being fair, Windleg hurriedly said. Ah, good. For a second there, I thought I have to ask Pallas to throw you down this mountain, Callan said. His smile never wavered. Most felt cold sweat running down their foreheads. Pallas resumed his explanation. Each section will only have one match in a day, so not everyone will fight today. Only those marked for the first match will. Tomorrow we will have the second match. The next day the third match. The day after it will be the fourth match, which will pit the winners from the first and second matches, and so on, until we have the champion in the sixth match. So in all, this tournament will last 6 days. Does anyone have a problem following? No one spoke. Good. No one match will be carried out at the same time. The order will be knight, warrior, rogue, archer, mage, and we will end the day with the team match. So everyone can watch all the matches. Now, let us begin the first match of the knight section. Genie of the human race against Hardstick of the elven race. Stay in this arena. The rests please take your seats on those stone steps. A hand lifted. What? Pallas's voice thundered out again. Palasiuro, Callan uttered. I am sorry, your holiness. You, vampire. State your question, Pallas said, with a voice that tried to be as gentle as possible, rather unsuccessfully. The questioner this time, however, didn't show any expression of getting intimidated. The one who had lifted his hand was Leave Me Alone. Do we have to stay here if we don't have a match today? He asked. No, you are allowed to leave, Pallas answered. Leave Me Alone nodded. He then came to Doman. Can we train? He asked. Sure, Doman replied. The two then left together. Both Leave Me Alone and Doman only fought on the fifth match, and if they won, the final sixth match, which meant they had full 4 days to train. Lucky duo. Was this fate at work? Jack wondered. Jack chose to stay like many others. Everyone was wondering how good these other experts from the other countries were. He took a seat next to Padoan, who was there at the spectators' seats. Inside the arena was now only Genie and an elf man in heavy armor. Callan and Pallas had also moved away. Pallas stood at the periphery of the arena while Callan took his seat amongst the other spectators. Despite his high station, he didn't give himself a special seat, just as how the royalties of other countries were treated. The surrounding area outside the theater became a void, just like yesterday. There was also a transparent layer separating the spectators and the arena. Jack figured that should be some sort of barrier to prevent the contestants and their attacks from affecting the spectators. In the projection above, the words changed. Night Section Match 1, Genie, Level 46 Dragoon, Human versus Hardstick, Level 46 Paladin, Elf. Genie nodded at her opponent. Let's do our best, she said. Hardstick didn't reply, he was grinning instead. Hee. You are pretty. Not as pretty as our goddess, Grace, of course, but still pretty. How about we go someplace after this? We can have a real match without people watching. Genie frowned. This elf man looked decent, but his mouth was foul. Genie didn't bother talking with him anymore. She took a ready stance. No? Such a pity. Never mind. I will show you my power then. Maybe you will be impressed, Hardstick said. He brandished a kite shield and a metal club. Come, babe. Let Daddy teach you a lesson. Jack glanced at the elf royalty section. What the heck were they thinking? Selecting such a player to represent them? Probably they selected Outworlders based on the highest levels only. Jack wasn't indicating that experts had no boastful temperament. He simply knew this elven sentinel was a nobody from his subtle movements. The guy showed too many weak points. He didn't even lift his shield in the ready position. "Begin," Pallas declared. On Pallas' word, Genie's spear shot out, accompanied with the skill, piercing spear. Hardstick was startled by the abrupt attack. His body bent backward, narrowly dodging the spear energy that scrapped his helmet. "You a Euro." Hardstick wasn't given the chance to speak. Another thrust came to his face. He frantically moved his head to the side. His club was alighted with flame. That was Paladin's level 35 skill, Sacred Flame. Unlike Jack's past companion, Heathcliff, this flame was white, not blue. However, Hardstick didn't have the chance to use the flaming club. Genie jabbed the hand that was holding the club, keeping it away. She then used the end of her spear to strike Hardstick's left hand that was about to lift his shield. In between, she made a light slash at Hardstick's body. Genie's spear moved swiftly, repeating the process. Hardstick, who never put on a ready stance, was not given the chance anymore. His health point went down slowly just from normal attacks. "Bitch! Fuck off a Euro!" Hardstick yelled in frustration. A translucent layer covered his armor. It was Paladin's level 45 skill, Divine Armor. The skill increased the Paladin's defense, reduced damage received, and protected the Paladin from all movement restrictions. Yet, the restrictions Genie applied to Hardstick were not a game mechanism. It was controlling moves that prevented Hardstick's limbs from moving the way he wanted. So the Divine Armor didn't help Hardstick out of his passive state. It only allowed him to survive longer, but the outcome was still the same. Genie finished him off by using 7 spears assaulting heaven. For rapid thrusts took out Hardstick's remaining health point. Hardstick's body fell to the ground. All throughout the fight, only 3 game skills were used. 1 from Genie and 2 from Hardstick. The Elven Paladin wasn't given the chance to do anything else. "Winner, Genie of the human race," Pallas announced. The translucent layer vanished. Hardstick's 0 health point was refilled to full again. He rose with shame. Genie didn't even spare him a glance. She walked out of the arena. She glanced at her sister, who was sitting amongst the other elven participants. Her sister was staring at her as well. Both sisters didn't exchange anything else other than the glance. "Your match has ended. Hurry up and leave my ring," Pallas bellowed. Hardstick immediately scurried over to where the other elves were sitting. His head hung low the entire time. When he was about to sit, his other teammates looked at him in disdain and asked him to sit further away. "Next match," Pallas uttered. The words in the sky changed. Warrior Section Match 1, Handsome Joe, level 46 Mage Knight, Elf, versus Rolling Rock, level 45 Blade Dancer, Dwarf. The 2 who had their names shown walked down to the arena. When the 2 were ready, Pallas gave them the go sign. Once Pallas gave the go sign, Rolling Rock took the initiative by using Blitz Slash. Joe was taken by surprise, but he still had time to cast Mana Shield. It was Mage Knight's level 35 spell. It was similar to Mage's Barrier. The spell created a shield around the caster, but this shield reduced all damage by 50%, and when Joe received damage from the Blitz Slash, he lost his stamina instead of health point. The shield would vanish if Joe's stamina dropped to 0 or if 30 seconds passed. Joe immediately cast Spectral Projection. Despite Rolling Rock's lower level, he had the Blitz Slash, meaning he passed Blade Dancer's trial on the first try. Joe couldn't afford to underestimate him. Joe sent his Spectral Projection to clash with Rolling Rock while he cast Spectral Blade. 3 Spectral Blades floated beside him. This showed Joe had max-leveled his Spectral Blade spell. Rolling Rock ran past Joe's Spectral Projection to get to Joe's real body, but the 3 Spectral Blades slashed at him once he arrived. The Spectral Projection then came again and clashed with Rolling Rock while Joe put some distance. Joe cast another spell. Spectral Discharge, Mage Knight's level 40 spell. His left hand started shining. This spell made his casting hand into a beacon that collected energy. This energy could be shot every second. It inflicted small damage, but the caster could also charge the energy for a longer period to build it up into a more powerful shot. This spell lasted 5 long minutes, effectively turning Mage Knight into a ranged damage dealer during the duration. Rolling Rock activated his level 45 skill, Phantom Blade. This skill gave his 2 swords a phantom companion. Every time he slashed, these phantom blades followed behind. These phantom blades couldn't be blocked. If the opponent parried the slash, the phantom blade following from behind would continue slashing. It also ignored defense completely. However, the damage it inflicted was only 30% of the real weapon. Joe's spectral projection suffered under Rolling Rock's onslaught, but at the same time, Rolling Rock suffered under Joe's ranged attacks. Rolling Rock knew he couldn't keep on dealing with the spectral projection. Even if he killed the projection, his health point would already be low by then, when Joe still had full health point. So he tried to force his way to reach Joe again. But every time he approached, Joe's spectral blades kept him at bay. Joe then put some distance again. Helpless against Joe's tactic, Rolling Rock's health point was slowly eaten away. The match lasted rather long. In the end, Joe won with his kiting technique. Blade Dancer was superior in close combat. Aside from the exclusive skill Blitz Slash, all its standard skills were melee. Jack could see now if this class simply relied on its standard skills, it was at a disadvantage against ranged classes who knew how to keep its opponent at bay. But he was also excited after seeing Blade Dancer's level 45 skill that he was yet to receive. If he used these phantom blades accompanying his burst slashes art, wouldn't that double his strike counts? Half of those were even unblockable. Even if their individual damage was low, the combo multiplier would compensate for it. Palace called the next contestants. Rogue Section Match 1, Kill Order, Level 46 Assassin, Human vs. Deep Puncture, Level 46 Assassin, Draconian. Both were assassins, so both had the same skill sets. When Palace yelled begin, the two rushed over to one another. When they almost clashed, Deep Puncture vanished. Kill Order, upon witnessing his opponent's disappearance, used roll. Deep Puncture appeared behind where Kill Order was and stabbed, but his dagger hit empty air. At this time, it was Kill Order who vanished. Deep Puncture hurriedly moved away, but his reaction was late. He suffered a stab. But at least he managed to turn his body a little so that the stab wasn't considered a backstab, which caused extra damage. Both assassins used their exclusive skill, Phase Strike, but Kill Order proved the expert of the two. Deep Puncture tried retreating, but Kill Order followed closely. The two stabbed each other in a flurry. Kill Order used the opportunity when Deep Puncture was too focused on his dagger to send a low kick. Deep Puncture lost his balance, which allowed Kill Order to land 2 clean stabs. Deep Puncture's body disappeared again. He had used Vanish, the assassin's level 40 skill that moved him 10 meters away in a random location and became invisible. A moment after he vanished, Kill Order threw his dagger. Deep Puncture was startled to find the human assassin accurately targeted him even when he was invisible. The dagger struck his head and caused critical damage. Deep Puncture's health point was already low when he used Vanish. He was also afflicted by poison status from assassin's skill Poison Mastery after getting repeated stabs. His health point zeroed from the last weapon throw. Winner. Kill Order of the Human Race. Palace announced. Jack, who was watching, said, "That guy can also sense mana." "It appears so," Penuel agreed. "Sense what?" Padoan asked. "Later," Jack said. "Next match." They heard Palace voice. Archer Section Match 1, Ronald Dreary, Level 46 Gunner, Ethereal vs. Telebinge, Level 46 Elite Marksman, Draconian. Jack leaned his body forward. This was the first match that involved a Heavenly Enforcer. This was also the first time he would be seeing a Heavenly Enforcer in action. He had known the other two, but he had never seen them in action as well, at least in this world for Spring Crown's case. He was curious to know what made Master give these players such a title. The two contestants stood at the usual starting positions away from each other. Telebinge held his bow and arrow down while Ronald opened the right side of his cowboy coat and revealed a revolver on a holster by his hip. "Begin," Palace declared. Telebinge lifted his bow and lodged the arrow swiftly. He was in the aiming stance. He was just about to pull his arrow when he saw his opponent didn't make a move. Ronald's right hand was next to his revolver, but the weapon was still inside the holster. Telebinge frowned. "Take out your weapon," he said. Ronald didn't reply nor did as is asked. He simply grinned. Jack thought Ethereal's mouthless grin was particularly disturbing. "Suit yourself," Telebinge uttered and pulled his arrow. Bang! Before the arrow was released, however, he felt a strong knock-in between his eyes. He was sent reeling backward from the force. At the same time, critical damage appeared on his head. Bang! Before his consternation subsided, another shot landed at the exact same place, scoring another critical hit. Telebinge couldn't afford to let himself wonder about anything that had just happened. He forced himself to move sideways. The surprising thing was, his opponent never appeared to move at all. No, he had. Telebinge stole a glance and found that Ronald's revolver was already out of its holster. Its nozzle was currently aiming at him by Ronald's hip. Ronald had been shooting from his hip without taking a standard aiming stance. The nozzle flared. Another shot was fired. Telebinge felt the shot hit his thigh. He lost balance, his running stopped. Another shot was fired from Ronald's revolver and hit his head again. His health point was low already due to the consecutive critical damages. In his desperation, he called out his pet, a red-furred cat, as well as making an urgent shot while executing his level 45 skill, Trace Arrow. This skill caused the shot arrow to chase after a target, dealing very high single target damage. Telebinge didn't have the time to aim, so the arrow was off mark. But in its mid-flight, it turned direction and flew towards Ronald. His cat pet was also dashing towards Ronald. Even with the incoming assaults, Ronald stayed in his position, not moving away. He opened his left coat and revealed a second revolver on his left hip. His left hand turned into a blur as the revolver disappeared from its holster. The left revolver was also shot from the hip, hitting the arrow accurately in its flight, while his right revolver fired another shot and hit Telebinge on the forehead again. The Draconian fell after that last hit. His pet, which was still running, was forcefully unsummoned after his death. Ronald's two revolvers were back inside their holsters. Throughout the match, the gunner didn't even move one step. Everyone stared with disquiet. The player in front of them was totally in a different league. "Normal attacks," Jack muttered. "What?" Paydoin asked. "All his attacks are standard attacks. He never used any skill," Jack said. Paydoin came to a realization. "Who is he? Why have we never heard of him? Does he use a different alias from his previous games?" he asked. "I don't think he is a gamer," Jack said. "That is not a skill gained from playing games. The damage those revolvers dealt is rather high for a one-hand gun, even with the critical," Paydoin remarked. "Those revolvers are set weapons," Penuel informed. "Similar to set equipment, they received a bonus if the same set was equipped. It must have bolstered the damage because he had two guns of the same set. Set weapon and set equipment. Damn! You are not kidding about this World Maker Guild," Paydoin said. Jack turned to where Wong and Springcrown were sitting. Was it possible to hinder 2 out of the 3 from winning this tournament? Mage Section Match 1, Soaring Boar, Level 45 Summoner, Dwarf vs. Selena, Level 46 Elementalist, Human. The two magic users stood opposite each other. As Pallas yelled begin, the two started forming spell formations. It was a matter of casting speed. Selena was evidently faster. She completed a 3-rune spell before Soaring Boar and threw the spell where her opponent was standing. Jack recognized the runes Soaring Boar was casting. It was Avatar Incarnation spell, which proved that Soaring Boar had passed Summoner's Trial on the first try. Yet, his decision to cast this spell had been a mistake. This spell required 5 runes. Not to mention his casting speed was slower than Selena's. He only completed 2 runes when Selena completed hers. The floor underneath Soaring Boar lighted up. Arcane turbulence filled with fire elements shot up. Soaring Boar had cancelled his spell once he noticed the spell and tried to run away from the area of effect. However, his summoner class movement speed was slow. He didn't manage to flee, so he changed his casting to another spell with 1 rune. Selena's flame turbulence consumed the space around him as he focused his mind to not get disrupted. His body was covered by barrier. Despite his barrier protecting him from damage, he had been battered by arcane turbulence for a second. He was already inflicted with disoriented status. His movement speed slowed, so he decided to just stand his ground and again cast the Avatar Incarnation spell. Selena was surprised. She didn't expect her opponent to decide to tank through her spell just to complete his casting. Since it was so, she won't be courteous. She cast Elementalist level 35 spell, Ice Field. The spell covered the area around Soaring Boar, further slowing him. Soaring Boar's barrier shattered due to the two spells' damage, but the time it provided had allowed him to complete his spell. An armored avatar appeared carrying a large two-handed hammer. Selena was not flustered. She cast Fireball at Soaring Boar, who was still inside her spell. Without his barrier, Soaring's health point was slowly going down from flame turbulence. He couldn't dodge the incoming fireball. He was already slow as a magic user. Selena's earlier two spells slowed him further. The fireball slammed onto his body, causing him to lose lots of health point. He was still casting throughout the ordeals. His concentration was pretty solid. 7 metallic golems came out. It was not the normal dirt golem that Jack had seen before. These had bodies that looked much sturdier. Jack deduced the spell must have been altered using an evolved seed. Selena's arcane turbulence ended at this time. Soaring Boar immediately turned around to run. He wanted to leave his summons to deal with Selena as he shot standard attacks from further away. Yet, before the Avatar and Metal Golems came to Selena, Selena had completed another spell. The spell had 5 runes. Selena could still calmly cast her spell despite seeing the Avatar with the huge hammer running towards her. Crackling energy shot out from her staff. It crashed onto the Avatar, pushing it away while dealing damage before jumping to nearby metal golems that were approaching. It was Elementalist's level 40 spell, Chain Lightning. The lightning snake continued punching one golem after another, blasting them away. After frying its 8th target, it jumped to the 9th, which was Soaring Boar, who was trying to run away. The lightning was too fast for his slow feet. It singed his back before jumping back to the Avatar. 10 jumps? Jack was astonished. This meant Selena had max-leveled this Chain Lightning spell. Penuel had explained to him that Chain Lightning at its first level hit 5 targets. Each 4 level up allowed the spell to hit an additional target. And here he thought that he was the only one with max-leveled elite skills in this tournament. He had seen 2 players with max-level elite skills already just from the first matches. Soaring Boar's health point was already low before the Chain Lightning touched him. He was also suffering from the burn effect, which caused him to lose health point periodically. Magic users were not known for their low health points. Hence, when he was hit by the Chain Lightning, his health point was devoured already. He fell to the floor with a body that was still covered by burn and electric residues. HMAuro Summoner is not a suitable class for dueling, Jack thought. He thought back to his duel with John. John would have a worse fate if he didn't grant him the time to call out all his summons. After Palace announced Selena as the winner, he said, "We have concluded the individual matches. We will now take a 20-minute break before proceeding to the team match. You can enjoy the refreshments and snacks that we have prepared. For the human and elf teams, please make sure to return to this arena once the 20 minutes are up." The void surrounding the theater dissipated and the gardens surrounding it came into view again. Beside the theater was a long table with drinks and fruits on it. The council must have set it up during the matches. "Wow, your faction does know how to entertain their guests," Jack said to Peidoan. The two then walked over to the table with refreshments. Some came as well, but many simply sat, not moving away from their seats. Jack saw many that remained seated had stern looks. It seemed that many had become nervous after the matches. Only one would win, many others would lose. No one wanted to lose. Their worry about losing might have started gnawing at them. Shouldn't I be the same? Jack thought. Was he still relaxing because he was too confident of himself? Overconfidence was never a good thing. But he thought back to his past. He was not foreign to game competitions. He had learned to condition himself to relax under pressure, so he won't freeze up when action was needed. This kind of mentality was crucial in any kind of competition. Otherwise, you would have lost before you even began. Jack took one of the drinks available. "I am next, eh?" He looked over. His opponents were also looked relaxed enough to enjoy the refreshments. Grace was there, surrounded by his male fans as usual. Those flies kept on trying to attract her attention, but Jack could see that she just treated them as non-existence. Grace turned to where Jack and Peidoan were. She saw Peidoan and nodded at him with a smile. Then her eyes and Jack's met. She turned away with a disgusted expression. What the Euro shit? She still thinks me looking at her with lecherous thoughts. Jack thought with lament. You should just tell her, you know. It is painful watching you too, Peidoan said while shaking his head. Nah, let it be this way. If she dislikes me without knowing who I am, then she dislikes me. This is the real me. I can't deceive her feeling by exploiting our past, Jack said. As I said, you are weird, Peidoan uttered. But good luck, he said while lifting his fist towards Jack. Thanks, Jack said and bumped his fist with Peidoan's. It's their gesture to wish each other luck before a battle. After 20 minutes, everyone returned to their seats, except for the 5 humans and 5 elves who walked into the arena. On the elf side, aside from Jennifer and Grace, the rest were part of the men who continued to cling to Grace. The surrounding was again covered with void and words projection appeared above. Team Section Match 1. Elf versus Human. Elf Team Jennifer. Level 46 Dragoon Assured. Level 46 Mage Knight Wonderman. Level 46 Technocraft Unequaled Grace. Level 46 Inquisitor Bad Omen. Level 45 Reaver versus Human Team Giant Steve. Level 46 Sentinel Storm Wind. Level 43 Blade Dancer Red Death. Level 46 Assassin Yellow Death. Level 46 Gunner Princess Purple. Level 46 Priest, 2 healers. Jack muttered. Those 2 classes do not focus mainly on healing compared to Priest and Druid. Maybe that's why they use 2, Peniel said. The elf team, after seeing the projection, also had a comment. One of the elven men in the team, Wonderman, said with a loud voice, a level 43? Haha. Hey, Omen. Here I thought you will embarrass us for being a level 45. Well, now we know who to gang up on first, Assured said. Haha. You are right a euro wait. I can't find this storm wind using my inspect. You stupid. You can inspect the other 4, right? Then the remaining 1 should be storm wind. He must be carrying something that prevents inspect. You are right. You are dead, kid. Wonderman pointed to Jack. The others on Jack's team stared at Wonderman. They couldn't help but feel pity for the guy. All of you, do not do anything rash. He is not simple as you think. You all should listen to my orders before acting, Jennifer uttered. Humph, why should we? Although you are also pretty, we only listen to our goddess here, Wonderman said. Jennifer was vexed. What did pretty have to do with listening to orders? Stick to the plan. We have agreed that she is the leader. Listen to her, Grace uttered. Yes, my goddess. Of course. We listen to your will. Somehow, Jennifer felt even more irritated now despite those men agreeing to listen to her. When the 2 groups on the arena wondered how the 10 of them were going to fight in this small arena, 2 silvery portals appeared before them. Palace said after the portals appeared, as mentioned, team battle will take place in a constructed arena dimension. Each group enters the portal in front of you. It will take you to your starting positions. From there, you will have to advance to search and defeat your opponents. Now enter. May the courageous be the victors. Both human and elf groups entered their respective portals. After the last member disappeared inside the portal vanished. 3 giant images appeared in the sky. The top one showed the map of a region, while the 2 others each showed the 5 participants who had just appeared out from a portal. The spectators looked at the map image. The region was a frozen tundra. Sometimes there were swirls of ice clouds appearing at random spots. At 2 opposing edges of the map were 5 small icons. They surmised these icons represented the group of humans and elves. The map was very large. The 2 that appeared on opposing sides won't see each other right away. They needed to travel some distance before they met. Let the team match begins, Palace declared. Inside the arena dimension, under chilly air and surrounded by a desolate frozen landscape, Jack and the others came out of the portal. They looked around. Their opponents were nowhere to be seen. There were several visible routes that they could take. In the distance, they saw blizzards forming and dispersing. Pallas' booming voice was soon heard from the sky, telling them the match had begun. "No wonder they give 2 hours for the time limit," Giant Steve said. "So, what should we do?" "Okay. Let us all start proceeding forward and hey, where are you all going?" Jack called when he saw Red Death, Yellow Death, and Princess Purple all went in different directions. "The sooner we finish this, the better," Red Death said and dashed off. "I don't care what you do. I will do whatever I want." Yellow Death similarly took off using another route. Jack was speechless at the two. He then turned back and saw Princess Purple walking around before finding a suitable rock and sitting down. "Euro? Are you going to just sit there?" Jack finally asked Princess Purple after some time. "My job is only healing, right? If your health point is low, come back here and I'll heal you," she said nonchalantly. "The heck, Euro, what if I need healing mid-fight? Then break away from the fight and come back here." "Euro, Euro, what should we do?" Giant Steve asked again. "Fuck this. Steve, you stay with her. I know she is aggravating, but try your best not to kill her and protect her instead," Jack said. Giant Steve sighed and took position next to Princess Purple. What a mess," Jack uttered. He then took the path straight forward from where they came out of the portal. He figured that should be the shortest route towards their enemies. He was not truly bothered by his teammates actually. He never thought of playing team himself. Once he encountered the enemy group, it should be over by then. He checked his radar. It's not working. It was considered a tool as well. He tried sending messages to Giant Steve. He received notification that messaging is disabled within this dimension. "Okay, let's do this search the old-fashioned way then." The spectators outside were baffled by the scenes. The human group separated from each other right from the start. The one image showing the human group now broke into 4 smaller images, showing each of their movements. Is that human team's tactic? Spread out to cover more ground in search for their opponents. One of the spectators muttered. The projection only showed images, they didn't project voices. So they didn't hear what the participants said inside the arena dimension. The others might not know what happened, but the human representatives understood. Genie sighed. "This is what happens when opposing people are forced into a team. Can't help it. We are enemies after all. It will be a miracle to ask them to work together," Selena remarked. She was sitting beside Genie. Although their 2 guilds were enemies, these 2 women still respected one another. "Look, unlike the human team, the elf team proceeds together. From the way they are moving, they will meet that red-haired human woman soon," a spectator commented. "Good. I hope they meet soon. I want to see action," another spectator said. "But she is just scouting, right? She should now be informing the others and wait for the other to arrive before engaging that elf group." "She should be." As they watched the image, they saw the elf group and the red-haired human spotted one another. When they were expecting the red-haired human to turn and run, she instead charged straight into the group. "Ha!" Everyone was baffled. Inside the arena dimension, Jennifer had taken her team to the right side route. She thought the central route to be too obvious. Not long after, she saw Red Death coming at them. Jennifer had information about Death Associates, so she was aware of Red Death's expertise. She asked everyone to stop and observe their surroundings. Could this be a ploy where Red Death took their attention while her other teammates attacked them from behind? The land where they were was mostly flat, not an ideal place to lay an ambush. When she saw that no other humans were around, she concluded that Red Death was truly intending to take them alone. "How arrogant!" Genie uttered, but this would be a good opportunity for them. She then gave her orders. "Assured with me. Wonderman, lay traps behind her. Cut her escape path. Grace and Omen, you 2 supports." Grace started by casting Empowering Prayer. Assured used Spectral Projection. His copy now stood beside Jennifer while he stayed behind and cast Spectral Discharge, giving him range attack capability. Wonderman summoned his Techno Golem, which was a yellow, clunky-looking robot. When Red Death was near, Jennifer, assured spectral projection, and Wonderman's techno-golem came forward to receive her. Wonderman put 2 traps next to each other behind Red Death, sealing her escape path as was ordered. One of these traps was immobilizing trap, another was lightning trap. The lightning trap came from his level 35 skill, elemental trap. He had to choose an element when he first received this skill. He chose the lightning element, which made the skill become lightning trap. If opponents step on it, it would deal lightning damage as well as cause paralyze. Jennifer used piercing spear. Red Death easily dodged that ranged attack. Jennifer followed up using her family spear art, Serpentine Swift Spear. Her spear spun deceptively before delivering a deadly strike. Yet, Red Death vanished just as her spear was about to hit. "Behind!" Assured exclaimed when he saw Red Death materializing. He shot the energy accumulated using spectral discharge from his left hand, but Red Death disappeared again before his attack hit. "What? Didn't she just use Phase Strike?" Assured uttered. The one Red Death used was Back Shift, her non-standard advanced skill that he had used before when dueling Jack. It was a feint before she execute Phase Strike. These 2 skills back-to-back allowed her to shift position twice, fooling her opponents. When she appeared the second time, she attacked for real. Jennifer, however, was not a novice. She brought her spear to her back and blocked Red Death's stab. As she did, she saw a phantom dagger shift through her spear and stabbed into her midsection. The phantom dagger was Assassin's unblockable stab. The attack ignored Jennifer's high defense armor and also scored a critical. Red Death, however, frowned. The red damage number shown above Jennifer was 1400, yet Jennifer's health point was only lowered by half that amount. Red Death could also sense mana. She sensed a link between Jennifer and someone further away. Bad Omen, the level 45 Reaver. She knew then what had happened. Jennifer was soul-linked to Bad Omen. Soul Link was Reaver's exclusive skill that the class received upon passing the class trial on the first try. When a Reaver selected a target to be soul-linked, the caster and target's health point will always stay at the same percentage. Damage and healing received by both caster and target will also be shared. It was similar to Sentinel's share damage skill, except Sentinel's skill didn't share healing, while Soul Link didn't reduce damage as share damage did. Wonderman's Techno Golem came punching down at this time. Red Death backflipped to evade. Her figure was then divided into 3. It was another of her non-standard advanced skill, Trinity Assault. The 3 figures stabbed forward at Jennifer. Red Death was intent on taking out the enemy's leader first. Jennifer stabbed her spear into the ground. The ground in a 5-meter radius around her lighted up. She was using Dragoon level 45 skill, Domain of Spears. Numerous spears pierced out from the ground. The spears stabbed around the area, including allies. But the allies inside her domain were only assured spectral projection and Wonderman's Techno Golem. So it didn't matter. Red Death's 3 images were useless since the spears stabbed all 3. She ended up using her super jump high into the air to retreat from those spears. While she was in the air, she suddenly sensed something on her left. She turned and was surprised to find Grace by her side. Grace's glowing mace came and struck her side. It was an attack done with Inquisitor's level 45 skill, Judgment Strike. This skill dealt massive damage against undead, darkness, and demon creatures, but still dealt decent damage against all others. Red Death was in the air, so she couldn't dodge. Her health point went down a good deal as she fell back to the ground. She gritted her teeth from the pain as she moved swiftly to dodge all the range attacks that followed. What she was confused about was how Grace, an Inquisitor who had no super jump ability, to catch her in midair. When she saw Wonderman near where Grace landed, she understood that Grace had used that man as a foothold. Wonderman had willingly come inside Jennifer's domain of spear and suffered its damage out of Grace's order, before helping Grace to reach the height that caught Red Death off guard. She predicted my move? Red Death thought. Jennifer had come to her again. Her health point was back to full again. With 2 healers in the team, it was not a problem to lose some health. Aside from standard heal from advanced healer class, a Reaver healed by using Soul Orb. Once someone became a Reaver, he possessed 1 Soul Orb. Whenever a Reaver dealt damage, it filled up this Soul Orb with health point equal to the damage dealt. Any excess healing received by the Reaver would also fill this soul orb. The soul orb could fill up to a maximum of 100% of the Reaver's health point. The health point inside this soul orb could then be used to heal any target. If the health point in this soul orb was not used, then the health point inside would deteriorate as time passed. Red Death activated combat clone, Assassin's level 45 skill. A duplicate of herself appeared. This clone could deal 80% of her damage. With her clone, she clashed again with her opponents. But as time passed, it became apparent which side was winning. While Jennifer and the rest could fight without worry due to healers, Red Death didn't have that luxury. An assassin didn't have body recovery ability. Red Death also couldn't use potions, so the health point she had lost stayed lost. She fought more reserved, but there were 5 opponents, all of which were not your run-of-the-mill players. She didn't want to admit it, but if she didn't flee, she would be done for. When her clone disappeared, she decided it was time to retreat. But when she did, that Inquisitor woman who was not around when she was fighting against Jennifer, Assured, and Wonderman, now stood in her escape path. Red Death was riled. This was the second time this woman showed up when she attempted a retreat. She decided to force her way through. Inquisitors might have melee capability, but they were originally a healer class. She didn't believe that she couldn't take care of this Inquisitor woman. Grace, who saw Red Death attempt a frontal clash, didn't back down. Her right hand was holding a mace while her left held a shield. She also activated Inquisitor's level 40 skill, Faith Armor. It increased her defense, elemental resistance, status effect resistances, and also regenerated her health point by 50 every second. Red Death made a hard stab to Grace's left, which she parried using her shield. But when Grace felt the impact, another stab suddenly appeared targeting her eyes. The stab was too fast. She only managed to lower her head a little and the stab hit her forehead, dealing critical damage. However, Grace didn't back down. She forced herself forward instead, ignoring the pain. Red Death was startled by Grace's tenacity. She sidestepped while sending Grace another stab. Grace ignored the damage. She was protected by stronger defense and regeneration effect. All she had to suffer was just the pain. She smashed her mace down at Red Death. Red Death deftly dodged the smash, but then she found herself encircled. Grace had managed to buy enough time for her teammates. "You will be our first step towards today's victory," Jennifer uttered as she lunged forward. Bang! A gunshot was heard. Jennifer felt her spear was hit by a strong impact and her stab swerved to the side. 4 rapid gunshots were heard next. Jennifer, Assured, Grace, and Wonderman were all hit by the shot. Damage numbers appeared. Red Death didn't let this opportunity go to waste. She jumped high onto Wonderman's techno golem while its owner was still unsteady from the gunshot. She landed on its head before making another jump and escaping the encirclement. The elven group tried to chase, but another shot was fired. Grace took point and used her shield for cover. There was coincidentally a blizzard forming not far away. Red Death ran into the blizzard at high speed. Wonderman, who had the fastest movement speed, intended to continue chasing, but Jennifer stopped him. "Why? She almost dies. We should chase and finish her off," Wonderman uttered. Jennifer shook her head. "We don't know if it was only the gunner at the place where she was fleeing. It could be their ploy to lure us to a place where they prepared a trap. All her teammates might be there to ambush us. We still have to face them sooner or later," Wonderman said with dissatisfaction. "Yes, but not following the trail they want us to. We should circle and come at them from the other side. See what they are up to. We can't afford to be reckless." "I agree with Jennifer. We should be careful," Grace said. "All right. Okay. I agree with being careful." Jennifer felt like using her domain of spears again on them, so they moved in another direction. Yellow Death's gunshots had stopped when Red Death put enough distance. They continued moving while paying attention to the direction where Red Death and Yellow Death were supposed to be. As they moved, they noticed a figure approaching under a blizzard from an opposite direction. "Hey, look, there is another one over there. Which means they are not together," Wonderman said when he noticed the lone figure. "Yeah, that red chick is behind us, right? Or do they plan to pin us from 2 sides?" Assured asked. I don't see that red chick nor the gunner coming, Bad Omen said as he looked to their back. Wait, isn't that the level 43 dude? Wonder Man exclaimed when the blizzard started dispersing and Jack came into view. Hey, you are right. He is alone. What are we waiting for? Yeah. Easy picking. Let's finish him fast and then we will have only 4 players to worry about. Agreed. Let's go. Wait. Don't go. We have to do it together, Jennifer called. But the 3 elven men had run forward with high speed already. Stop. Come back. Didn't I already tell you, people, that we have to attack that person together? She continued to call, but the 3 ignored her completely. She turned to Grace. Why didn't you stop them? I didn't disagree. Let them finish that lecherous man and reduce our opponent's number. The 2 of us just need to watch the back in case his teammates come to ambush. No, you don't understand. That guy is not what he seemed to be, Jennifer said. Jennifer never saw Jack in action, but she had heard reports from Queen Magenta and the rest. Although she still thought that the reports were being exaggerated, she still understood that Jack had to be an expert to at least warrant such reports. Grace gave Jennifer a look. Her expression showed that she didn't put Jennifer's words in high regard. This man was a coward who even tried to use a fake name on her, even when his real alias would be easily known once the match started. Grace then heard a scream. She turned back and saw Assured was down on the ground. She thought at first Assured was simply fallen due to tripping or something, but she then noticed his health point bar was empty. Damn it! Jennifer uttered and dashed forward. Attack together! Jennifer activated his level 40 skill, Radiant Javelins. 5 javelins made of light appeared around her before shooting forward. Wonder Man and Bad Omen were still in trance. They wanted to believe what had happened just now was simply an illusion. Assured's spectral projection and spectral discharge was still in cooldown, so he had cast Spectral Blade before he engaged the level 43 human. But when he arrived in melee range, the human easily swatted aside the spectral blades. The human then used Blade Dancer's cross slash, or at least something that looked like it. The cross slash the human had unleashed carried dark energy. After that one slash, Assured was down on the ground. Snap out of it! Jennifer yelled as he used jump attack. The 5 javelins thrown by Jennifer shot at Jack. Jack's 2 swords danced around, smacking all the javelins aside. Jennifer appeared above Jack and thrust down. Jack lightly sidestepped to the side and used Flame Strike as Jennifer came down. Seeing her thrust missed, Jennifer immediately pulled up her spear to parry. The Flame Strike connected with Jennifer's spear shaft. She was thrown away due to extreme force. Her feet skidded on the ground to resist the pushing force. When she finally managed to stop herself, she found out that she had lost half her life. Euro, I parried the strike, she muttered. Jack looked around. Hee, everyone is here. Good. Time to end this. Spell formation appeared above him. What? Bad Omen cried. Grace and Wonder Man were similarly stunned by the display. He is not just a blade dancer, he is also an archmage, Jennifer shouted. Instead of absorbing the information, this news stunned her teammates further. If she had told them before, they wouldn't have believed it anyway. The spell formation was completed and Ice Ring radiated out. Wonder Man was frozen, but not before he summoned his Techno Golem and used his level 40 skill, Energy Turret. A tiny tower came out from the ground and started shooting energy balls at Jack. Jack used Magic Shield to block the energy shots, slipped past the Techno Golem, and gave the frozen Wonder Man several quick slashes. His Techno Golem and Energy Turret vanished when his body fell. Bad Omen was not frozen, but he was slowed. Added to his originally slow movement speed, he was still close to Jack after Jack finished off Wonder Man. Seeing that he couldn't flee, he decided to attack instead. He cast Reaver's level 30 spell, Steal Life. A beam of ominous light shot out from his staff and headed to Jack. Jack zipped to the side and dodged the beam. Jennifer had come again by then. She sent 100 spears at Jack. Jack turned to her and used his burst slashes. Sword and spear collided with a speed unseen by naked eyes. Jennifer was using skill while Jack was using martial art. In Jennifer's opinion, Her assault should be superior, because her damage was multiplied by the game system, while Jack's art, although impressive, was still considered as normal attacks. Yet it was her that was pushed back. At this time, Jack felt someone coming behind him. "Oh no, you don't!" Jack turned around and smashed Grace's mace aside using his other sword. Grace was still surprised that her attempted ambush failed when Jack's straight kick came. Grace blocked the kick using her shield but was forcefully pushed away. With one hand, Jack parried Jennifer's stab while his sword snaked in 3 quick slashes on Jennifer's arm. "That's a euro," Grace, who was being pushed away, uttered. Jennifer's life, which was in danger, was healed by Bad Omen. Bad Omen had used up all the health point inside his soul orb to save Jennifer. At the same time, he cast another spell. A ghost-like spirit flew out from his staff. Jack jumped and ran from the spirit, but it continued to follow. "Forget it, you can't escape," Penuel informed. Hearing that, Jack let the spirit hit him while he rushed to Bad Omen. The spirit stuck on him. Damage numbers started appearing. "That is Haunting Spirit, Reaver's level 40 spell," Penuel explained. "It summons a spirit that clings to a target, dealing 10% soul damage every second, and converted 50% of this damage into health point to heal the caster's ally with the lowest health point." Jack turned and saw Jennifer was indeed healing slowly. "Soul damage?" Jack asked. "Remember when I mentioned another type of damage other than chaos damage that has no resistance?" "It is soul damage," Penuel answered. "Reaver's attacks mostly carry soul damage." Bad Omen was casting a spell again, but Jack beat him to it. Jack's mana beam punctured him and interrupted his casting. While they were fighting, a blizzard suddenly hit. Grace, who was about to go back to help, had her visibility covered. But at least she managed to throw a last-second heal to Bad Omen before she lost sight of him. As long as Bad Omen moved away from his position and hid in this blizzard, he should be safe for the time being. But when she was thinking that, she heard Bad Omen scream, which then abruptly stopped. "That guy is so unfortunate to stumble into the opponent in the blizzard?" While she was still wondering, she heard clashes of metals and Jennifer's yelling. "What?" The sound of clashings came from another side, which meant their opponent, after dealing with Bad Omen, had run directly to where Jennifer was. How did he determine their positions inside this blizzard? The sound of battle didn't last long. Grace stayed his ground. Although she had a good perception, it was basically nullified within this blizzard. A shadow appeared in front of him. Grace used Judgment Strike and slammed her mace forward. Jack came into view as her mace arrived. Yet it simply passed through Jack. While Grace was in consternation, she felt rapid slashes from behind her. She cast heal on herself, but it was not enough to offset the damages. Her health point zeroed soon. Jack deactivated his body double spell when Grace fell. If he didn't count wrong, he already killed 5 opponents, which meant their team had won. He heard the confirmation soon after. Palace voice was heard from the sky, announcing the human team as the winner of the first team match. At human team's original starting position, Giant Steve was still standing beside Princess Purple, who was currently painting her nails. Where did she get the paint? Steve was curious, but she asked a different matter. "I've always wondered why girls like to paint their nails. Men never find it attractive." "Well, at least I don't." Princess Purple stopped upon Giant Steve's question. She gave him a disdainful glance before saying, "Sir Giant, how about I ask you, why do you play games?" Steve was bewildered by her completely unrelated question. He answered, "Well, because I enjoy it." "Don't you play games because of the same reason as well?" "Girls never find men playing games as attractive, so why do you keep on doing it?" Princess Purple uttered, then returned to painting her fingernails. Steve was still pondering Princess Purple's words when he noticed the words on the sky had changed color. Their names were written on the sky, as with their opponents. 2 of their opponents' names, which were white color before, had now turned gray. Steve was still wondering about the graying when the remaining ones also turned gray rapidly, one after another. Palace voice then boomed in the sky, announcing their victory. "Oh, it's finished?" he said. Red Death, who had escaped, was currently hiding and adopting a precautionary approach after her rash approach failed. Her health point was still low. Yellow Death didn't come to her. She didn't know where the guy was. Yellow Death had moved away from his sniping position after aiding her in her escape. When she heard the victory notification, she didn't feel happy. She was gritting her teeth instead. There was only one person that could score their victory this fast. Her impatience due to the desire to beat Jack to the punch had instead backfired on her. Outside, the human side cheered upon the victory. The other spectators were speechless. What kind of a team match was this? When the battle happened between the elven team and the red-haired human assassin, it was still within expectation. The red-haired assassin was good. If it was a one-on-one battle or even one-on-two, she could probably come out on top. But going against 5 was rather short-sighted in everyone's opinion. Not to mention Assassin was not a class built for direct confrontation. They were more suited for ambush and hit-and-run tactics. But when the elven team encountered that low-level blade dancer, every common sense they had was thrown out the window. It was a massacre by the lesser number by the lower level. Everyone found it hard to grip their mind around it. And what was that about the blade dancer casting spells? Using a sword some more. Although the color of the sword on his left hand was indeed reminiscent of Archmage's spell magic weapon. Heck, the human team could probably just send the single player into the team match. The rests were simply window dressings. Hee, I am rich, Gruff uttered from his seat. Paydoin whistled. I'll be damned, he said. He is not kidding when he said all we need to win the team match is simply place him as the participant for the team battle. Duchess Isabel said to Prince Alonso. Indeed, Prince Alonso said with a smile. Remus was sour instead. Although he had more representatives in this team match, his champion had been beaten away by the opponent's team while all the credit went to Alonso's champion. These matches were broadcasted to all the countries. Alonso had surely gained much merit in the match just now. In the other country seats, the members of their respective teams were also having tense expressions. A player who could finish 5 expert opponents with such ease and displayed abilities from 2 classes. This was unheard of. The dwarf and ethereal teams were especially anxious. Whoever won between them will go up against the human team next. Brother Hung, you are the strongest amongst us. Do you have the confidence to defeat that blade dancer? One of the dwarf team members asked Jet Hung. Mayuro, I'm not sure. If it is our original world, I will say I beat that kid no sweat. But this game world can be confusing sometimes. Jet replied, but then he broke into a smile. But do not worry. Although that kid is very strong, their team has one major weakness. We will surely win when we go up against them. All we have to do is just beat up the ethereal team first. His dwarf teammate gave him a questioning look, but Jet didn't elaborate any further. On the arena before the spectators, a flash of light and the 10 contestants from the team match appeared before their eyes. This concludes today's matches, Pallas uttered. You have all fought well. Those who lost, do not be discouraged. Train harder and claim your victory in the next tournament. For those who won, we of the Council of Virtus congratulate you. Do not get carried away, though. Your trial has just begun. You still have another 2 matches to win before you become the champions. Now, take your rest and we will continue this tournament tomorrow. Everyone dispersed. Prince Alonso came to congratulate those that had won today, especially Jack and Jeannie. Prince Remus wasn't in the mood, but he had to put up an appearance. He came to congratulate as well, with emphasis on Selena since she was part of her representatives. Everyone went for their own business after. Jack asked Paydoin if there was any EXP grinding spot nearby. These matches only lasted till noon. There was still plenty of time left in the day. He would spend his remaining day practicing martial arts, otherwise. Paydoin told him there was not. No monsters inhabited the top half of this mountain due to the presence of the council here. Going down half the mountain would take more than half a day, not to mention the path was not a smooth journey. Additionally, they were not allowed to leave this place as they like, so using the zone portal or return scroll was out of the question. However, there might be something he could offer Jack to spend his time while waiting for the next match. Paydoin asked him to wait. He would need to ask his superior first if they could allow an outsider like Jack to use the facility. Jack asked what facility Peidoin was talking about. Peidoin said he would rather tell Jack after he got the permission. Otherwise, he was afraid Jack might be disappointed if he failed. He asked Jack to wait for him over in the agora where they chatted yesterday. Peidoin rushed away after, leaving a curious Jack. Peidoin headed to the Temple of Courage, but before he went into the temple, he heard a woman's voice calling him, "George!" He turned and saw Grace walking over. She was by herself, which was odd. "Where is your entourage?" Peidoin asked with a laugh. "I chased them away," Grace answered. "You can do that? I would have thought that they will still insist to follow you even if you ask them to go away. They did try. I'm just too lazy to bother any other time." "Oh? What did you do?" "I beat one up until his health point is critical." I could imagine the guy enjoying the beating. Sickly enough, he did. So I just kill him. This causes the other to back off. "What the euro, you killed him? You know it is not permitted in this place. You will be thrown out if the people in charge here find out. The others will keep their mouth shut. He is not fighting in the tournament anymore, so other people won't notice if he is gone. Also, the guy wore Amulet of Rebirth, he only loses 1 level. Peidoin shook his head and said, "Well, I have always known you for the tomboy and the hard-headed girl you are, completely different from the gentle you who I saw in the television. The one in the television is not the real me." "Wait, you watched my show?" Grace asked. "You are famous. Everyone watched you. Not Lone Wind, though." Peidoin shrugged. "How do you know?" "Perhaps he watched as well." Grace didn't comment. She just stared at Peidoin, which caused him to feel uncomfortable. "Umayuro, do you come to me because you need something?" Peidoin asked after the uncomfortable silence. "I saw you are pretty tight with that guy," Grace answered. "Which guy?" "The guy with the multiclass. The one who beat me up in the team match earlier." Peidoin shrugged again, very uncomfortably now. "Well, you know me. I like to make friends." "No, you don't. You were mean to most people. Only after hanging out with Lone Wind that you started making friends with others. I don't understand why you brought him Euro. Cut the crap. He is Lone Wind, isn't he?" Grace cut Peidoin's sentence. "Yes, he is." "Oh darn. Don't tell him that you found out from me. Why do you think he is him anyway? I saw him using that triple slashes he liked to use. Then I remember he did a fist bump with you before the match Euro. Also, he had known that I am the Grace who used to play with you too, hadn't he?" Umayuro Theta Euro. Grace gave him a hard stare. "He knows Euro," Peidoin said weakly. "Why do you suspect so?" "He masked his alias when we first met, even though it would have been obvious that his alias will be easily exposed since we both joined the tournament. Damn him. Does he really don't want to hang out with me so much?" "Uhayuro, please don't misunderstand him." "Why? Did you talk to him about me?" I died a Euro. What did he say?" "Well, after learning the real world he said that you might have misunderstood your feeling because you are too sheltered when we hung out together. Now that nothing was holding you down, he wanted you to explore your freedom to make sure. First, he thought that if you knew he was nearby, it would prevent you from doing that." "Do you believe that?" Grace asked. "Sister, I date girls for fun. I am never into this deep relationship shit." "Please don't ask my opinion," Peidoin replied, praying for this conversation to end soon. While in his mind, he cursed Jack. What was the guy thinking? Didn't he know that Grace was the most perceptive amongst the 3 of them? It would be a wonder if she didn't find out his identity when they participate in the same match. Grace took a deep breath. After some silence, she said to Peidoin, "Don't tell him that I know he is who he is." She then walked away. Peidoin watched her leaving. "Euro, what have I gotten myself into?" he thought. While Jack was heading to the agora to wait for Peidoin, he walked over to a secluded spot near the edge of the mountain where his grandfather was training Leave Me Alone. Leave Me Alone was doing some shadow boxing while Doman was watching by the side, giving some remarks once in a while. "He is a very serious student, isn't he?" Jack asked as he stood beside Doman. "Yes, he is," Doman answered. "Reminds me of senior brother Leo," Jack said. Doman didn't say anything. You think he would have a chance against Wang? Jack asked. Who will have a chance against me? Jack heard a deep voice from the back. He turned and was surprised to find Wang standing not far away. Leave me alone, who heard Wang's voice stopped and looked over. Doman stayed still without looking back. Wang approached. He then stood on Jack's other side opposite Doman. Jack felt weird to have two martial art grandmasters flanking him, but he was more bewildered to find that he could almost not sense Wang. The guy was as if he didn't exist there. Your concealment technique was quite good, Doman said. Thank you for your compliment, Wang said. You know, I have always wondered who amongst us is the better martial artist. It's a pity you quit when I make my debut in the World Championship. It would have been glorious to have taken the crown from a 10 years straight champion. If I have joined, it would have been 11 years straight champion, Doman uttered. Ha ha ha. Wang laughed. Too bad you are not in the rogue section. Otherwise, we no longer have to wonder who is the better fighter between us. I don't need to wonder. I have always known. Haha, Euro, so. Are you training this little cub who I have beaten before in the hope of defeating me? Leave me alone clenched his fists after hearing Wang's remark. No need to be so eager, boy. Looking at our placements, we should meet in the final. If you manage to win before the final, of course. I hope you do so I can beat you up again. This time in front of your new teacher. I won't lose this time, Leave me alone uttered. Heh. Wang grinned. He then turned around. Before he left, he said to Doman, I hope we can spar someday. Considering that you have lowered yourself and sold your service to the devil, we will, Doman replied. Hee. I will be looking forward to it. Wang then walked away. Jack watched the old martial artist disappear between the trees. The other two heavenly enforcers were nowhere to be seen. Actually, Jack never saw the three interact with each other. The three were in one camp, but their relationships were not more than workmates. Jack was glad if that was truly the case. A group tied by such a shallow bond would be easier to go up against. What is this concealment technique? Jack asked his grandfather. Can you sense his presence using your mana sense just now? Doman asked back. Only a little, and also after he is standing right next to me, Jack answered. Doman nodded. A concealment technique was one that manipulate chi to hide one's presence. Only a perfect chi sensing can sense a person with this technique. This is an ancient technique developed by assassins from the past, who like to hide and strike from the dark. I'm rather surprised that guy is proficient in that technique. This technique can be useful. Can you teach me? Jack asked. I know the technique, but I must admit that Wang is better in it than me. But yes, I can teach you if you are interested. However, you must first touch the basics of mana manipulation. I want to learn it as well, Leave me alone exclaimed. Doman smiled. There was nothing happier for a teacher than having eager students. But he didn't let his feelings show for long. His face turned stern and uttered, First, you have to beat up that guy who has just called you a little cub. Now, get back to your training. Yes, master. Leave me alone bowed and resumed his stance. Truly an obedient student, Jack thought. Are you going to join us in training? Doman asked Jack. No, I have an appointment with someone, Jack said. Don't slack off on your training, Doman said. Yes, master, Jack grumbled. Jack went to the agora where he was supposed to meet Padoan. The dude wasn't there yet. So, he sat cross-legged at one corner and started training as his grandfather asked him to. In his meditation, he tried to manipulate the mana around him. When he arrived in this place, his mana sense had allowed him to sense that this place's mana was denser than other places he had visited before. With denser mana, he should have an easier time manipulating mana in theory. He had been doing just that in his free time since yesterday. He closed his eyes and felt the mana around him. He started to send his thought to a tiny portion of it. He had learned after many experiments that it was easier if he tried to influence a few mana. He guessed like any other practice, he should start small before building up. As he asserted his dominance to this small portion of mana, he started to give them direction to move. If he asked them to do too complex a maneuver, they started to slip from his grasp and broke free. Then he would have to start all over again. While he was immersed in the training, he heard noises that became louder each time. Jack! He opened his eyes and saw Peidoin in front of him. The hell, man? You can even sleep while sitting? Sorry, Jack told Peidoin. He had gotten so carried away that he didn't sense his friend arriving. Come with me, Peidoin said. Where to? I'm going to take you to the ancient battleground. Jack followed Peidoin to the Temple of Courage. Peidoin had to show his badge to the clerics guarding the temple. He also had to explain about bringing Jack in and that he had cleared it with the chief treasurer, which Peidoin explained to Jack was the native who he helped and invited him into this faction. The cleric went to check. After a while, he came back and allowed Jack to enter. Jack asked Peidoin about this ancient battleground. Peidoin explained it was some sort of a training simulation that helped the council members in increasing levels and acquiring rewards. Like a training cave? Jack asked. Peidoin knew about training caves. He had read about this facility in this council's library, but he said although it was similar, it was also inherently different. It is similar because the opponents you killed in the simulation granted you EXP points, you won't lose a level or lose anything if you die, enemies didn't drop any loot. But if it is mainly for leveling up, training caves are a better option. This ancient battleground, on the other hand, is much more difficult. You are more likely to die inside, but there will be a score point. The more enemies you kill and the longer you survive, the higher your score, the better the reward by the end of the session. Training caves provide no reward, only EXP points. Very difficult? Jack asked. The ancient battleground is the reenactment of past battles. Like training caves, it has simulations that suited our level ranges, but there is one similarity between all these simulations. They are reenacting history battles where we are playing the losing side against overwhelming enemy forces. Jack was bewildered while they chose such historical defeats for the simulations to train their descendants. Peidoin explained that the Council of Virtus valued bravery the most. There was no higher courage than facing a battle where you knew you would surely lose. They arrived at a large hall where in its center sat a giant device with a horseshoe shape similar to the one that was used to enter the Legacy Dungeon in Heavenly Citadel. A bearded old man in a scholarly robe stood beside this device. Jack used Inspect on the old man, learning his name was Myson, a level 50 special elite human. He also held the title of Chief Treasurer. Master Myson, I've brought my friend to enter the ancient battleground, Peidoin said to Myson with a bow. Jack imitated Peidoin in bowing, showing his respect. Myson nodded. He said to Jack, for requesting us to allow you entering our ancient battlegrounds. I can see that my apprentice holds you in high regard. Considering you are one of the world tournament participants and such high praise from my apprentice, I will allow it. But you still have to pay 10 gold coins every time you enter. It's just a formality. Please understand that we don't allow any outsider to use this facility even if they pay us 10 times the coins. Also, note that we only extend this privilege when you are here during the World Tournament. It won't be available anymore once the tournament ends. Jack checked his bag. He had 169 gold coins, meaning he could enter this ancient battleground 16 times. Since this facility was only available during the next 6 days, he might as well make full use of it. He didn't mind spending all his coins. Myson then explained about the ancient battleground they would be entering. It was a reenactment of the Battle of Themyscira, where the god of courage sent his force to defend a border pass of Themyscira Kingdom against the overwhelming odds of the army of darkness gathered by the god of greed. The dark army outnumbered the defender by 100 to 1. They managed to last for days due to a narrow pass that eliminated the advantage of the enemy's vast forces, but later suffer excruciating defeat after the enemy found a secret passage leading them behind the defending lines. Crap! Why does this sound so much like that famous history battle from our world? Jack sent a silent message to Peidoin. Maybe this wilted you mentioned is just lazy and simply copy the story out of the history textbook, Peidoin replied. I don't think she wrote the backstory to her game herself. Well, her development team was lazy then. After Myson finished narrating the backstory to the ancient battleground they would be entering, he requested Jack to deposit the coin payment. He then explained that the opponents inside had been adjusted to between level 40 to 50. They would receive EXP points but no loots, They needed to last at least 3 hours inside the simulation and killed at least 1,000 opponents. Failing to do either one meant they were not eligible to receive any rewards. So one couldn't just find a corner and hid until 3 hours had passed. Once these two basic requirements were met, scores would start being allocated. They would receive rewards for the number of scores they secured individually. Myson asked Jack if he had any questions. Jack asked if he could use any tools inside the simulation. Myson answered no, just skills. True warriors of courage relied on themselves, the old scholar said. His tone half-carried contempt for the fact that Jack even asked such a question. If I summon a pet and it dies, it will not die for real, right? Jack asked another question. No, nothing dies for real inside the ancient battleground. When Jack said that he had no more questions, Myson activated the device at the center of the room. A silvery portal formed in front of the device. Myson waved his hand indicating that they could enter now. Padoin took the lead. Jack followed behind. After entering the portal, Jack came out and found himself atop a half-destroyed fort. Around him were lots of human soldiers with battered armor. Their faces seemed apprehensive and all their gazes were to their front. Jack followed their gazes. In front was a narrow pass with 2 steep mountains flanking it. Lots of soldiers stood guard on this pass. Before this pass, in the distance, was a mass of black. Jack squinted his eyes. The combination of dragon eye and archer's keen sight allowed him to zoom in to see the distance. That mass of black was a mass of deformed humans in black armor. Within this sea of black humans were also monsters with dark scales and skins. They were packed so tight that no space was visible. Tools truly don't work here, Jack thought when he saw his radar was empty despite so many soldiers standing around them. Padoin, who was standing beside Jack, said, "You know, the few times I first entered these ancient battlegrounds and experienced them firsthand, I was truly impressed that this world had such an epic war history. But after hearing your story about the truth of this world, it kinds of feels hollow now. To find out that this is all just the narration to enrich the backstory of a game euro. Don't be. This world is real now, which means its history as well. It shaped the world into what it is and will also affect what's going forward. We are a part of this world now whether we like it or not. Do you think it's permanent? Do you think there will be no way for us to go back anymore?" Padoin asked. "It doesn't matter what world we live in. What matters is how we live it," Jack replied. Padoin stared at Jack for a bit before uttering, "Smartus," trying to sound wise. Jack laughed. "So what happens now? We just wait until that sea of black comes swarming?" "They won't be long now," Padoin said. "In 1 hour from now, many enemies would also come swarming from the back, drowning this place. Since we know the enemies are coming from the back, can't we tell the soldiers to block the secret rear path where the enemies are coming from? That secret path is no narrow pass like the one in front. It was vast. Once the secret path was known, there is no blocking it. Additionally, the soldiers here won't listen to you. They followed a scripted event, you can't change what they do. Aside from how many enemies we killed, there is no changing the outcome of this battle. We are just passengers here." "So, we don't have a squad to command?" Jack asked. "Haha, funny? We are just playing the role of foot soldiers here," Padoin said. Too bad, Jack thought he could get EXP bonuses from the killings done by the other soldiers. In this case, he had to do his own fighting and killing to get the EXP. But one thing he noticed, the mana in this ancient battleground was even much denser than Damino's square garden outside. He could easily sense the mana swirling around him. He sent his consciousness to the ones around his right hand and have them grouped on his palm. It seemed easier to communicate with them in this dimension. If he could spend more time here, he should be able to better understand this communication that was the basis of mana manipulation. His focus was disrupted when a loud horn sounded in the air. Then he saw the sea of black in the distance start moving closer. "We have to score the kill ourselves to gain EXP points, right? Let's go to the front then," Jack uttered. "Yeah, let's," Padoin uttered. They bumped their fists again before the two climbed down the fort and ran forward to the narrow pass where the front line was. While Jack ran forward to the front line with P22, he noticed some group of soldiers who looked different. They wore bright golden armor. P22, who saw Jack's gaze, said to him, "Those are the knights sent by the god of courage to assist in this battle. They are a different breed from the other soldiers here." "Shouldn't we go to where they are then?" Jack asked. "If they are much stronger, they should last the longest in this battle, right?" "If your objective is to last longer, yes," P22 answered. "After I played this ancient battleground several times, I have learned that joining those golden knights do make me last longer. No sweat to pass the 3-hour mark. However, getting a kill is another matter. Those knights' damage is high. Unless you are very good in your timing, most of the kills would be bagged by them. It will be very difficult for you to score the 1000 kill mark you need. I find it easier to score the kill if I fight amongst the regular soldiers." "Okay, let's fight away from those golden knights then," Jack said. By the time they arrived on the front line, the black armor mutated humans from the opposing forces had started clashing with Themisphere soldiers. Since the narrow pass forced everyone to pack so tightly, it was difficult to proceed forward. Jack and P22 just waited near the front line. Jack scanned these black armor mutated humans and found them to be mostly level 40 to 45 basics. A small portion was elites and special elites with higher levels, but none was higher than level 50. He had expected to be unable to inspect those with levels too far from him, but he could inspect them all. "Hey, my inspect is still boosted by my monocle, but why my radar isn't working?" Jack asked. "Are you asking me? Do I need to remind you that your monocle is an alien entity?" P22 replied. "My guess is probably the radar function is considered as tool's ability, so it is muted, but your inspect buff function is considered as equipment's passive ability." "That's weird," Jack commented. "Don't ask me," P22 uttered. While Jack was still wondering about his monocle, a large black troll suddenly barged in. It was a level 48 rare elite. It swung its gigantic club and smashed the soldiers on the front line flying. A flood of black-armored humans rushed in through the gaps. The soldiers quickly covered this gap with the higher-rank soldier dealing with the rare elite troll, but the wave of enemy soldiers that had broken through the gap wreaked havoc behind the front line. Jack and P22 immediately joined in fighting these enemies. Jack summoned his Thuras beast to gain EXP as well. P22 had heard of Jack's Beast Masterclass, but he was still impressed when he saw Jack's medium-sized pet. P22 didn't want to get left behind. He threw his Techno Golem ball, and a shining golden robot appeared. It had a mechanical head resembling a lion. It was named Brave King. From its health point, Jack estimated it was around special elite grade, similar to Wilted's golem. "Not bad," Jack commented while dealing with multiple enemies. Most of the enemies were basic grade, so he had no problem fighting while talking. "Thanks. I used up lots of my gathered points just to get the parts. They were exclusive parts only available in this faction," P22 said. "This faction had things for technocraft as well? I thought they are exclusive factions for knights and warriors." "No, this faction is for all classes. Most native members of this faction indeed had classes similar to knights and warriors, since those classes deal with enemies directly, so they exhibit courage more easily, which is the main value of this faction. But it doesn't mean other classes has no value in courage. The faction directly under God and Goddesses are all top-notch factions. They won't just cater to one or two classes," P22 added. "That being said, the parts available for Technogolem is also numerous. You are very good to be able to select through the parts and choose the best combination." "Hee hee." P22 beamed at the compliment. Brave King smote through the enemy with ease. Although its speed was nothing much, its strength was impressive. Any opponent that received its punch got sent flying. The mechanical lion head opened its mouth. A stream of blue flame poured forth. Most of the enemies hit by this flame got burnt to dust. Those who survived received burn status with very high damage per second. "Impressive," Jack uttered. With that blue flame breath, P22's kill count was not any less than him. "By the way, we are a party. So do we count the 1000 kill counts individually or together?" Jack asked. "The 1000 mark is counted as the combined number we kill as a party," P22 explained. "But once we went past that mark, The score we received from each kill will be counted individually. I won't get any score from the enemy you kill once we are past 1000 kill. Good. Meaning we should be able to cross that mark faster, Jack exclaimed. We still have to survive past 3 hours, though, Peidoin said. By that time, another 2 spots in the defense line got breached as well. More enemies poured through. Several flying beasts flew high above and came down on the archers and catapults behind the defensive line. There are flying enemies? Jack asked. It will only get worse as time passes, Peidoin said. In addition to the breached defensive line, several shadows shot up. These shadows jumped through the defensive line and landed behind it. Once they landed, Jack got a good look at these creatures. They looked like large monkeys wearing black armor and carrying sharp claw weapons. While Jack was having trouble getting to the enemy when the fighting started, it was not so anymore now. There was no shortage of enemies. In fact, the defensive line was slowly getting overwhelmed by the enemy's non-stop push. Seeing the front line getting pushed back, Jack asked, "Hey George, does what happened inside this ancient battleground is seen by others outside?" "No, why?" Peidoin asked back. "Is the fight here being recorded?" "No, why?" Peidoin asked again. "Cool," Jack said and used his lightning god barrage while activating overlimit and all his buff skills. He sent the 20 balls of lightning beyond the front line, decimating a large portion of the enemies. All basic and elite enemies were reduced to dust immediately, with the special elite receiving a large amount of damage. Holy smoke! That was one badass skill. Where do you learn that? Peidoin uttered. Hee. It was Jack's turn to beam this time. Don't tell any of the natives in your faction about this skill. It is a skill I learned from a divine treasure. Divine treasure? Damn. And here I am, feeling proud for getting into a divine faction, Peidoin uttered. The two continued to accumulate more kill counts. Brave King exhibited another skill where its 2 fists detached from its arms. It shot forward and slammed everything on its path before flying back and reattached with the arms again. The skill drew another cheer from Jack. Peidoin's energy turret skill was also different from the one Jack had seen executed by Wonderman during the match earlier. Instead of shooting energy bullets, it shot a linear energy beam, striking multiple enemies on its path. The beam could also swing around to hit more enemies. The beam lasted 2 seconds. It then had a 1-second cooldown before firing another beam again. Peidoin informed Jack that he had evolved his energy turret skill using a seed he got from the faction's treasury by exchanging his faction points. They even sell evolved seeds? Jack asked with surprise. This faction is kick-ass, he uttered. It's expensive, though, and the seed is a time-sensitive exchange. It didn't available all the time. I was lucky that I have enough points when it came up on the list, Peidoin said. As they continued with the battle, they heard a commotion from the back. It's starting, Peidoin said. Jack looked back. It's only 1 hour, he thought. The defensive line didn't look good. Could they last 3 hours? Jack didn't let himself worry. He just focused on killing as many opponents as he could. He mostly picked on the basic grade enemies. But as time passed, there were fewer and fewer of these enemies. Most he found were now elite and special elites. He assumed all those weak basic enemies had been routed, leaving only the stronger ones. His 20-blade orbs swirled around his 2 hands. He had been moving non-stop as his formless flowing sword style continuously slashing the enemies around him, with spells occasionally thrown. He cast Mana Bullet, Energy Bolts, and Magic Bind on the flying enemy that passed above. These flying beasts easily fell from 1 hit. Jack immediately slashed them to oblivion before they had the chance to fly back up. Jack's Thurass beast ran around butting and trampling any enemies it could find. Jack commanded it to cover Brave King, which had slow movement. Jack also summoned his 10 wolves and commanded them to circle Peidoin, giving him cover from enemies that were trying to approach his friend. Peidoin himself used a gun on his right hand, like Wilted, but his left hand carried a dagger. The dagger was more like a miniature chainsaw. There were tiny blades that rotated around the dagger's edges. Peidoin used this dagger on enemies that came close. Damn, you were starting to return to how I remember you, With lots of unconventional toys at your disposal, Jack remarked. When they almost reached the 3-hour mark, they heard loud noises from behind. Jack turned back and was stunned to see a sea of black covering the back line. Holy shit euro, Jack exclaimed. A few minutes after that, the sea was upon him. He and Padoan returned to the room where Myson was. Goodness! How can one survive 3 hours with a script like that? Jack uttered.